What's up, Kevin?
Hey guys.
Hello.
You, Mike?
Hey Nick.
Did you go to the office or something today, man? Wearing the button down and shit?
Now I went to Philly yesterday,
Hmm.
but that was it. I think I just had a couple meetings today. I wanted to have a shirt on.
And were you able to sell the battery of the month club to someone?
Battery of the month.
Don't you remember Radio Shack used to have the battery free bat? You got the card to go in and get a free battery.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Dude, when I was kids, I thought batteries were made out of fucking gold as much as my parents wouldn't buy them for me. You know, your Walkman dies and you're like, hey, Dad, can I get some delays? It's like, no, it's not Christmas time, bro.
Man, you had a horrible childhood.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but batteries were scarce. Hey, Nicole.
I lived in a world where batteries were everywhere.
Yeah.
And remember, it was like a thing where you put them in the fridge. Put the batteries in the fridge, which was proven to doesn't matter. You don't need to stick your batteries in the fridge. You know what was the bane of everyone's existence, 70s into the 80s? The 9-volt battery. That thing really was a...
Why?
I don't understand it.
I just like trying to convince my little sister to stick her tongue out so I could zap her with it.
I used to do that.
Of course. Hey, Kevin.
I grew up in a different house. We used to just whack the crap out of each other. We didn't need batteries.
Yeah, that's true. Dude, what the fuck? That's the most epic part. I recharge non-rechargeable batteries. That's super sketchy. That's funny. Oh man, I am glad it is Friday.
Yeah,
it's been a long week.
Same.
Every day is the same. It's just there's no differentiation to this weekend.
Hey, Felipe.
Good evening. Oh, you're not out. You're not outside.
He is not outside.
How was your commute? Was this the last week?
The last full weeks. I'm still going back one day every month till like July. I think like 4 more days just to deliver cases and stuff like that. I think I kind of wrapped up today.
Nice.
Finally.
Smuggling heroin from South Florida to...
Felipe's the dentist who solves crimes. It's like a show from the 80s.
That's funny.
Just like what's the name of the movie, Rob? Dangerous Confessions of a Dangerous Mind. That's what I do on the weekends.
No, I'm thinking more like Quincy or
Quincy. Quincy was awesome, dude. Fucking Quincy.
Yeah.
When someone told me you can tell if someone's like a hardcore drug addict by looking at their teeth.
Yeah.
That's one thing that hasn't left my mind. I go,
yeah.
Wow, he's a drug addict.
Yeah. Because you're so high and stoned all the time, you lose pain sensation. So if the cavities won't bother you, so that's really rotten.
That makes sense. So Nick.
Yeah, and when you're a hardcore drug addict, flossing and brushing isn't your number one priority.
Not a priority, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. How's it going, Jeff?
Pretty cool, Sean. You're currently in the last 2 minutes of an auction trying to win a Marilyn Moore record. I don't know who she is.
Marilyn Moore or Marilyn Monroe?
Well, he said Moore.
Or Marilyn Manson.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think anybody's trying to win an OG Marilyn Manson.
Who's Marilyn Moore? Mary Tyler Moore?
Maybe.
Marilyn from the Munsters?
Poor Marilyn.
What's going on? Is your mom yelling at? I always feel like your mom's yelling at you, Felipe.
Yeah, that's you.
Who shared the Notes and Tones book on instruments?
Yeah.
That's Art Taylor's book, is that right?
Art Taylor interviewing musicians. It's fantastic. Amazing. Because I think people feel more like loose and they talk more, they share more information. I mean, not information, but they're musicians. They feel more at ease to talk about life and music and
yeah,
everything. It's really good. It's really, really good.
That's awesome. I'm guessing that's where Notes and Tones Mike got his name from, right?
I thought he made it up.
Well, maybe he's
Take notes.
Because they're two mutually exclusive things. So when you put them together, it's extra special.
How are they mutually exclusive?
I don't know. I'm just trying to be stupid. Why was that funny?
Oh, shit.
Hey, Jeffrey Beaumont.
Yes.
It's worth picking up, I think.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. If you can, I think grab the whole series. I think they did a great job curating that Prestige series.
I wanted to get the whole series, but I've kind of
Same.
Yeah, I've kind of just petered out on it. If they do come, since they're not coming through for me, I doubt very seriously 2 titles will be available. So,
What do you mean?
the Workin' and the Boss Tenor.
No, we'll see.
Well, they never did work in to begin with, right?
I wonder if they're going to put the.
No, I mean the 2. I'm sorry, the 2 other Miles titles.
I wonder if they're going to put the Tommy Flanagan Overseas back in stock. That thing sold out quick.
Yeah, I don't know, but I have it.
Me too.
Yeah, me too. I mean, you would think, because the ones that they did really short runs of, it seems like they were just using jackets they had, right? So
Yeah,
maybe.
Right, but it seems like whatever priority that had, it fell quickly to the bottom of the stack of what they have to do.
Which is kind of surprising because they were. I mean, it seemed like they were selling out. Like I think they started with Lush Life was one of the early ones. That sold out within like a few hours, I think. And then they
That's
did.
a good point. I don't think they've really done runs of a lot of these yet, like real runs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, everything that's in stock right now, they did real runs of.
Yeah, for sure.
They have lots of titles.
Yeah,
Lots of copies.
Yeah, I think John, the Mobius message didn't come too long ago, right?
Which one?
Mobley's Message.
Mobius message.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, here's what's messed up about their thing. When you sign up, there's 2 ways to sign up for a notification, right? You do the wish list, and then I think there's another way. They're so inconsistent with sending out the notices.
Yeah.
I did get one recently for one title. I'm on the fence of getting. It's $100, $109. But yeah, I don't. I think a lot of people agree that they need a massive overhaul of their website.
For sure. But they have 22 titles in stock right now. That's the highest it's been probably ever. I mean,
That's good.
yeah.
That's in stock.
Yeah, I think it's the kind of thing they need to like rebuild the whole thing, put it down for a couple of days, put the system together, test it, and then go for it.
Yeah, but then it's remember the point I made up that started the whole upsetting a certain person on Rachel's stream. When you do stuff like that,
Oh, yes.
I wonder how much sales they lose.
You don't have to do that. It's not hard to change a DNS address.
Well, you know that shit. A lot of people don't. And if you're a fan of the Flintstones, it seems like a lot of the shit that goes on over there, you open the box and it's a bird running everything inside.
That's true. I like the website though because it actually is old as fuck and I know how to use it. So I don't know.
Now, Rob, did you see that Elusive Disc got restocked?
Yes.
I did not see that. How was that sent out? I have all those emails sent to an email account I don't check a lot.
They got the Black Hawk back, yeah.
They got
That's
that
been-
2 LP Friday and Saturday night at the Blackhawk, the Miles Davis with Hank Mobley.
You want to share it, Mike? You can just look at it.
Yeah,
I have that, but I have OG copies of that.
Look at it says 0.
I'm not going to get it. I'd like it, but
Yeah, I already have it.
they do a lot of really good songs on it too.
But who
I don't
put
know.
that- who put that out?
Hold on.
Is it a Legacy? Is it Sony?
Oh, it's a Columbia. Originally,
Yeah.
it's Columbia. All right,
Was this sent out by an email?
No, I just, I think people were just sharing that they were back.
I think
All right, let me share my
I think
screen.
people are just sharing.
Yeah.
Stuff in here.
You're gonna sell it out. At least give me a chance to go look at it.
Just go buy it.
Well, do it now.
There's only 57 people watching right now.
Yeah, but these are Uber's 57 people.
That's true. These are the Uber 57.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Is that
Okay.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
So these
Yeah,
are
the-
these are the in stock ones. So
Oh, impact. These are impacts.
These are
Impacts.
Impex, yes, yeah, Impex.
Yeah, I have OGs of this, so I don't think I need this.
So they have the Friday night, the special
Yeah.
edition 45. They got this is the 33 Legrand Jazz. They got, I think, all of the Three Blind Mice back in, including the box.
Yep.
They got the was at the Black Hawk, which that's been out of. I think this might be the first time it's been
So this is a 45 or 33.
That's a 33. It's double because it has both Friday and Saturday night albums.
Yeah. But again, I have the 70. I have a 360 version of both nights, so I think I'm okay on
No,
that.
that's fine. Yeah.
And they got the box back for the Three Blind Mice, which is cool.
Is that how much it was originally? $200?
Yeah, I think so.
Hmm.
But they're 45 versions, right?
I think
Yeah.
that's what it's about for. Yeah,
You
they're
see,
45.
if you scroll down, there's a great Three Blind Mice. This green sleeves must have
Yeah, it's $130 though for one record, man.
Where is it?
Right there.
green
All right.
sleeves. But when it's regularly print, it's like $40. I bought it for $40.
Why is
Yeah.
it so expensive?
Maybe leftovers or something.
It's made
Oh,
out of
this-
rare.
Out of print last
Out of
chance.
print.
It's
So
made out
maybe-
of. It has hints of baby bone in the
That's
vinyl.
neat. Well,
This
that's
is great.
the old,
There's a version of Moaning playing acoustic guitar that's unbelievable.
Not that unbelievable for me. Not for
It's
$130.
500 pressed.
130 for it's one album.
It looks like it won't be pressed again.
I paid $40 for it like last year.
I'll give you $50 for a run now, Felipe.
I'll give you 5. I'll
Nice.
give you my 2 old copies of the Black Hawk.
No shit.
And it's on red vinyl.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, rare red vinyl. It's from the
Ooh.
seas.
It's a rare
Atlantis.
Atlantis gem.
From the Red Sea.
Yeah.
Umami flavored.
So they do Willow Wheat for Me, Monin, Misty. Is this a compilation or is this a record? Like
No, that's a record. This mainly acoustic guitar. It's amazing.
Very cool.
Oh yeah.
Listen, Nick Pantazzi, I don't need you correcting my stupid jokes.
While I have my screen shared, do you guys want to see what Music Matters are in stock or no?
I want to go back and see what we're looking. We didn't really look through all these. I don't think.
It's the same Music Matters they always have in stock. You mean on Elusive Disc?
I know. I just like to look at them. All
Man,
right.
you have a weird sense of entertaining yourself.
Oh, shit.
But I noticed people have been getting those cheap, still cheap Music Matters. I think.
Yes.
Cheap's a relative term.
You know, I would get them. Here's what pisses me off. They don't do free shipping until it's like $200.
I know.
And
And
it's
if you
half a record, so it's fine.
And I live right near them. It's not like it's gonna hurt them.
Can you drive over there?
Can't you go pick it up in Oxnard?
I mean, I don't think they allow that.
all right.
Well,
So,
it's all-
yeah,
Okay, that I have the Johnny Griffin, but I have the Vinyl Me Please, which is
Good.
well, it's 45. It's Kevin Gray.
It's probably the
I
same
always
damn
go
thing.
for big bucks as well.
I have a twofer of this, and it's the second disc, and it sounds good.
Uh,
This is 60. This is a pretty cool record. I haven't gotten it, but I know it,
Yeah.
I know it is cool.
Yeah, the reason that Dexter Gordon's is so cheap is because you can get the 80, right?
Yeah, and the 80 sounds great too.
And then they have this Johnny Griffin with this.
Yeah. I have the concierge version of it, but I don't think it's that great of an album. You know?
Yeah, this is very good. Lee Morgan Candy. I really enjoy this.
Yeah,
one.
I wish I would have bought it when it was not $140.
This is very good, and this is only 50. This is excellent.
Is it?
Yes, this is excellent.
They need to put out. I got to think that that wasn't a. They need to do a classic of that candy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
they probably will get
They
it.
will.
Yeah, I want to get that Elvin Jones. I'm so tempted to get it.
Yeah.
This
I
Elvin Jones is great, Rob. It's great.
But the thing is, OGs of that Elvin Jones. Like I was at Princeton Record Exchange yesterday, and they had one for like, I forget. It was very affordable. I can't. It was like $30 maybe.
What condition was it in?
Like VG Plus.
Yeah, but you know, I don't think it would compare to 45 Music Matters.
No, I mean this will sound better, but yeah. I'm just. This
Yeah,
Cliff
no,
Craft
that's
is very good.
So
I
we got
have-
some questions. Hang on.
Oh, okay.
So Jeffrey's saying that Johnny Griffin Volume 2 is a must, but it was just $75 a month ago. Why the prices keep going up? The lower stock they get, the higher they raise the prices.
Yeah,
Exactly.
they have to pay for the employee sitting there taking orders.
I think they keep an eye on the Discogs
Of course they do.
cheapest price, and then they update it every so often.
They actually go to the prices of eggs and milk before when they decide to look.
I got this recently. This is only $50. So
Yeah, I have the classic records version, which I found another copy, and that's what Chris got from
this
me.
is excellent.
Any parlor that says must have.
I have too many records dropped because I was just looking. I was like, "Oh, that looks cool. Maybe I'll buy it." And I forgot I already had a copy. Jeez.
And
Yeah.
you also have to think, if you get a double 45 from Chad, it's $60. This is a double 45 Music Matters. Of course,
Yeah, but with sales tax and shipping,
It's the same
I mean,
thing.
you're in the same,
thing at
you're
Chad's.
in the same like zone.
No, well, he has free shipping thresholds.
Oh, that's true.
Well, okay, so you pay a couple extra bucks, but the thing is that it's in the same kind of area.
I think I have that York's time.
Luke's
I
time.
found that for $100.
Oh, this
I got it
Nuke's
for
time?
$75.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a cool one.
I think Nuke's Time is his best sounding.
Yeah, I'm actually tempted to buy that one.
What do you mean music, or do you just mean like recording quality? For
Sound quality. I think Sony Volume 2 is probably my favorite, and the Live at Village
I
Vanguard.
just recently got a Liberty of that, and it's very good.
The Live Village Vanguard is great.
Yeah, that Tina Brooks was cheap not too long ago either.
Yeah.
It's like $60.
Back to the Tracks, Blue Mitchell. It's cool. Felipe loves this record.
Yeah, well, I found an OG of it for
It was great.
$11.
Yeah.
It is really good.
Catwalk, Donald Byrd. Somebody showed this recently, and I asked a really dumb question about it. But
Okay, well, tell us the dumb question.
it was something about like if some other trumpeter was on it. I forget what it was.
Oh yeah, you were trying to make me edit that out of a video. I remember that. Now.
I did.
Yeah, you did. You did. You're like, hey, I was the stupid thing I said. Edit it
I
out.
may have just. I think I was joking when I said that.
Yeah,
All right.
I got an OG of this bird. So Music Matters better.
Was the question you sure it was a trumpeter, or did you ask, do they do Stairway to Heaven on that album?
Maybe.
So you got
Dude,
Point of
did
Departure.
anybody do a jazz version of Stairway to Heaven? That'd be interesting.
Let's see what else.
Dude,
they got.
okay, so that's the perfect example to me, right? The Andrew Hill, $140, which I'm sure it's amazing. But dude, for $25, you can get the damn classic.
No, you can get it for less than that.
Yeah, you can get it for 17 probably. I mean,
Yeah.
Actually, Melinda bought it on your stream for $21. So I don't know, man. That's where I struggle with these.
Well, the one I sold was not the classic. It was not DMM or something.
Yeah.
Then you got John Jenkins, Kenny Burrell, 150.
That you can get the 80 of easy. It's fine.
There's no 80 of that.
Yeah.
Which one? Oh, Dexter. Yeah.
Dexter.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
This
The
Lee Morgan
John
and
Jenkins.
I do want.
I paid $49 for the John Jenkins last year.
Yeah, I want that Lee Morgan. I want all the Lee Morgans.
This Lee Morgan is not good, Rob. I have the classic.
Is it? Well, isn't there something about that album?
It's his first record.
It is
On
first
Blue-
record?
on
first
Blue Note.
Blue Note.
Actually, it was his first session. The what's the name? Not the Prestige. The other one.
VJ?
Lee Morgan. Introducing Lee Morgan. Actually, was recorded later, but released first.
Oh, I see.
I got that Horse Silver from. It was funny. Records before he had it on their website, and it sat there forever. So I went in the store and I said, "Do you still have that?" And he goes, "Yeah, $50."
He does pretty fair prices.
His pricing is very good.
Yeah. For at least from what I've heard you mention. It
No,
seems like
I mean,
he's
but
good.
it's funny. You'll go in there and you'll look at a record and he'll overprice it. But for most part, his pricing's fair. He's designed to turn over records.
They have
that's
Future
what you
Swing Song. This obviously just came out.
And
Yeah.
I will say this: best sounding classic of all the ones I bought.
Yeah.
That is the best sounding classic. I'll go
Great
back
album.
and say that. Yes.
This Paul Chambers is out of everyone we've seen so far, this is probably the one I want the most.
Yeah, me
Oh,
too.
that's
Actually,
sweet. I have this one. It's just amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you say that about all of them.
It's
Felipe.
pricey.
But they're incredible, and
They're all
they pick the best titles, right? There's not much to say.
This is very good. Lou Donaldson, Lou Takes Off.
Yeah.
I have that one. It's really good. The Stanley Turrentine. I don't know this one.
Well, he's apparently Stanley's very happy with it.
Is he? I think he's like saying, Mike, you don't really need to buy this.
Who's saying that?
Stanley Turner.
Yeah. Stanley says, I'm good. I don't need your money.
Yeah.
This I got from Brandon. He gave me a really fair price on it. I love this record. It is a killer bop.
Is it an MMJ?
It's an MMJ, yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Up at Minton. Felipe, let's get an OG of this.
They got a bunch of shit in stock, man.
It's expensive though.
Yeah.
I have 72 pressing of that JR Montrose. That's a good
Oh,
album.
that's right. You got that when you were in Vegas, right?
No, I got it on the way to Vegas actually at the Glass House, which is the original place where the Records for Guy came from.
Oh, right. Interesting. And they got a couple more Hank Mobleys. This Freddie Hubbard going up. Swing, swinging. This one's only 50.
Yeah, is that a good? Is okay. I know what Felipe's gonna say, but is it good? It's amazing.
It's great.
It's amazing.
It was actually my very first record I bought from them.
You just bought an OG too, didn't you?
No, not this one. No.
I thought you did. Maybe that was Mike. Notes and Tones Mike.
It's amazing.
Well, Notes and Tones Mike just got this one, I know.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
I hear it's amazing.
The Freddie Hubbard, not much to say about it.
Yeah, but you can get the classic of that.
And that classic sounds fucking ridiculous. Yeah.
All right, and then the last two that are in stock are Bird in Hand with Charlie Rouse and Pepper Adams, Walter Davis Jr., Sam Jones. I mean, that looks great. And then I did buy this. I splurged and bought this one. This record is so fantastic. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. It is such a killer hard bop record. I don't want to say I like it better than Cool Strutting, but that might be true.
Well,
It
detractors will run with that, so don't say it.
Thanks for Music Matters Jazz. Yeah, thanks, Baggy.
Yeah. So there's a bunch of stuff in stock, and there's a handful that are $50 still. So
yeah,
if you're interested in checking them out, there's still a few that are affordable that are pretty good. There's a few that are 60 too. I do recommend the Shades of Red. This is really good.
Yeah,
maybe I'll pick up 3 of them, but the problem is I won't hit the $200 threshold.
I know. And you know what sucks? You see it? I just stopped sharing my screen, but it's like $74.95. So if you put a $74.95 and a $24.95, it's 10 cents short of the 200, and they will not give you.
Yeah, they're bastards.
That's really annoying.
Hey, Music Matters. You're bastards.
I agree. Words ruin music. I mean, they can sell them for whatever they want, but I refuse to pay those prices for records.
It's also worth looking on Discogs. Some people sell it. Sometimes you can get a good deal. So
yeah, I might get I used one in a great shape for.
Yeah, it's definitely worth checking.
If I picked up some records today that I'm not going to show because they're not jazz records. Because I kicked ass at an estate sale today.
You might have to show some of them because our friend is about to join us. So,
which friend?
Mazzy.
Oh, I text the ones he didn't give a shit. So.
Okay.
But I will show some records I picked up that I think are pretty good.
You got them, Chris?
Hey, Mazzy.
Hey, Mazzy.
Did they just add more Music Matters Jazz? Is that what's
no?
They're about the same. I think the newest one is
just raised the prices.
Lee Morgan Candy, and then the Stanley Turrentine.
They've been raising the prices forever. I have about 60, and there's a couple I might want to get, but I haven't looked at their site like in 2 years. So
yeah, there's a bunch of stuff out there for $50. I mean,
yeah.
All right.
All right, what do you got?
So this is a record that every time it's even you mention the syllables in the name of the record, Chris, as a hezzy fit, tells you to buy it.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh. Yes. And I will say this is it's a direct to disc. This is the Japanese one.
Oh,
it
wow.
sounds amazing.
Oh, God, I have to buy
that. Show who's on it, man.
Well, I'm going to show you and watch Mike have a little hissy fit. So you got Cedar.
Yep.
You got Clifford Jordan. You've got Sam Jones. You've got Ray. They fade out the name, Miltilla. And you got Billy Higgins.
That's the band right there, man.
This sounds crazy. It was recorded direct to disc. You see them doing it right there.
Mhm.
Oh, very cool.
Highly cannot. I relent to Chris, highly suggesting you get this. But you
What is the name? What's the name of that album again?
The Pentagon.
I don't know. It says it right there, and it says it right there, and it says it right there.
Thank you.
But it's a pentagon with 4 corners.
Oh, people should get that Gil Malay if they don't have that, man.
Oh
It's
yeah,
like
I do know that, yeah.
Mazzy, why don't you take a time machine back to when we talked about it?
Oh, I'm just looking at seeing what's available. I'm sorry.
This is great. If you can find this, get it.
That's cool.
I don't have any James Moody. This is him at the height of his powers. It's a very good record.
Mhm.
And
Yeah,
I was
it's awesome.
fairly cheap. I found,
He did a ton of records on Argo.
yes, which there's a lot of Jufers and stuff. I already have this, so I picked it up to probably sell it. This is a Wally from '95. It sounds great. So
Nice.
this was the find at that thing when I picked up this.
Mm-hmm.
OG.
You listened to that yet?
Huh?
Have you listened to that one yet?
Yeah.
Is
I
it any
mean,
good?
it's not his. It was recorded in '62 and it came out in '69. Not his most highly regarded album. He's doing a lot of, obvious. But look at that lineup,
Yeah, it's great.
and he's doing like cowpokey songs, But
Cool.
they're good. It's good.
Yeah.
I mean, this was $30.
All right, we gotta check something out here.
What?
What's up with your shirt there, Felipe?
Was that cauliflower?
You're muted. Felipe, you're muted.
So Becky, there's plenty of Joshua trees in the desert near you, right?
Yeah.
There we go.
You know what you do? You call Carol at Music Matters Jazz and tell her you want to donate $5 extra to get you over $200.
Yeah.
Well, Robert here says that the website says free shipping over $100.
It does now.
It never used to.
No.
It never used to.
Really?
It's $199. It's $199.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they kind of
Yeah.
That's
That's how they get it.
$199.95.
just tell me to charge me $2 more.
It's not like good shipping. They charge you like it's being shipped by.
They pack it really well.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
This is a record that both Mike and I got because the guy had best offer. He had 3 sealed copies of this one, and it's a horrible cover, but this is a great record.
It's pretty cool. Obviously, they do brilliant corners, the Thelonious Monk song. It's fantastic.
I'll tell you, and it's Rudy recorded this. It is digital, but it seems like in the late '80s they did everything on. Maybe they were just trying to get this out. Let me. It's on the see-through QX vinyl.
Oh, I have to check that.
Yeah, it's really.
Oh, fantastic.
This is a jammer. This is a really.
Let me check.
It's so good. So the guy had 3 copies. He said $10 or best offer. I got $5. He just refused. He didn't even counter. I said $7. He refused it again, and then at $8.
So this came in, as Rob said, sealed. And if you look in the sleeve, it came with this little
I didn't mean to do that.
but I think what's important here.
Gotcha.
Oh shit.
Let's
Sorry.
do it.
Well, anyway, it says Savoy Jazz
Yes.
and Muse Records
Yes.
because I think this is after the sale of Muse to whoever owns Savoy. So the address is actually for Savoy. So I don't know who owns the Muse
I do.
catalog now. You do?
Yeah, so I researched this after we talked about it last time. So Savoy Jazz at the time was owned by Nippon Columbia, which I guess is turned into Sony, probably, right?
Yep.
And then, but I guess it's under Concord now. Concord owns it.
So they could reissue and put them out on streaming services too.
Yeah, I mean they own the label. Who knows if they own the tapes?
I don't know, but you can register for the selected service with this too.
Yeah, that's fair. You're a little late on that, Mike, Rob.
Just quickly, I finally got a Empyrean Isles. Yeah, so I got this one. And Felipe sent me my copy of Donald Byrd, Bobby Jasper's 1958. I still need to listen to this. I have very high expectations. And then also the Sam Olympia concert.
How's that?
This is pretty good. I don't know if you need it. I think it's the same lineup that's on Monin. They're doing the same songs, and it's in Paris, so it's a really nice companion piece to that record. But I don't. I mean, I think it's cool to have. I wouldn't say it's a must-have.
But it's in red. It's in red.
It's in red. Exactly.
And that I think that's a great cover because usually all the Sam's black and white.
There,
Yeah.
I showed it. I showed last week. There is a concert that was done like a month later in at the Champs-Élysées.
Champs-Élysées.
It was that recording is killer, and it's cheap. I think it's on RCA France.
I like this Sam. It's a great sounding, and the rendition of the songs are great.
Yeah,
I like
Lee Morgan's trumpet solo on Moaning is pretty. I mean, it's pretty different. So it's cool to hear.
Dude, that would be sick if Music Matters Jazz picked up Muse. Holy crap, that'd be crazy.
Oh my gosh.
Is there a demand though? I mean, what they're charging,
I like Blue Note.
They almost don't deserve it anymore because it's without Joe Harley there.
It's true.
And I as much as I love them, and I know you guys all love them, they pissed off a lot of people when they jumped up. I mean, first of all, I get why they took it away from selling to retailers after years of selling to retailers.
Yeah.
Because they saw that people were flipping this stuff high. They figured if they're going to flip, we might as well flip. But them to flip their own records, I know that's, I don't know. They're the manufacturers and they marked it up in some cases $20, $30, $40 more. I don't like that.
Yeah.
But I mean, in a sense, that's what acts are doing, selling their tickets such high prices, right? They say,
well, that's not always I guess so, but that's a different thing. Different venues. Ticketmaster is a third party there. They've already had their expenses. They paid. They pressed them. They mastered them. I could see doing a little markup, but sometimes they would jump $30 or $10 or I don't know. And then they would be out. Then all of a sudden 5 or 10 more would show up. I mean, I know that happened.
That being said, Mazzy, a lot of them have come out either on classics. And
well, that's a different thing. But, as much as the Music Matters are pretty amazing. Having said that, I would have traded. I'm lucky I got all the 33s when they did the SRXs and 33s. I would trade every single 45 for a 33 if they had done them. They didn't do them all in 33s. But obviously the market shows, even though it's the better fidelity in 45, the market shows more people don't want 45s. There's a slimmer group of audiophiles.
Good.
I don't mind them for Music Matters. I used to really dislike it, but I don't know. I've gotten over it, and I honestly, the sound quality is so good. I just don't mind it anymore.
Yeah. Well, if you're not doing A-Bing and you hear a 33 Music Matters, you think, God, how can anything be any better? It's just when you play a 45 next to it, then you hear, you do hear something. But is that?
I have the Curtis Fuller 1500 series, the opener. Pretty sure it's a mono. I put that on the other day. I couldn't believe how good that sounded. It is just like demo quality, amazing sounding record. It sounds so good. And for it to be a 1500 series, it's just incredible.
Yeah. Hey, someone, Roberto, it was both of them initially. It wasn't just Harley. They needed each other at the time, Yeah. It's kind of like Michael and 45 and I needed each other at one point, and now we don't.
Split up.
Yeah. I mean, Ron also mastered the records, and
so I bought a Japanese pressing. Finally, a real one.
What?
Yeah. Let me share. So this is like my first intentionally bought Japanese record.
Oh, cool.
Pretty hard. I mean, it's impossible to get. So Japanese is the way to go.
Yeah, the Japanese prestige are good.
Even this is pretty expensive. I got this for a pretty good price. You can see the jacket's a little beat up. It doesn't come with the Obi strip, but the record's in like near mint condition. And I got it from Discogs from Doctor of Jazz, who puts in a prescription for every order, which is kind of cool. And and it sounds good. I'm really happy with it.
What exactly did he tell you to do?
So on it, he checked All right, he put my name, date, stiff drink, day off, vinyl therapy with air guitar because there's Kenny Burrell on this, and to crank it up, duration as needed, consume in a comfy chair, and then he said, "Thanks again, Michael, Doctor of Jazz."
Did he
Yeah.
tell you to lube up?
It's kind of cool.
Did he
I
tell you
saved
to
my
lube up
prescription
and
too.
take
Oh, and he gave me a
Pork
guitar
oil.
pick.
Oh, that's cool.
Nice.
Dr. Jazz guitar pick.
Yeah.
So
I
Yeah,
think
it's-
that, I think that dude should be sued for malpractice.
it's not. I mean, I guess you could argue it's a Kenny Burrell led record, but it's one of those jam sessions where they, there's really no leader on it. It's just a bunch of guys.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it's Al Cohn, tenor, Art Farmer, Hal McCusick on alto, Kenny Burrell, Mal Waldron, and Ed Thigpen, and they do 5 tracks. So it's
Now, who authored the songs on there?
it doesn't say. It doesn't attribute it. So they do Earthy, What's Not. I will actually I'll look it up. It's probably on Discog.
Because sometimes, like Mal Waldron wrote some of the songs, and you gotta assume
Right.
he's the pseudo leader, right?
We lose Chris.
I don't know what happened.
All right. He'll be back.
Okay. So Josh D, if you have insurance, it gets cheaper. The prescription.
What?
Yeah, but they don't take Medi-Cal.
So Mazzy, did you pick up any jazz this week?
I finally got the Shirley Scott and
The box.
the box.
The Lockjaw?
I got let me show you a preview of a package.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
While he's grabbing it, so the first 2 tracks on Earthy are Mal Waldron.
Mhm.
Then McKissick does the next 2, and then the last one's a Kenny Burrell.
Mhm.
And
So
the
you gotta
title
think-
track is Mal Waldron, Earthy.
Nice.
So
The Japanese Mawaldrons are really good.
I love these.
And probably the only ones to find, right?
Most of the Japanese records I have sound good, man.
And there's still a chance that one of those introductory OJCs is going to be one of the Mal 1 or Mal 2.
That's
Oh,
true.
they got- yeah, they have
Well,
to.
the first 2, obviously, but yeah.
All right.
Okay, I'm going to now show all the grifting, or not the grifting, all the freebies, the swag,
Oh, okay.
the grease on the wheel of my channel.
You're on the
Yes, I
green.
haven't listened to Kraft reached out to me, and more Wattstack than it ever won, all 10 LPs.
Nice.
I would have only purchased the 2 LP because I don't need 10 LPs, but I love this stuff. I saw the movie when it came out. Great soul thing, historic concert, but all 10 LPs with the introductions in a book. I haven't even had a chance,
It's amazing.
but I did start showing, I guess, with you guys. I got more in the leading up to the, I was going to say Jew-free, but leading up to the
Charlie.
Zev Feldman?
Zeph. Yeah, I'm sorry. I've had a head cold for
All
3
Jewish
days.
names sound the same. Man.
I'm just getting off of this head cold. That's why I've been around. But I showed this already. I like this. I love this. Sounds great. This is from '79 in Blue Room
Italy.
in Holland.
Oh, Holland.
Yeah, and it sounds really good. There's some vocals on it, but it's that smoothie kind of later period of Chet Baker. But I love any Chet Baker, so I love this. This I got, and I think I might have to grease the person who helps me in the auction's wheel. And I didn't realize when they said they were going to send this to me that this was a reissue of the record store day from 5 years ago.
Yeah.
They just changed the cover. It's a different photo.
I want that so bad.
Yeah, it's geared toward you, Rob, but I still have to talk about it, and I know the record already. This was actually pretty good. Now, these recordings are hit and miss. This Walter Bishop.
Please don't say it's bad.
Have you listened to that?
I listened to one of the records. I liked it. It's good, not great, but it's better than I thought, and I liked it. Harold,
What's the quality of the recording? Quality
good. It's a radio broadcast, so radio. Is it? Yeah, it's recorded. I think it's a radio broadcast. Recorded live at Baltimore.
Right, the left bank. I think there's 3 Left Bank titles coming out for
Yeah,
Records.
this
Project.
one, Sunny Stitt.
Oh, please say that's good.
Yeah, this is good. This is good.
Oh,
Now,
yeah, I want that.
this, between you guys and the 86 people watching, or how many watching here,
Uh-huh.
this was my disappointment. I have to listen. I only listened to one record, and I have to listen to it again. And I'll tell you why it was my disappointment. Because this is billed as Shirley Scott, right?
Okay.
And it's great. But the way it's recorded, I got to listen to it again. And I was kind of doing things, so I wasn't really sitting down. But still, I know my stereo. The George Coleman sax was so much above the organ.
Wow.
And the organ, you know, I mean, not that the organ has to be featured, but the mix wasn't right for this live. I think it was a radio thing too.
Yeah.
This is from the Baltimore, August 1972, recorded live. I don't know if it was, maybe it was on the radio. So I need to listen to it again and all through because I was kind of disappointed sound wise.
Yeah.
That, you know, you want that kind of organ when you hear it, Shirley Scott, or like the one with the
Lockjaw.
Eddie Lockjaw, she's grooving there, or like a Jimmy Smith record. The organ, I love jazz organs. Some people don't like it, but I fucking love it. It's like great soulful cocktail stuff, and I just wanted more of that. The package is great and everything. And one thing about this is the company. This isn't Zev's company. I think I want to talk to him about this. He's brought in. This is this company, Reel to Reel, REAL, out of Canada.
They're good, and they are great customer service.
Well, yeah, okay, but here's my disappointment. And I don't usually get picky like you guys, you audiophiles, but for the first time on all these records, these 2 records that are from Reel to Reel are in these cheap ass paper sleeves.
Oh no!
And I don't usually care about that. What's the one he did? The white cover, was it Oz or?
This is from last year.
Let's see, which one is it? Because I don't have that, but the last thing they had was polyline sleeves. Is that polyline sleeve?
No, well, okay, so I'm gonna say why their customer service is so good.
It might be. I'm not.
I got this. The sleeves were the glue from the sleeves got on the vinyl.
Oh, because what's that last? Is it Eddie Lockjaw? What's the white album they did? Jimmy Griffith, maybe?
I don't know, but they sent me replacement records because the glue from the sleeves got on.
Well, so far this is my disappointment, but I got to listen to it all. So
it's because the recording's not good.
Yeah, because the mix it's probably a mono recording, so they can't really fuss with it. And it just sounded like the organ was way back when you're promoting Shirley Scott. You know, she probably headlined that night, but it sounded like George Coleman was so far up.
Yeah.
In the sound. So
nice. That's awesome. You got those, Mazzy.
Yeah.
So
and I don't have to say I like them just because I got them free, you know.
You're on the gravy train, man.
I am.
Next thing you know, he's going to be wearing fancy dungarees.
Louis the Kingsman. I've never owned this record, and it was in my old man's collection, and I'm going to keep this copy because cool. Louis is the greatest rock and roll son ever made.
Yeah, it's great.
I'm sorry, my mail just got dropped off.
Do we lose Chris again?
Yeah.
You know, I did watch Ken McAuliffe's. He showed off those records too because he got them.
Yep.
And I'm a big Sonny Stitt guy, especially that his 70s period. I think that he just achieved a great level there, and I think that concert was in 73. What is the Sonny Stitt concert? It was
Left Bank with Kenny Bear and Sam Jones.
Yeah.
2 LPs, 180 gram.
1973 or 2 or something.
2500 limited edition. 73.
73.
And it has nice sleeves. Again, when you're at this price point and this type of thing, you know, that's right.
You have to.
With better inner sleeves.
That title I'm gonna get.
This might be jazz. I know what this is.
I don't know.
It's another grease the wheel thing.
You know, people have been getting very white powder in their packages.
I heard that. Never mind. I don't want to talk politics.
No. But good job not showing the address. You've really gotten better at this.
Ooh.
What do we got?
Ooh. Oh. Uh-oh.
A CD and a record
Mm.
and a press release.
Oh,
Whoa, very nice.
Elemental. So this is more Zev, right?
Make you big.
that's Zev. That's Zev.
This is Zev. So
Well, I'll tell you this, Mazzy. They dropped one song from that album on Apple Music, and it sounds excellent. So, yeah.
Very cool.
Very nice. Very nice.
supposedly they reached out. No, ECM is supposed to send me some of their new ECM
Yeah.
things.
Well, you don't even need to go to record store day now.
Right. You know what's the weirdest? I got an email.
You can wake up at you
3
can wake
days
up at
ago.
12 p.m.
Any of you you guys? I don't think you guys are, but are any of you into home theater stuff?
I mean, I used to be because of movies
No.
and stuff. Yeah.
Well, apparently there's a company I never heard of called Valencia Theater Seating. And
Okay.
those big old friggin' leather, really custom things when you put a leather like 2, 3, 4, and they have lights and they have drink holders and
Mhm.
they have a whole website. And most of their stuff's overkill, out of scale for my house. It's not low profile. Leather made, they go from $2,000 to $5,000 a spot, right? And some guy reached out to me and said, "We'd like to send you a couple of our chairs in trade for doing a video." I finally, after 3 days, I looked at their site and their stuff is like, yeah, I could get it and stick it in my garage. That place, nobody do a video and then sell it or something. But I just don't want to hassle. It's like, it's that overkill, overstuffed furniture, like
Yeah.
Lazy Boys. But I mean, if you have a home theater, a
Yeah.
real big home theater, it'd be cool.
Yeah.
But so I said, thanks anyway, but I'm not the right kind of, I'm a stereo vinyl guy, not a home theater guy. So I politely said no.
Oh,
Well, you have standards, Mazzy. That's
Well, I mean, I'm the wrong audience. I mean, sure, I could do a video and I got a big fucking chair here, but if it was cool looking, if they sent me a Herman Miller, that'd be different. I'm all in. If Herman Miller's watching the lounge, the famous lounge with the ottoman, $6,500 chair.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll take one of those.
Yeah, I would take one of those too, even a knockoff.
Josh D, take the chair, Mazzy. No,
if you have magic fingers.
I would get
If
two
you
of
have
them.
magic fingers, then you got to consider
And
it.
they go I looked online. They go for like $2,000 to $5,000 a pop.
Dude, what the fuck?
That's it, Jeffrey.
Look at their
I vouch for
Valencia
that.
Theater Seating. Look at their website.
You should have done it and just put it on Facebook Marketplace for $1,000.
Yeah,
Record
No, I-
one of them in your record.
I get
label.
enough. Like I
How
get
many
enough.
videos would you have to have done?
It just says in trade for a video, and it sent me links to 3 other videos that I watched, and
Yeah.
one of them was 2 of them were good. One was a really cheesy ass. Some guy had it. Well, I don't want to get into people.
But I can see why you wouldn't want to do that because it would be kind of weird for your channel.
Yeah, it doesn't fit. I mean, then people would really criticize me for.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
You know.
It would be you and Mike, the 2 furniture salesmen. For mattresses, I guess, for Mike, but whatever.
I could use a new mattress, so I maybe if
Yeah, I don't want to see the video where you're showing off the mattress. No.
This is what I'm thinking. Send them to us. We'll definitely make a video about free chairs. We don't give a shit.
No, it's just wild stuff. Anyway,
It is
I
wild.
thought out of the blue I get these weird things sometimes for trading. Somebody wanted me to test an espresso machine, and they wanted to know what my YouTube rates were, right?
Oh,
And
really?
it was one of these kind of, I had never heard of it, but it was kind of a cool looking modernish. I think it was like an $800, $750 espresso machine. And I just thought, I don't have any rates really. So I said, my minimum rate start at $1,500 to do your product in one of my videos. And I never heard back from them.
Yeah.
So I looked up to see what rates are depending on.
Well, you have an espresso machine.
I know, but if they
Well, I just mean like it's something you're pretty familiar with.
Yeah, and I could put one down in the studio downstairs in my office. I mean, it's weird sometimes. Maybe a hat company I would do a trade out with.
I'll do a hat company.
You got a free lamp from a dude last year?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I got that. The
Yeah.
guy from Canada, Jim.
It was sitting out near a dumpster. You just
I got that, and Paraka P and Poetry got one. It's the white.
That's cool.
White.
Oh, yeah. That's neat.
He made them for like what sewing machines or something or whatever.
This is a good idea that Elliot has, though. It's a good, fair point.
Who's the old whipping boy?
You, obviously.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know about when people say selling out. I know Elliot's kind of kidding, but I show shit anyway when I don't sell out. I mean, all this, the stuff we promote and we don't get anything. We don't do it for that reason, and I don't do it for that reason. If I don't like something, if I really don't like something, I'm not going to show it.
I caught your Bob Dylan. I'm not too familiar with it, but I was just listening to it while I was driving. That was a pretty good review. It was the remaster of the live,
the 10 LP box. Yeah. I bought that. I didn't get it free. But I'm all in on Dylan. So
you were saying that you have all of them. So
I love that. That's the one that when it came out, mine.
Felipe, what's happening over there?
Is Art Blakey at your house? It was like on a Saturday, the weekend that came out. I didn't get mine for like 10 days later. On that Saturday, Joe Harley was texting me for an hour and a half. How great this Dylan. Matt, did you get your Dylan yet? It's so great. He loves Dylan.
Yeah.
And it was so great having Joe Harley text me like so excited about because he knows I like
you
Dylan.
interviewed him. He recommended some of the new Dylan stuff, and he was like, "Don't dismiss it. It's really good."
And Time Out of Mind by itself is one of his best.
Wait, I don't mean to interrupt, but Felipe, is it Brazilian New Year or something? What's going on?
He's I think his mom is tenderizing a chicken.
No, that's his assistant preparing the teeth to be pulled. That's the noise it makes.
That's how you put the victim out, right?
Yeah,
I hope the sound on this is good.
Me too.
No, the song they dropped one song from it on Apple Music. It sounds outstanding. So
wow, it's okay. The LP1 is Bill Evans and Trio, 65 Denmark. LP2 is 65 to 69 solo and orchestra in Denmark. 3 is Bill Evans Trio in Denmark, 66 and 69. Wow.
Is it 3 sides? You said?
It's 3 LPs.
Oh, 3 LPs. Nice.
The far side is him scoring some smack.
And mine's worth a shitload because it's a limited edition of 7,500, and mine is not numbered. So I can write number 1 in there.
That seems like a lot. That seems like a lot because what was the last?
Oh, it's 75.50, maybe 50 promo ones. Who knows?
No, but
they were doing
a
like
lot because last year's worth that many, right?
No,
I don't.
No,
I didn't buy the last year. I don't buy every single one. There was one I kept reading. The sound wasn't very good on.
It's Ronnie Scott's. It sounded. It was Jack Neon's recorder that was in the men's room, third stall.
Yeah. All the rest of them sound pretty good. I don't have all. I think I'm missing a couple, but I buy all of them I can. I think they're cool.
Mazzy, question for you from Kevin. Did you see his DM about the a cappella Beatles tribute album?
No. If you DM me through Facebook, I never go to Facebook. So, but is it Instagram DM? Maybe
I DM'd Mazzy about the Beatles a cappella group, and he didn't respond.
Where did you DM me?
I'm joking. Kevin, where'd you DM him? Probably on Instagram.
Yeah, it's not Instagram. I don't think.
Matthew says, as much as I love Bill Evans, there isn't enough variance in his work for me to get everything.
I agree. I understand that, but I like it.
But let's step back for a second. Is there enough variance in all the Pearl Jam albums they put out at the live concerts?
You could say that about any group,
Grateful
like
Dead?
the Grateful Dead or something.
Yeah.
That's true.
Bill Evans is our Grateful Dead. Come on, people, agree with me.
Kevin, let me look. Kevin, I don't have a.
What's your? His Instagram handle might be something different.
I don't have an. I don't think. What's your Instagram?
You just set your date on your own time, man. Come on.
You sure you didn't message someone else?
I have. How long ago? If it was the last day, I don't have it, or 2.
6 weeks ago.
I'm sorry, I don't have it.
Why are you talking shit about Pearl Jam? Anyway, what's your point there, Rob?
That they authorized you can get their live concerts legitimately, right?
Yeah.
And is there a difference between each show?
Yeah.
You know what it is? I think if you like and know an artist, you'll hear differences. You know,
Oh,
like
yeah.
the Grateful Dead have so many.
Remember that one? The difference is "Hello Cleveland."
Even
Hello.
No, that's not true at all. No.
even Sinatra has a huge variance through his career.
Didn't you guys talked a while ago? Was it on the Jazz Bums about the Plug Nichols sessions?
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
You know how different they were because they kind of like teamed up on Miles that we're going to fuck around this.
Oh
night.
yeah, Felipe I think gave us that.
Yeah, that's a great story. I love that story.
Yeah.
Harry, that's not true. That's absolutely not true. Sorry.
No, not true. I mean, if you listen to all the albums, and then you can have an opinion.
I'm not bashing. Listen, I am not bashing Pearl Jam. I'm just saying that when they go out on a tour, maybe they play other songs, but I'm talking about.
Oh,
it sounds the same, right?
Oh no! Listen, every single Pearl Jam show is completely unique. I mean, they'll play a song because they'll play.
Every set list is different.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't.
Every night. That's why people
Yeah,
travel.
don't mess with Pearl Jam. Yeah.
I'm gonna answer Roberto.
I'm just trying to.
Available as a bootleg.
Yes.
That's it, and it's from the soundboard.
It is from the soundboard every single show.
Now,
So there you go,
first
Rob.
shows, yes, you're going to get all of 10.
Yeah, that's true.
As they progressed, you're going to get a fuck ton of shows.
Yeah.
And in the early days, yeah, you're only going to get 10 in version.
Jeremy, her.
I'm not knocking them. All I'm saying is I'm trying to make a.
They're my hometown team band.
They're putting out all these
Not my
live
hometown,
recordings of Bill. They're putting out all these live recordings of Bill Evans.
Yes.
If you're a fan, you're a fan, right?
If you're a fan, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I do think his stuff does change a little. Didn't Kraft put out one with like a psychedelic cover? I forgot the name of it. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Essentially, when it's not his trio, when he's playing with other musicians, then then you're going to get something different.
Pearl Jam is so huge in this town, and I'm not a fan, but I'm not a big fan. I think I have 2 or 3 of their records. They don't just do it for.
Wait, am I going to get a video from Nachos and Jazz about Pearl Jam?
Yes.
Rob, what was the Bill Evans that Kraft put out recently with like the colorful cover?
Oh, I have.
You know what I'm talking about?
I have it.
You mean his last? But the
He might as well be Spring, right?
No, not that.
They put out that best of CD.
No, hold on, I'll find it.
Hey, Jeffrey, 2 or 3 of the guys actually live in West Seattle near Pearl Jam, and they're there all the time.
I did not mean for us to change the subject to Pearl Jam. Stop.
But that's how conversations go. They weave around. And Roberto said, about dressing up. People dress like shit in Seattle, and I like people wearing sports coat. In the 80s, a lot of guys in New York and even in San Francisco would wear cool sport coats, those kind of 50s tweedy kind of coats and stuff. And yeah, that was New York when Brooks and I and David were there, and we did have those kind of tweedy coats on.
I am not a fan of Pearl Jam though.
Because they dress like shit too. Like all those, it's all about plaid and Pendleton.
Do you know, like when Adam Sandler did his imitation of Eddie Vedder, it ruined Pearl Jam for me.
Yeah, but isn't he getting a Kennedy Center like comedy or something?
Yes, and he deserves it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Do you remember when Bill Evans? Pearl Jam. I'm sorry for doing this, people.
Well, you pissed off my wife so bad she left the room now. So
what did I do to Pearl Jam?
You just can't say shit, dude. Like that's just it. You can't say shit about Pearl Jam around my wife. That's her favorite band. It is. If you get a chance, seriously.
Don't do it.
They do. Every song does sound the same. You gotta admit that.
No, that's not true.
Symbiosis.
That's great. Yeah, I get that.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Now is that different than his Earl? I mean, I'm sure it is.
Yeah, way different.
Right? So like I think there are pieces in his catalog.
That's not Kraft. That's MPM.
No,
Yes.
no, I think Kraft released it.
But that is different. It's half as he's doing it with orchestra.
Yeah.
Okay. Eddie Gomez.
That sounds like one of the Pearl Jam albums. I forget which one.
This is cool.
Vitology.
Let me see the cover. Wait, the cover? Oh yeah. I don't have that.
I'll fight anyone about my hatred of
Don
Pearl
Butterfield plays tuba on it.
Who does?
Don Butterfield.
Don Butterfield.
Yeah, but that is the connection to Pearl Jam.
Phil
Tom
Woods.
Butterfield played with Pearl Jam.
Phil Woods is on it.
Yes, of course.
There's a lot of people on it.
I feel bad now that Chris's wife is angry at me about Pearl Jam.
No, I'm just kidding. She's fine.
How did your wife, Mike, feel about?
How do you feel about Pearl Jam?
Oh, okay, Kevin. I just got it. You
Okay.
followed my. This is my business, my photo business one. My music Instagram is Mazzy's Music, Mazzy. This is fine. I got it.
Yeah, she's gonna be doing hate videos about Rob.
Hey, I just got a text. I got a text from an unknown person. I'm not joking.
Yeah.
Pearl Sham sucks. Eddie Vedder is pretentious.
Okay.
Kevin, is that the Persuasions? If it's the Persuasions one, I think I know about it. I can't click the link now, but I'll do it later. Thanks.
Chris, can you change the name of the stream to Felipe Hates Pearl Jam?
No, because Felipe loves Pearl
No,
Jam.
I don't. Okay.
Pearl Jam ever had a saxophone in their band?
No.
I love Eddie Vedder's him on the soundtrack of Dead Men Walking. I love that.
Yeah. And actually, that song was not used in the movie, right?
Well, there's
Hey,
a soundtrack and a score, so there's two different things.
Hey, Chris.
No,
Can you
but the Pearl Jam song was not
can you
used.
ban the Flabby Dobbs, the Chris dude, in the
Oh,
chat?
yes, for sure.
See you later, liar. You know.
Good night.
Yeah, as the inconsiderate loser here. See you later, fella.
I mean, so far, yeah, we're just talking Pearl Jam and Billings. What other records did you sell? My computer died for like 5 minutes. What was the other stuff you got for a record store day? Was it the stuff from Zev? I mean, what else?
Bill Evans just came as we were talking.
Okay.
Sonny Stitt.
Nice.
Shirley Scott. I got to listen to this again because I think the organ's not up front enough. But I got to give it another chance.
Okay.
Walter Bishop.
Nice.
No relation to Joey Bishop.
Now let's go. After you're done showing that, I have a question for you.
This is a second pressing. They changed the cover image.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And Chet Baker, and then separate Watt Stax 10.
Oh, damn, that's sweet score.
Yeah.
Hey, Mazzy, maybe you can answer the Eric Dolphy cover change. Do you think they had a license on the old picture?
No, here's look at
Perhaps.
My deal is my point of view. When people say, "Oh, how can they do another pressing? It's limited." I come from the art world, like with photographs, and if you can do it in photography, for instance, you can do a Richard Avedon edition. Let's say this is a print, so it's not a original silver gelatin or silver platinum print, but you could do edition of 300 24 by 24 prints, 1990 edition, and that's an edition. Then you can do a 16 by 20 edition. Then you can do a 2024 edition. Then there can, 20 years later, you can have the 2020 editions. I know when people say a limited edition, it is a limited edition signed in that time. Yeah. So when this came out, I have the last one with a different cover. I think they did it because, the obvious reason they want more guys to buy it again because you're going to get a different cover.
Right.
I don't think it'll happen that much because people kind of know it. And it does say it's a repress.
Yeah.
This is a
they
limited edition.
That would be a good question for Zev, like just to ask, what was the decision making behind that?
I guess it's sold out fast. Limited edition, second pressing of 4,000.
Well, they did it last year with Jocko, Black Friday. They got the Jocko out.
But I think just for a change, I like that they changed the cover. I think because it makes the edition different. But musically, I would never buy another copy of this. And when they asked me if I wanted the Dolphy, I said, yeah. And I didn't realize it was the same thing.
Right.
But
I believe they redid it because of the demand. That is one title that I saw that.
how many times have we seen Record Store Day exclusive and then 4 years later it comes out as a record,
Well, yeah.
I'm not so pissy about that. And when people, I spent all this money and it's being
You know,
repressed.
the record store days are still worth more. I mean, I've sold plenty of record store records.
You know,
that
I
got
don't really
repressed
care.
for-
I just
Well,
want
what is the deal with that? Like the Stones put out the colored box, the Fisher Price version, as the
right.
Reddit say. But like, why wouldn't they just repress it? Like, why was it such a big deal? Because they said that it was
I mean,
limited. So-
I think what people actually, I like that they changed something. If they're going to do a limited edition 6 years ago, whenever that was, 2016 maybe, you're going to do another edition. Make it a different edition. Do something different. Color is obviously the thing you do differently. If they ever do the Beatles mono box again, would they do color? I don't know. They do something different. Make them all white. I don't know.
Yeah, but the demand if there's a demand there enough for people who do not
Well,
have
there's a
it.
band for the Beatles, obviously.
Well, I think that Eric Dolphy, I think the demand is there for that.
Yeah, no, I think it's a wild album too.
I am curious if you can give a listen to that Walter Bishop Jr. one, because that was like on top of my list. So I'd really be curious to hear your thoughts on that.
I will. I'll listen closer. When I get a little sick, I had a head cold. So the last 3 days, I've been listening to music as much because I hate that kind of muted sound. And I think I listened to the Shirley Scott before I got my cold. So I got to make sure,
Yeah, well, that was like the Coltrane live in Seattle that came out, where you had Elvin Jones like really dominating the right channel, and that balance, when it's out of balance like that, it really can be distracting.
I didn't mind that as much. I remember people bitching because it reminded me of when you see a show on stage, and depending where you're sitting, if you're close to one side, that didn't bother me.
It was the Pharaoh Sanders.
Is it okay? Whatever. Yeah, but when you want organ, you want to hear organ, and it just, and I love. I mean, especially I think I just had listened to the Lockjaw and Shirley, and it's just so great. That's like one of the best sets of the year so far.
I know.
Mazzy, I have a good question for you when you do talk to Zev, because I feel like what we don't get from Record Store Day is drops of audio from these records. I feel like we're going based on reputation and fanship and all this stuff. And I know they do some of the projects he's involved with, they put out little bio videos with little droplets of the music. Like they did drop a Bill Evans song on streaming, so you can listen to that.
If you guys seriously pull together some questions and send them to me together, if you feel like it, I'll ask them. I don't care. I'm not one of these gotcha guys, but I will ask him real questions like that. I mean, he's a guest. It's not a Barbara Walters or 60 Minutes.
I enjoy. He's on Ken McAuliffe's Facebook group, Jazz Vinyl Lovers.
Yeah,
and he posts some pretty interesting records. I really enjoy seeing what he's listening to.
Yeah,
he does, but I don't get the thing that he really interacts with people. He might like comments.
No, but he'll post.
I think he's just so swamped and busy.
He replies to almost every comment if you comment on one of his posts on the Facebook group.
I mean, he's like the sweetest guy. I think he lives in Maryland or Maine.
No, he's from DC. He's from around where I'm from.
Yeah, but he's in Maine now or something.
No, he's in Maryland. He moved back to DC.
Oh, Maryland. Okay.
He moved back to DC to care for his parents.
Right. I knew that. Nice Jewish boy. Yeah.
All right. Chris, did you pick up anything this week you want to show?
Yeah, I wanted to say something about what Josh D said though first. So he said he's getting tired of RSD, ends up impulse buying stupid stuff. Sometimes you can sell that shit for $20-$30 more a year later.
Well,
no, it's not.
But the whole basis of this Friday Night Jazz Bomb stream is people end up impulse buying records that we talk about.
That's right.
It happens. It doesn't even happen on Record Store Day, but I agree with you. I've done that impulse buys, and I've gotten better. I've cut back, and I think there's only maybe 3 or 4 things I want.
No, I'm buying.
And none of them are jazz now because I got them. But for me, my number one is the Nuggets box because Lenny Kaye is reconfiguring. I like garage rock. And I love that stuff.
That's something to think about getting. But why? Did it ever come out as a box like that?
No. Okay, there was the original came out on Electro Records as a 2 LP. Then Sire Records reissued it 5-6 years later, different cover, 2 LP. Then years later, there was a box set of it, expanded CD box. Now that was where they did expanded one, and then I thought that's what they're putting out for Records Today, that the big expanded box from CD era on vinyl. And I haven't confirmed this. Someone else told me Lenny K went back and basically kind of started over, has the meat of the original with other garage. I mean, there's like the basic classic stuff. You're pushing too hard by the Seeds. I had too much to dream last night. Electric Prunes. I mean, there's so much great stuff from that period if you're into garage rock. So he's doing a 5 LP set of the best of that. So I think he's kind of reinventing it, and that's
So there, I know that in Rhino reissued it a bunch of times as the 2 LP version, right?
Say that again.
Rhino reissued even like 2 years ago on
the 2 LP version.
Year off right or something.
Yeah, I mean for most people that's enough, but if you're that's my generation. I love
that box is like 150 or something.
I don't know. I didn't know.
Mark,
you're right. If we represent jazz, don't buy it.
I wasn't around for Chris, Rob, Felipe, and Mike Notes and Tones did a Record Store Day video, and the only one I really want is that Walter Bishop Jr. one. So Mazzy, let me know if I should get that.
Okay.
That really is the one.
Well, we should do another video about it just to milk it, because why not? So we can
the second one would be that Eric Dolphy, because I don't have the first press.
Here's what we'll do.
The other ones,
if not next week, in a couple weeks, once I kind of digest and go through this, I'll come up and give you my honest on all these.
All right.
Just clear that Eric Dolphy is his 2 records, Iron Man and Conversations, and it's all the alternate takes. That's what that box is.
It's great. It's out there shit. It's out. Yeah.
Interesting.
And it's not a bad thing. It's just out there. Yeah.
I just purchased a Walter Bishop Jr. He put I think at least 3 records out on Muse, and I did all of them.
I have one, the Hot House.
If anybody's watching from Seattle, this Sunday is the Seattle Record Show at the Armory Seattle Center, and I'm doing a table. I think Harry and Coffee Dave are going to help me, and Mark Vinyl Crush from Portland's going to be next to me at our table. I've never done a record show in my life.
Sounds fun.
I'm doing the old guys table. I've been pricing, and it's a lot of work. I admire the people that do it. I mean, once they get it all priced, they take it around show from show, but when you're getting a collection and just doing it for the first time, you're getting 7 bins of records, 500-600 records or something. It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
No, for sure.
So, plus I've been,
I have been going through that collection. I cleaning records and listening, and I clean this and listen to it. This has got to be one of the best recorded live jazz concerts I have.
Nice.
This thing is crazy good. And then I look at the credits, and I don't see many of Bernie Grumman was the recording engineer.
Oh, nice.
Or Keep News produced it.
Yeah. Well, it's Milestone.
Yeah.
But does anyone have stuff that Bernie Grumman was the recording engineer?
I picked up. I think he was the mastering engineer of Willie Nelson's Stardust. Honestly.
No, you mean he's always the mastering engineer. I'm talking the recording engineer.
Oh, I think he might be the recording engineer. I
think Roy Halley who did that? I forgot who did that. You'll tell us.
And then I listened to this, and this is outstanding.
Was it the Space
Rock? Facebook.
Yeah. And then I haven't listened to this yet, but I read the story about this record, and it's really interesting. This came out posthumously in 1977. He died in 1970 of kidney disease. But this was recorded at a concert in Berlin in 1965. They were only allowed 10 minutes of playing time at this festival. And he was very upset. And I think a friend died at the same time.
While they were playing?
No. Well, shortly before in New York. But he went on as an act of defiance to do a 17-minute sax solo. And people say it's like brilliant. Again, I have not listened to it yet. This came out on Inner City.
He needs a new booker if he's going to.
Knows what I'm talking about.
He needs a new booker if they're only going to book him for 10 minutes.
Don't mess with Booker. You know, Booker was the Eddie Vedder of his time.
That's fair.
Yeah, Bernie was just the mastering engineer on that. The regular engineer, the recording engineer was Bradley Hartman.
Does anybody have this record? Charles
No,
Lloyd, Nirvana.
But it is a popular album of his, right?
It's a comp. So, but this is a really nice copy. It's a 360 copy reissue. I got it for like $10, I think.
Well, I saw him in concert last Saturday night.
I know, that's freaking awesome. So anyway, yeah, one side is just a bunch of stuff that he recorded with his quintet, and then on the side 2 is him with Chico Hamilton's.
But Booker was from Texas, Harry.
Booker Urban?
Yeah.
So was Ornette Coleman, man. He's from Fort Worth. Yes, this is a good one. I like it. I like all the Charles Lloyd stuff that I have on Columbia.
Oh, but you're talking
Atlantic, actually.
I think Arnett Cobb was from Texas too.
Hey, Harry, get here by 6:45.
Yeah.
Sunday, if you're coming with me, or meet me there, maybe. I don't know if I'm going to need you. I don't know. Or text me tomorrow. Sorry, Dick.
Yeah, Arnett Cobb was a Texan.
What happened to Felipe?
Felipe, I don't know, he disappeared. We can get him back if he shows back up. I got this record, which is freaking cool. The cover is amazing.
What is that?
Oh, I think that guy sold me a car once.
That cover is amazing.
Isn't that great? Starfingers, man. It's Sal Salvador sextet. It's on Beehive. It's got him, and then Nick Brignola plays baritone sax on it. And he's
beautiful hair.
Sam Jones is on it. Mel Lewis is on it. It's a great record, man.
That's cool.
He plays guitar, obviously, and he's a hell of a guitar player. I actually looked it up. He was playing like back in the 40s, like just with all kinds of people all the way up until like the 70s, and he taught.
That was the first record where they started cloning the artist, right?
Yeah. I mean, they did with that Monk record, right? What Crisscross has Monk copy.
But it was a mirror trick. You mean Brilliant Corners?
Brilliant Corners.
They didn't actually.
Yes, Brilliant Corners.
Yeah, they didn't actually have a guy overexpose film 5 times.
Well, whatever, man. It's still good. And this is a $5 record, so you should buy it.
It looks like what? It looks like a $5 record.
Well, you don't have it, so you don't know anything about it.
Sure. This was the proto.
Yes, those are mirrors.
Yeah. It's kind of funny if you play on a record, maybe there's going to be people on the cover. You're like, man, maybe I can be on the cover. And then Monk's like, no, it's just going to be 5 times.
It's amazing to me that the term you judge a book by its cover never really made it to people who designed album covers in the 70s and 80s.
Well, I have.
The album covers on jazz records from back in the day are just so badass. There's so many different cool covers.
I have some cool album covers to show.
All
right.
So I went to
They better be.
mentioned I went to Philadelphia yesterday, and on my way home, I stopped at Princeton at the Princeton Record Exchange, which is a great record shop in Princeton.
Do they have like 2 or 3 of them or something? Or is it just one?
I think Princeton Record Exchange is just a. Well, actually, you know what?
Oh, I'm thinking of Bull Moose. Never mind.
I got a bag from there, so let's see if. I think it's only that address on there.
I was thinking of Bull Moose has like 3 or 4.
But I mean, I was sending pictures around. Their jazz bins are like they probably have. I mean, they probably have like maybe 2,000 jazz records to flip through. It's really, really.
You got to figure the people that live in Princeton are probably jazz snobs.
Yeah, for sure. So I got a bunch of stuff. I'm going to show 3 OJCs I picked up.
And when they don't get tenure, they just turn in all their records to sell.
And here's one that we mentioned on Rob's live stream about the contemporary reissue series. And I mentioned that this should be one. And this is Benny Golson, the New York Scene.
OJC.
And it's contemporary. So it's a West Coast label. They got a New York guy called the New York Scene. And I'm pretty sure this is an entire New York session. So it's Benny Golson, Art Farmer, Wynton Kelly, Paul Chambers, Charlie Persip, And then there's another quintet with I call him Gigi Grice, but is he Gigi? Is that his name?
I think it's Gigi, but
I've
No
heard
one
people,
said. Only Eddie Vedder says Gigi.
Yeah.
It's Gigi.
I've heard people call him Gigi. So
what's
anyway,
either Gigi or Ava?
so the quintet is Gigi Grice,
Or Jaja.
Darling.
Shahib Shahab on baritone, James Cleveland trombone, and Julius Watkins French horn. So, it's great, and they do all Benny Golson songs except for one standard, and except for two standards. So, anyway, I mean, I would have loved to see this reissued by Chad. This would have been a killer one.
Yeah, that would have made sense.
Yes.
And I feel like Chad would like.
This is a good segue into hating on the contemporary series.
So I got this one.
Yeah.
I haven't listened to it yet. I mean, I've streamed it before, but I haven't listened to it. So that's one with a cool cover.
Yeah.
This one, let me know what you guys think about this cover. This is a Prestige early 7100 series. This is Paul Quinichette. I guess that's how you pronounce his name.
I had an OJC that I sold.
That's
on
how
the
Eddie
on the
Vedder.
sunny side. And
Hey,
this is
I
totally
have
a jam session.
I have a question before you go into this record. Is that your brain on drugs or not on
Yes.
drugs?
Yeah. So
Very funny.
it's on the Prestige
Very funny.
label, and it's a total jam session. It's you have Paul Quinichette on tenor sax, Curtis Fuller trombone, John Jenkins and Sonny Red Kiner on alto saxes, Mal Waldron, Doug Watkins, Ed Thigpen, again, who was also on that Benny Golson record. And they only do 4 songs: Blue Dots on the Sunny Side, Circles, and Cool Calypso. And that Cool Calypso one, if you can see, I don't know if it's going to come through, but like it
Is it
takes.
Kinnishette or Kinnashe?
I don't know. I'm not totally sure.
Isn't a Kinnashette a hard T if it's New Orleans? I can't remember.
That Calypso one is that much of the side, so it's a total jam session record.
Mazzy, I have to drink a cup of coffee and then I can shit.
Okay,
Oh,
and
God.
Dude, that's why you go to the cafe where they have the beignets and the coffee with the
they got a
chicken.
picture of the man there.
When was that recorded?
This was. It's not saying this. This is so since it's 7103, probably
Late 50s?
yeah, probably like 58. I'm gonna say, but I'll have to double check. It doesn't say. And this is a Reed Miles cover. It's Reed Miles, and the photo is Ed Edwards.
You know, Reed Miles became a big photographer in the 70s. Like he did a lot of like Chicago, the band Chicago, all the white backgrounds, did real big, like bright advertising stuff. Not anything in relation to the stuff he designed for Blue Note.
So that's 10JC Contemporary, 10JC Prestige, and then 10JC Riverside. This is new. Kenny Drew, Riverside, and this has, I think, let's see, it has a quintet and a quartet. So this is Kenny Drew with Donald Byrd, Hank Mobley, Wilbur Ware, JT Hogan drums, and then the other one is everyone except for Mobley. So, yeah. So that's this one. I've always wanted this, so I haven't listened to these yet, so I don't know how good they sound, but I'll check them out. They actually, I might actually auction these. I was actually looking for stuff for the next auction. I don't know what I'm going to do with them, but
You can sell them to Mike.
I'll enjoy them for a little bit, but definitely want to have some stuff for the auction too. All right, so wanted to share those. We can.
Hey, Elliot, I have the games on in the background. And by the way, Princeton's about to play.
By the way, I got to show you something cool.
Okay.
So, a friend of the show named David Barnett that comments on a lot of our videos sent me this. I don't know if you're gonna be able to see it or not.
Tilt it down. Tilt
Back
it
up a
down.
little bit.
Is that a Chuck E. Cheese ticket?
No, it's you can't see it. It's Oscar Peterson dollar coin from Canada.
I thought that was a token
Oh,
for Lusty
very
Lady Theater.
Yeah.
It's on the money.
Well, when
That's
was
awesome.
that issued? When
Yeah,
was that
that's cool.
issued?
It's current, I think. I mean, I don't know. I can't read it.
Oh.
That's cool.
It's really cool though. He sent that to me. He was talking about it for a while, and I really appreciate it. It's neat.
That is neat. I wish we would put real people on money.
Yes, that would be cool. I would enjoy that too. I got some other new records. Let me see. Oh, so Rob, check this out.
Yes.
So I got this promo copy of Nefertiti, right?
Yes.
And
Is it a white label?
yeah, no, it's not a white label. It's just
It's what's this? Late 60s.
yeah. So anyway, I think I'm thinking about selling this because I already bought the
Yeah, I need to buy that. I need to.
so, and anyway, so it sounded like kind of crappy when I first bought it, but I put it through my Hummingbird and it sounded a lot better. So I don't know.
I have a question for people.
Okay.
Because I didn't pick up around midnight the MoFi. Does anyone own the Speaker's Corner? And does that sound good?
I don't have any of those.
Around midnight?
I heard they sound good. I've
Yeah.
never heard any of the Speaker's Corner, Miles.
I think I actually have that one, Rob.
Do you recall that it sounds good or not good? Because it's back in
I'll listen to it, and I'll listen to like a MoFi as a comparison, and I'll let you know.
Oh, you have both?
No, I'm saying I will listen to a different like MoFi just to compare it, sound quality or whatever.
Oh.
It's hard to search for around midnight when you have a bunch of jazz records. It just brings them all up. Jesus.
Right.
So I have no idea. But I think that's the one I have. I like the Speaker's Corner stuff. It seems like they stopped putting stuff out.
No, well,
And maybe not repressing shit, but I haven't seen
they are. I mean, no.
I think they're just not imported a lot.
Just announced a huge drop. They have.
Okay.
It's good, Sean. It's good, or does anyone can make the comparison between the?
Okay, I remember now. I do have that. I think it sounded good. I haven't listened to it in a year, so I'll listen to it. And
I have the 2011 mono version. That
was
was
great.
Yeah, that sounds good. Do we run out of things to talk about?
Yeah.
I think so. We're different. That's true. We can talk about MoFi. Remember when they fucked everybody over and everybody got butthurt? And then Mazzy and Michael 45 broke up over it?
No, well,
Kann gib mir deine Hand.
That was an inflection for me.
I'm sorry, 2013. That's what I have.
Yeah, that's cool. Those are good. I bought this record too. It's a contemporary. They could repress this, but they shouldn't because it's a $6 record, like mint anyway.
I think
Art Farmer.
Yeah, that's when he got his GED, right?
Now,
PhD, bro. His
give him
PhD.
an honorary- now, the thing I noticed here is they look like they're at like a university, like their backdrop.
That looks like those companies that do school photos.
Dude, check out Rupert. Check out Rupert. This is Kenny Burrell. I thought it was
Yeah.
Sierra Walton.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's a terrible cover.
Rufus Reed. Check out him, man. He's fucking.
I told you the designs of record covers in the 80s were
How come no one's wearing
horrible.
is anyone wearing a tweed coat with patches on the
Does
elbow?
it say where they are on the back there? Does it give a location?
That's the College of Jazz.
Well, I was wondering
Yeah.
if
It's recorded at home base recording in New York.
no, but where's the photo taken?
I don't know, dude. I didn't read all that shit to figure it out.
I was wondering if they gave him an honorary doctorate because I don't know, like maybe that was the.
It was recorded in 1989, but anyway, it's really good. I mean, it's got Clifford Jordan on it, Kenny Burrell, Rufus Reed on bass, who's really a badass. I didn't really know who he was, but I thought it was like Ron Carter or someone. He was really good. So yeah,
So
I mean,
is that like just a straight ahead kind of throwback.
yeah, totally. Notes and Tones said that this one and the one that came out, I think before, they're really good, and you should buy them. So there.
Okay. So by Loki's request, I show some hot stuff.
Some hot
Okay.
stuff. Let's see it.
Yeah,
Hot
big.
stuff. There's a review in the making.
You need some room treatment.
Oh no!
Oh shit!
I'm getting an
There's
echo.
there's a review in the
You didn't
making.
listen to it yet?
No,
Oh shit! Well, so there's no review if you haven't listened to it. Come on, man.
no, in the making. That's what I said. In the
Okay.
I want to see 2 out of 3 jazz bums recommend or don't recommend the.
So starting, I got this one from Brandon today. It's a Billy Taylor trio, 1956 on ABC.
That's a cool cover.
It's a Creed Taylor record, really good.
No, I don't own any Billy Taylor. Is there one that you
Is it-
should get?
Billy Taylor trio with Candido on Prestige. It's killer.
Damn, nice recommendation.
Yeah. What else we have here this week? A couple of OGs. This ones they just came from Rob. Heads up. So Liberty Pressing, Blue Mitchell. It looks minty. I just cleaned it again. Looks really nice, Rob. Thank you so much.
Oh,
I'm
you
gonna
got
play
that.
later.
Now, Felipe,
Yes.
who's playing with him on that?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull that out right now.
I didn't care for that record, by the way.
So it's really good. Blue Mitchell, Burt Collins, Julian Priester, Junior Cook, Pepper Adams, McCoy Tyner, Al Foster, Gene Taylor.
Rob is famous for hating on Blue Mitchell.
I don't care for Blue Mitchell.
And here's the thing, though.
I hold him in the same esteem as I do Eddie Vedder.
It's in bad taste to shit on a record after you sell it to someone.
Okay.
I'm not shitting on it. I said I didn't care for it.
I know,
I
I'm just
didn't
kidding.
say it's the worst record ever made.
You didn't say it was a Kirsten Nickens record or anything.
So I just got a 2i also. It's not a highly regarded record by his author, right?
Yeah.
It's like leftovers. He was pushed by the label to go on the Bolsa, you know.
I like his
kind
Gil
of
Evans stuff.
Make a
Yeah,
profit.
it's not a horrible record. It's not as good as the other ones, but it's
No,
it's good.
there's a lesser recording. That's the 2i.
I love his Gil Evans stuff, actually. I like Sketches of Spain is fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
It's beautiful. Yeah.
I don't listen to Porgy and Bess that much, but
Porgy and Bess is better.
Hey,
tell
Lastman,
me.
I
I
have
think
that.
so.
I have that record, Lastman. Okay, calm down.
Okay, let's see something else here. Something interesting. Oh yeah, I got 2 Sonny Rollins on Milestone. The Horn Culture, it's a test pressing.
Nice.
This is really, really good.
wait, who's on that with him?
It's the jazz.
Very
You
sounding.
have to answer all the questions when you're on the big screen.
You got to break it
Oh,
down.
sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. So it's Sonny Rollins, Walter Davis Jr., Masuo, guitar, Bob Crenshaw, bass, David Lee, drums, and Mtume, percussion.
It looks dope. I love that
It
cover.
sounds amazing. It's really well recorded. I mean, there's Milestones, the Joe Henderson, the Sonny Rollins, they're really good. And then the other I got was the Cutting Edge. That's a live in Montreux.
Nice.
So, Mike, you found a friend in Josh D. He also thinks that the
I'm not saying anything anymore. I said what I had to say. I'm not saying another word.
Okay, so this one is a live record with Sonny Rollins, Stanley Cowell, Masuo guitar, Bob Crenshaw bass, David Lee drums, Mtume, and Rufus Harley bagpipes. There's bagpipes here.
Yeah, he's the big bagpipe guy.
It's certainly not the worst release of the year. That's right.
Hey, listen, Josh B, how do you feel about channels that have recipes and they talk about
I'll
jazz?
tell you what could be the best release is that freaking Lockjaw. That Lockjaw.
That could be the best. It might be my
That thing
favorite
is
of the year.
fantastic.
Dude, we're only 3 months into the year. Calm down.
That wins out Q1.
I think the Eddie Lockjaw, Shirley Scott, and the Dylan are the 2 best box sets of the year so far.
So far, yeah.
Yeah.
Another one, Julian Mann's Trio, the Village Vanguard.
Oh yeah, that's on what, Jazzland?
That's a Jazzland. That's the second press. The first press is of the Orange label.
I have some.
Those are
junior
that Burgundy's Orpheum. Does it say Orpheum at the bottom?
Yeah, and that stuff is heavy.
Those are really good sounding.
Yeah. Where's it? Junior Mann's piano, Larry Gale's bass, and Ben Riley drums. It's in shrink wrap.
Nice.
I got this locally here from a guy that I met last weekend. He worked for the label, and most of his records come from musicians' collections. The Sonny Rollins, they came as well.
Have you listened to that, Felipe?
Yes, it's super.
What is
nice
the style of? Because I don't really have any Junior Mans.
He plays kind of like fast and a faster pace. It's not like so laid back. It's like a Bill Evans or something. He's more like the.
Okay. Yeah, I have a Riverside.
More bluesy. I like it.
Sorry, Felipe.
No worries. I mean, it's more a bluesy, fast. I like the rhythm here. It's super nice.
Okay, you got more?
Oh yeah.
All right.
I wish Chris was here because this record is gonna perhaps I'm gonna make some profit because people are gonna lose teeth about this record.
Yes, I need that record, dude.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
So Chris and Rob are missing it. So I want to see Chris and Rob.
I had a
fight for the
chance to
record.
buy both, cop both, and I just didn't do it.
Here's why, though. Look, yeah.
Yeah.
Impact should reissue it. So.
Look, it's long lost twin is right here, man.
No, it isn't.
yeah.
That's a Japanese pressing.
Doesn't matter. They're
Another
step
one.
brothers. Damn you. They're step
listen.
brothers.
Yeah, so there's a muse, and funny thing about the cover, Chris, Cliff Jordan took the nymph's picture. The girls in the lake. It was Cliff Jordan's picture.
Oh, that's cool.
It says here on the side.
That's awesome.
So it's also OG in Shrink, Cedar Walton, Clifford Jordan, Sam Jones, and Louis Hayes.
Nice. In the shrink, Rob.
Live at the Boomers.
Yeah, but it's not Japanese, so you can't mix two different.
You absolutely. Why not? Of course you can.
Live at the
You
Boomers.
can't. You can't do it.
Okay, so Jay, let's keep on the mid-level. Then we're going to elevate things, okay?
All right.
Baggy,
Okay.
you can come up if you want.
A sophisticated record. That's a Lou Donaldson's Sophisticated Lou.
That was a weird cover.
It's on it's a UA pressing. It's not a Libre, it's a UA pressing.
Damn it.
Who's on there with him?
It's a bunch of people here. Let me pick it up, Rob.
You know, if I ask Mike,
actually doesn't say in the back.
give you an answer.
No, it doesn't say in the back. I don't know from the top of my mind, but it's kind of a poppy record. It's very easy to listen.
Is Oregon on it?
I'm not sure, Rob. I listened to it once last weekend. I didn't go to the whole thing because I was out of town the whole week. I just got the record back.
Drew, I want to answer Drew. Drew, the album doesn't suck. It's just that everyone loves Kevin Gray's new recording in his tube system, and it sounds amazing. And the jazz is very accessible, kind of easy going, nothing outrageous. So it's one of those that people are getting into it more, getting into it, turned on to it because of the sound over the music. The music's not bad at all, and it's actually quite good. It's just not, it's not adventurous. It's nothing challenging, but I think it's a good entry if you're not into a lot of jazz.
Yeah.
You know, it's a really, I enjoy the record.
We did a review.
But I totally get Mike's point of view.
Yeah, we did I did like a breakdown. We spoke about it a little bit. It's up on our channel if you want to look at it.
I think we should do some highlights from that.
Yeah.
Make them into short.
Now,
For
I still want to
the second pressing, man, we should,
Yeah.
I got to cook some food, so I'm going to listen in.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Okay. So now getting a little hotter. There's a New York original.
Oh, very nice.
The Natural Soul, Lou Donaldson with Tommy Turrentine, Grant Green, John Patton, Ben Dixon.
Yeah, so I have to. That's his typical lineup. He has a guitar player. He has an organ player. He has,
That's a really good one. Next, getting a little better, getting hotter here. This came from Rob. Little Johnny C.
Yeah, but you haven't listened to it yet.
That's fantastic.
Yes.
That thing is clean.
What pressing is
That
that?
thing almost looks brand new. It's an original.
That's the first pressing. That's a New York.
Wow.
That's a New York.
Very nice.
I am going to compare to my Music Matters and see which one sounds better.
You should tell me your Music Matters, Felipe. No, I'm gonna buy the classic. Never mind.
Yeah, the classic's coming out.
Yeah, it's $25.
Yeah, that's
Now,
why
that music matters. Is it an SRX or just a 33?
I have a 33, not SRX. No.
Dude, those 33s are so good. The 33
and this thing is as mint as it gets.
Yeah,
Are
I
the
should have
33
charged you
Music
more
Matters
for
really-
it.
Are the 33 Music Matters really different than the Tone Poets?
No, not at all. They're the
They're the
same.
exact same thing, right?
It's very close. Yes, very, very close.
Except it was just
They're the
RTI,
exact same
like-
thing. There's no difference.
Just when they were pressing those RTI, it wasn't like bursting at capacity. So they probably just better.
Yeah. So now speaking of guitar and organ, this is a really cool one. I grabbed this weekend, this past week, kind of by chance. I wasn't expecting to find this one. Grant Green, Bobby Hutcherson, Otis Finch, and Big John Patton. Let 'em roll. This is not a cheap record, not easy to find, especially in a mint condition like this.
Now, how does that compare? Hey, Baggy, how does that compare to the Big John Patton that came out on the Classic series in terms of?
I have not compared those yet, Mike. I just got back home, so I haven't played this.
Oh, okay.
Well, you
But,
know, Mike,
This is a 65 record. That one's I think is a little earlier than that.
yeah, well, you know, Mike, that the John Patton is the same session as the Howard Vick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember you guys talking about that.
Yeah.
And now, this is not like a mid-level.
This is what happens when Felipe hasn't been home for a week, so he's just got all the records waiting for him.
I think it's a good one for
These are great.
people complaining about mid-level records. Here's an OG, okay?
Oh, sick, dude.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, that's fucking nice.
But not so sick. I have the 80s.
Very healthy.
You don't have an OG, bro. That's fucking sweet. That's awesome. That's a great record. I love that record.
Perfect.
I think you're overpraising them.
I
Whatever,
don't know.
man.
I don't know.
It's okay to be happy for people, Rob.
Would that be pressed up plastic, Felipe?
You know,
or is it-
Pete LaRocca is the
Plastic?
Eddie Vedder of the.
Yeah, the very first pressing, Mike, is Plastilite. The second pressing is the same matrix, but it's not Plastilite.
And that's you got a plastilite?
Yeah,
Wow,
Fantastic.
that's nice.
What does that
Johnny
go, what does that
Bolton
go for, Felipe, if you don't mind me asking? That's got to be
Huh?
a fancy boy.
I got this for a very good price. I paid like 200.
Well, you don't have to say what you paid, but what on Discogs?
Oh, that's good.
What would it go for?
200 is good for this record.
I think so.
Yeah. I mean, but the John Patton was very close to that as well because it's really rare to
You
find
know,
that
records are
condition.
worth what you want to pay for them, so who gives a shit what it costs, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm not willing to pay for most records, but, you know, I mean, for an OG like that,
Yeah.
condition
No,
that's-
Buzzer is great. It was one of my very first BN80s. I ended up selling it after I got the Music Matters 45.
Oh, you have Music Matters 45. That'll be an interesting comparison, dude.
Yeah. But it's a crazy good session. And then and actually the guy that got me this one, he's on the lookout for me for the Turkish woman in the bath. I want to get that one.
Oh,
You know what would be a good video for you, Felipe, is to compare all your OGs with your Music Matters and then review them.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because you like both in their own way, right? Like those are the two.
Yeah.
Like,
That's my approach to collecting now. I have a bunch of 70s pressings that once I get an OG or Music Matters, I sell them.
Yeah.
So I want to have like a perfection Music Matters and I have one on OG, or a Tone Poet or something like this. These are the two presses I want to have of each one I can.
do the originals sound better? Like the Plastilite ones sound better than subsequent reissues up until the new stuff like Music Matters?
No, I think sound-wise, sound quality, separation, dynamics, everything. It's hard to beat the Music Matters. But as we talk often,
But can
this,
a United
this-
artist sound better than like a New York?
I mean,
I
the music.
I think it depends on, because I've had both. I have all of them.
Yeah,
It just depends.
Okay.
yeah. I think the 1500 series are the cream of the crop. They just sound, no matter how beat up they are, they sound great. But let's say comparing an SRX Blue Train to an OG Blue Train, the SRX sounds better.
Mhm.
It will, because the vinyl is cleaner. Virtually the noise floor is so low. You get so much more like dynamically, separation better. But the OGs, especially those 1500s, they have such a punch. They have such a urgency there. It's crazy. The 1500s are good. The Benny Green 1599. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Well, isn't it known that like the top end is really that's where the punch comes? Like, well, it's the top end and then they roll off the bass, so it just kind of shifts everything up and just kind of in your face a bit more.
Yes, exactly. Especially those monos, right? Because everything comes so together. So like straight there. Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, that's what I was saying. I was saying earlier that my Music Matters 45 Curtis Fuller, the opener, I put that on. I just can't believe how good that sounds.
Yeah.
It's just stunningly good.
Yeah. One kind of interesting comparison I did is kind of like apples and oranges, but I have a Music Matters Inner Urge, and I have an original mono of Inner Urge.
Mhm.
It's just completely different presentation, completely different.
Right.
The mono Inner Urge, it just sounds so good.
I
So
look.
alive.
I have original Blue Notes where the Rudy is very punchy and they're
Yeah.
kind of hot. But I mean, it like I listened to the little Johnny C when I cleaned it and prepped it to get to Felipe, and it didn't floor me. So I think it just depends on the record sometimes, you know.
Yeah.
Well, also
That little Johnny C at 1500. Sorry, Baggy.
Hey, Maggie,
every
what's up?
time you play a magnetic tape, every single time you play it, little bits of the magnetic particles are lost every single time you play it. So every single time you play it, it is factually lesser than what it was before, no matter what.
So that's the reason Pearl Jam records don't sound as good now as they did back then.
Heyo.
I don't know. I've only had the CDs.
Baggy, have you picked up anything over the past, since we haven't seen you in a couple of weeks up here? Any new things to show?
Yeah, I got some stuff.
Yeah, tell him what you did last weekend, Baggy. I sent him to another record sale and we FaceTimed.
Do they have anything worth
So
buying?
he sent me a bunch of records, but one is that Bill Evans live sessions that he did in the early 60s, but were part of a CD box, and then in the early 80s they released them on vinyl. He found one copy. But I should get that in the mail actually tomorrow. So
Nice.
Yeah.
So a 72 mono of the opener, would that be like a UA pressing at 72? Felipe, you're muted.
72, I think, will be UA. Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be like a Black B?
No, it would be white label, but still, it would say a division of the United Artists.
Okay, those sound really good. I have at least two of those, and they sound excellent.
Just like those ones here.
Yeah, exactly.
Division of United. Yeah.
Yeah, Ken does like the RBG mastering sound. I tend to agree with him, but sometimes the music matters are just undeniably incredible.
I think the brilliance of Rudy is that he was able to cut a record that would sound good in any system.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, like I have the more Rudies I have are CTIs, but I have a lot of Prestige Rudies. I think the Prestige Rudies might sound better than the Blue Note Rudies.
Yeah, they're great. They're great.
In a sense, yes.
Okay, Becky, what do you got?
Oh, Becky's got his stuff. Okay.
You're muted. No rush.
Yeah, don't tell him he's muted. He sounds much better.
I just want to show this to Elliot real quick because it's still worth looking on. I'm not buying records right now, but I look at Whatnot just for the fun of it. And there's this guy that came up there and he's brand new, and he was selling records for $1 and no one wanted them. So I got a whole box of records for like $19. And I like collecting 10 inches, so I got this.
Nice.
And
Those are all 10 inches?
yeah, I love 10 inches.
Can you show the Decca label on that?
Okay.
Just curious. Now that's US Decca, not the London Decca.
Are those 78s?
No.
They're that unbreakable, the early vinyl.
Yeah.
It always says micro groove unbreakable at the bottom there.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 6 sides.
These are like my Chet Bakers that I have.
So how many 10 inches do you think you have now?
Not a lot.
Over a dozen?
Yeah, I'd say so. Anyway, and then I got a bunch of 78s of Bob Wills and the Texas Playboys.
Oh, that's cool.
All of them for $1. So it's still worth looking at Whatnot just in case. Where did I do the jazz record? Oh, okay. And then from that sale, there's a bunch of guys that do the rounds of the Buena Park sell that Jim and Wax go to, and the Pasadena City College one. And so these guys, it's the same guys, but they're out here close to me in Oceanside. Mm-hmm. So I got this, which is one of my favorite musicals of all time. And I got some more Pete Jolly to add. Mike, I remember I showed you guys Pete Jolly a long time ago. I don't know if you guys remember.
Yeah.
Yep.
I got some good records.
Ralph Pena and Nick Martinez are the other guys on this one, and then I've got another Pete. This one's fake because it's a Herb Alpert presents Pete Jolly.
Okay.
So I guess he produced the record or just put it. It doesn't say who's on this with him. Maybe this is just solo Pete Jolly. I haven't listened to it yet, but I like Pete Jolly. Anyway, then I got
Cool.
Rob bought me
That
this.
last one, what record label was that on? Because didn't Herb Alpert like become like the
A&M.
president?
It's on A&M.
A&M.
Yeah.
But didn't Herb Alpert become the president of like Atlantic or something like that?
Oh, A&M. I mean, he started A&M.
Oh, it was. Okay.
He was rich as fuck. He owned like half of LA. He owned a bunch of LA property in LA too.
And then this is that 1960s trad jazz revival stuff. Rob bought me this one.
Oh, that's cool. I like that.
And
yeah,
this is the cool find. This guy, $4,
nice.
Oh, nice.
and it's perfectly perfect condition.
Wow, look at that. Who's the rhythm
Yeah.
section on that?
Didn't say in the back.
Oh, right. Okay.
Is this
Is
a
it just-
gatefold?
Is it just the
No.
two of them?
It's a gatefold. Let me see.
Yeah, Herb is the A&M. That's right.
Yeah.
Jimmy Smith and
Oh,
Dolo Coker
Oh, Dolo Coker.
Yeah. he's great.
and Harvey Newmark.
Nice. I do love those Pablos that are gatefolds. They did a great presentation on those.
Come back, Rob. Where'd you go?
Did it come with any inserts?
Let me see.
Because I have a Duke Ellington one. It's a gatefold, and it came with.
I
like,
have
session
I'm on.
photos.
I took my vacation from my work, and I'm on spring break from school. So I'm gonna.
Nice.
No,
Nice.
it's just a regular sleeve.
Okay.
I don't know if it originally came with one, but that's all. This is definitely a new sleeve, so maybe
Yeah, it
it
looks like
didn't survive.
That was like a cool pickup. Now, Baggy, are you going to do the Tunes Tag 2023? Have you seen that?
No. I'm
It's-
mostly just doing shorts now because that's really it's my. I still want to do my movies streams.
Yeah.
And I'll work on one next week since I have a whole week off. So, but right now I'm just going to be doing the shorts, and just like that one you did, that one you did was fabulous. It was perfect. That's exactly the way I want to do mine.
Which one?
In fact, the one you did, just
Lee
it was like
Morgan?
just a quick. Wait, did you do that? I assumed it was you. It looked like your house.
Which I did. The most recent one I did was a Lee Morgan, live at the Lighthouse.
One of you guys did a short, right? And
Yeah, that's it.
an unboxing thing.
Yeah.
Was it Mike?
Well, Felipe does them too, and so it could have been either of us.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're perfect because I can make I could just take an hour or two out of a day, and I have a bunch of them on deck, and I just go in there and just schedule them to release one each day. This whole week I've been doing, because of the U2 new album and the Disney Plus thing, I decided I was going to do each day I'm going to do one U2 album. So I've been doing a one short of every U2 album my own every day. I'm not done yet.
So, Baggy, did you get the 20 song version or the 40 song version?
I really, I mean, I'm not supposed to be buying records right now. I will be getting that Herbie because I've been waiting. That's my favorite albums of all time. So I got to get that.
No,
but
the U2. Did you get it?
I can't get it. I'm just going to have to hopefully get it, down the road sometime because I've got to pay off a bunch of stuff before I seriously buy records again. So I mean, these were good deals. I mean, $20 for that I couldn't pass up, and then this was I think $20 worth of records. So I
That's
mean,
awesome, dude.
Yeah, good deal.
Yeah, there's still good deals. Like those Inner Cities, Pablo, Xanadu. Those are all great sounding. They got really. There's some gems in those catalogs.
Pablos are just full of gems. I mean, Pablos are just gems. They're cheap.
They do not break the bank.
Some of them are expensive though.
yeah, and I didn't have any Edison yet, so I was really excited to get that.
Yeah, as a trumpet player, it's probably.
And for $4, I mean, because mostly the Pablos now, ever since Chad did that video, everyone.
Oh yeah.
They went up to at least usually you can't get one for less than $8, And a lot of the times, especially in auction stuff, they go for, they get up towards 18 and 20. And so the guy was just selling it for 4. I guess maybe it's not a popular one or something. So
Well, if you put a couple of them together in an auction, you can make some money for sure.
Where'd Rob go?
And double records, man. I need to see if I can find some stuff around here to sell. I don't know. Probably. I feel like if you get tired of things that you've had and you've listened to them and you don't really care about listening to them again, there's nothing wrong with just selling them and getting other shit, right?
Yeah. Yep.
So what should be coming next? What's coming next?
What do you mean? More record store day. I'm not buying these.
Releases, record store day, Tone Post, right? There should be some Tone Post coming early this month.
Well, there's
did the Herbie come out this week or is it next week?
What Herbie?
The Empyrean Isles.
Oh, it was last week.
Yeah.
Oh, it came last week?
Yeah, it came out last week. Yeah. Yeah, he's
everybody's posting. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to wait a couple weeks, but I'm gonna go down to the record store and get that.
Wait 3 months and you can get it for $18 on Amazon.
Yeah.
Well, I like to pick them up from my local store, even though it's a little bit more, but because I want to encourage them to stock that stuff.
Yeah. That's great. I got a twofer I could show.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
I'll be back. I get something to drink.
I was really excited about this. Here we go. Actually, I'll wait till Chris comes back because I want to hear his reaction.
Well, I can go ahead. I can survive.
No, it's all right. Go get a drink.
All right.
Rush. Okay, let me go back. So, what have you been listening? So, you've been listening to that Sweet Edison one? Have you spun that yet?
No, I haven't listened to any of those records yet. I got them last Saturday, and it's just.
Now that you're on spring break, you have all the time.
Yeah. Well, I have. This is my weekend, and then I'm gonna work for 2 days, and then I'm gonna be off for from Tuesday to the following, and I won't go back to work until the following Monday. And there's no school, so. But I am gonna work. I got essays to write. I've got all this stuff to study for the tests and stuff like that are coming up. But and I got to exercise. I put on a ton of weight. I haven't exercised. I used to ride my bike every day, and as soon as school started, it's been 2 months since I've exercised. And I before I was exercising up to 1 to 2 times a day, and so I've gained probably 15 pounds in the past 2 months.
Yeah, well, you used to pop in on Rachel's stream on your bike rides.
Yeah. Did you see my bit this morning?
No, I've been really busy at work.
I realized, I kind of realized after I went, that wasn't just me on the way to do something else. I had to prepare. I got dressed up and I got a tripod and I went out to a specific location just to do the stupid bit on Rachel's show. And then I realized she's just going to erase that. And 2 seconds later, and only the people that saw it are going to be the people that saw it, and it's going to be gone.
It's a lot of the same crew every day, so I don't know. It's great.
It was fun though. It was just you're right, because there's a lot of gang members and transients in that specific area that I went to, and I had a little scarf around. And it's let's don't interrupt me. I want to get out of here as quickly as possible.
All right, Chris, you good?
Oh, yeah.
All right, 2 for madness. Here we go. All right, so as I've mentioned, I've been getting into really kind of spending a lot of time listening to Prestige jam sessions. And one of them that I consider a jam session is this album called The Cats. And I know, Felipe, you have a copy of it.
I want that too.
Now, Felipe, you have that too, Baggy?
No, I want that just for the cover.
So we'll check this out. So, Felipe, do you have the Blue Trident label or the Purple New Jazz label on that? Do you remember? You're muted.
Blue Trident, sorry.
Okay.
The blue label.
Any copy is impossible to get. The purple label, though, I've seen it listed for $1,000, so it's really hard record to get. And there's an OJC of it, and I think the cheapest one that I found was, I think after shipping and tax, $60 for this OJC. And I found that it was actually put on a twofer. So I picked that up instead because it was cheaper and I got a second album. So this is the twofer. It doesn't have the greatest cover, which sucks because the Cats has a pretty cool cover. It's pretty iconic with like the
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
so it has. Let me show you these. So it has these two records. So that's the Cats. Obviously, it's black and white. And normal, it's like purple pink, depending on the pressing.
Yeah.
And then this is a new jazz. They're both new jazz. This is new jazz, Kenny Burrell, John Coltrane. This is a really good record, and this is a really good record. But I wanted this one. This is the one I really wanted. But I figured, why not get this one, right?
I'm
So-
totally blown away because I did not know that record existed.
Yeah. So the
one on the left.
So side 3 and 4
My left.
is the Cats. Oh, this one you didn't know existed. This is
That
good
looks
too.
awesome.
They're
good
both
too.
really good. They're both really good.
Yeah,
And
my star has an OJC of this one.
I think I got
Is
this.
that a Pablo label?
No, this
No,
is a
Prestige.
green Prestige. This is from like 72
Oh, Prestige. Okay.
or something like that. I forget the exact. But it's in the 70s and it sounds really good. It's all analog. It was cut by. I think this was cut by. I can't remember who it was now. Hold on, let me look it up. But anyway, before I do that, I'll show you the jacket. So the cover is lame. I mean, the cover's fine, but it's it's a 70s jazz record. They really didn't put too much time into the art department.
Yeah.
It has this specially priced 2-record thing, which is not the coolest thing either, but it's in decent condition. And the records are like
And these twofers are like a series, right, Mike? There are many twofers with this kind of cover.
It's pretty fucking awesome.
Yes, yeah. I'm sorry, this is 76. Okay, so here's all the information. So originally produced by Bob Weinstock, both of these records. Originally recorded by Rudy Van Gelder at the Hackensack studio, so the OG studio.
Yeah.
And then remastered by David Turner. And I think Rob mentioned David Turner on the Wave Jazz Classics video that he and I did. And he was there before Habish and George Horn at Fantasy Studios in Berkeley, California. So anyway, it sounds fantastic. And now, I have a copy of the Cats now. So I opted for this. If they ever reissue it, I'll probably get it. But, I didn't really need the cover art. And this was, I think all in, this was like $30, $35. So you can't really argue with that price. And you get an additional record. So, I know that, for certain things, I just think like there are certain twofers that are just great. And I would say this is one to get for the price if you can get it. And there's a bunch of Blue Note ones that are really good too. And you don't get the cover art, but you do get nice liner notes. And they all sound really good. All analog Cats, cheap. So I got that. So I just wanted to show this one.
So the moral of the story is just buy random twofers you find in the stores.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to do so.
Like buy twofers, like it's fucking, they're great.
Well, I intentionally meant to see if this was a twofer. So I basically took one of the songs that are on the Cats, and then I searched in Discogs like Tommy Flanagan, John Coltrane, and that song, and the Cats came up, and this came up, and I read about it, and the whole album's on it, sides 3 and 4. So one of the records is that record, and that even though, like I mentioned, the OJC is $60. So so it's a way to get it.
Yeah.
Hopefully the OJC series reissues it. I don't, I think the OJC issue series are really going to reissue a lot of the top 10, top 20.
Yeah, they gotta go right for this super great and obscure in a sense because they didn't get many pressings like the Mal Waldrons and
right,
all those things.
Now they are doing a Mal Waldron, they said. So I'm thinking it's either Mal 2, which is a great jam session. I think Train's on that, right? And then also the Quest, which is a new jazz, which is very pricey too. And I think that has Dolphin.
Yeah, another one people are talking about this. I saw a post probably on Facebook, Asia Minor by Eric Dolphy. That one deserves a proper release.
Let me see how much I paid for it. Give me a second.
Is the Cats going to be one of the nice OJCs, the new OJCs?
It's not
I
announced.
hope
I don't
Well,
think
it was showing to be coming soon on the Acoustic Sound site for like months. And then the new OJC series got announced. So
I never paid paid attention to like who's even on that album. I just like the cover. I never realized that John Coltrane ever played guitar. Was ever on a guitar album before. Are those the only two albums he ever did was on guitar? With guitar?
I'm sorry. What was the question?
Are those the only two albums he was ever on with Coltrane was ever on with guitar?
Oh,
lineup?
I'm not sure. Probably not. I think definitely not. Like this one here. This has Coltrane on it. This is a great one, and this has Kenny Burrell as well.
Oh,
this is
what's that?
A good record. This is unbelievably good. If you're into jam sessions, I mean, look, I mean, it's not like you're not going to listen to it and it's going to blow you away like Ascension or something like. I mean, that's not even close to what this is. But
interplay for 2 trumpets and 2 tenors.
It's just a kill. Yeah, it's like tons of people on it. They just like who was it? Bob Weinstock just like threw like whoever showed up that day, and they just jammed out to like a few songs, and he cut a record on it. It's so good. I'm so happy to have this one.
Yeah, it's on. Okay, that was an OJC too.
That's an OJC. Yeah.
I mean, it's a traditional format since the formation of the music to have more people. It's cool. I have a couple that are like that where you'll have 2 trumpets and 2 tenors, and they either play with each other or against each other. It's really neat.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. It took me a while to pull the trigger on the twofer because I really wanted the album art. I wanted the OJC, but I'm sorry. So Matthew, I looked it up. I paid $23 for that twofer, and then after shipping and taxes, it was $29.25. So about and I got the 2 new jazz with Coltrane and Kenny Burrell on it. So
I've tried to start buying records I want from stores that have other records I want on Discogs. Just the shipping's better.
Yep. There's one.
Rob is trying to get in, guys.
Oh yeah. So
I found one shop on Discogs that I look at their stuff all the time. They have a great jazz selection, and I didn't even want to say who it is because I don't want to blow it up because it's just I've gotten some really good.
No,
that Cats is a good one. I know. Was it someone bought it from me? Was it Jeffrey?
Jeffrey Beaumont.
Yeah.
You have the Cats?
I think I might have listened to that. I listened to almost all of them that were open. Obviously, I didn't open the sealed ones, but I just wanted to, hear the music too.
Yeah.
And I was very tempted in keeping. I could have kept the whole lot, but I'd have to pay the guy.
No, you did pretty well with those. They were all. I think like some of them. I think overall, like you did better than
Well, they went from $15 to $35.
Yeah, which is good.
There might have been a couple went for 40, but not many.
Yeah, I mean, some of them go for more than that, but most of them go for less. So I feel like overall it evened out.
Yeah. And then, yeah. I felt bad that one time. Was it 10 cents, Cindy? Because when people were getting upset when Mike was buying all of them, at one point I had in my notes it was a bunch of miles, and I was going to ask $220. They were just as is.
I remember this.
And I just went 300. And Cindy bid. I was expecting Mike to bid, and I felt bad. So I eventually gave her the $80 back.
Yeah, that was good on you. I saw that because that was like right. Yeah, she got it in right.
I just thought, I just wanted to say, I should have said like $500, and I figured if Mike wanted to go for it, all the power,
Now, what that was that the original quint? How many was that? The 4 records like Steamin', Workin',
Steamin', fucking Hoken.
Oh man,
I just want.
It might have been.
Don't set him up.
I love the team has you up for that joke.
I kept 4 or 5 of the early Miles stuff that I did not have, like Miles. What's it called? What the road just says Mile,
Oh yeah. That's the first original quintet record.
I kept that because I have that on a twofer, I think, but I didn't have that. So I kept all the Miles that I didn't have in any other way. I kept for myself. I mean, I paid him. It's not like I got him free,
right?
But I got him, at cost.
Rob, did you see that twofer I showed? Did you see that?
I actually had to run out of a record store that had the Kenny Burrell.
This one?
Oh, it was sealed. Then I didn't listen to it, Jeffrey. Okay.
Oh, Wax, I think you, Rob, I think you're frozen. Let's make him big. Hold on.
You make him big because he's frozen?
All right. That's enough. Anyway, I know Rob knows his two first.
For sure.
Yeah,
But
two
yeah,
for
that's a-
specialists.
Should we all do the Rob? Let's do the Rob.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice, Chris.
Do you have this one, Felipe?
No.
I'm gonna so big. So this is the Blue Note 1200 series, which they only made like 6 of.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, this is the same time as the 1500 series. This is Sidney Bechet. He had
What songs?
He had 2 or 4 on here, a bunch of songs. I don't read all these songs. I don't know. You look, read it.
Was Summertime on there?
I can't see it. So what is that? It's 2 10-inches?
Yeah, pretty much. But there's
That is so cool.
and they're cheap too. It's like from 1955, and
Wait, you got that cheap? I have that in my want list, I think.
we'll get it for $1.
Holy shit.
It was in a collection of 500 records I bought like 2 years ago or something.
Oh, yeah. So there was good stuff in that collection.
Yeah, I mean some good stuff. Yeah, it's like a $15 record.
Yeah, a lot of good stuff in there.
Yeah, this is the record, and it looks like clean, but it's not that clean. It's pretty beat up, but it sounds perfect. I mean, these old,
That's nice.
super old Blue Notes, they were plowing through them with like hay needles and shit. So
Hey,
33, Chris.
what's that behind? Is that Monk Volume 2 behind you? What pressing is that?
yeah, it's from 1973. I was listening to that today.
Is that a Van Gelder stamped?
No, it's a white B.
Okay. Does it sound good?
It sounds okay though. I think the other one. Well, this one sounds better than the other one, the classic series, because the classic series, the first volume was like all from 1948,
Mhm.
and then volume 2 is from the 50s. So the recording was just better in the 50s on the second volume. That's my opinion anyway. But yeah, they're both cool records. I'm trying to listen to all my Blue Notes in order from like when they were released. I just started like 2 days ago.
That's cool.
So
I need to organize mine.
yeah.
All right. Well, I got some stuff I want to show. Well, I don't have to be big for this, but
My Wi-Fi is acting up tonight.
so Rob, I don't know if I think I sent this over to you. This was something that Mike Notes and Tones showed, and I think some people in the Peanut Gallery said that they had, and there were just no copies online, not a single one. And this one came up for, I thought it was a little expensive, but I asked how much Mike paid for his, and it was essentially the same price. So I'm like, okay, I guess that's what it's going for now. But this is the Prestige Sunny Sunny Chris.
You've shown that 5 times before.
No, yeah.
Oh, I did. Shut up.
Yes, you have. You've shown.
I just got this in.
He just got it. Felipe showed
Yes, I sent a picture to you yesterday.
Yeah.
All right, so this is
This is the fifth time you've shown it, right?
so what's cool about this is, all right, well, I'll tell you the lineup real quick. So it's Sonny Chris, he plays alto and soprano. David Shear, alto, who I'm not too familiar with. Teddy Edwards, tenor, who I know. Pete Prislab on baritone sax. Conti Condoli, trumpet.
Oh, sick.
Dick Nash, trombone. Ray Draper, tuba. The great Ray. I mean, any record that has Ray Draper on it.
Yes.
Tommy Flanagan, piano. Al McKibben, bass. And then
Hey.
Everett Brown Jr., drums. And then it's arranged and conducted, all 6 songs by Horace Tapscott. So it's a really cool record. And I don't know why it's not like it's a $400 record or anything, but it's just like there's just no copies.
You paid $400 for that?
I'm just saying, like, there's some rare records because it's like, they pressed them back in 1950. It's an original run, and just not like this is from, what is this? It's like from like 70. It's from 68. So like it's not like a super early record. I'm just wondering. I guess it didn't sell well. I don't know, but it's a really cool record. So happy to have it in my Prestige collection. So this one, and it's not a first pressing. It's not an original. This is the one that Mike has as well, and he said it sounded really good, and it's on that green label, super clean, and yeah, just so happy to have it.
Mid 70s or early 70s.
Yeah. Definitely before, like, the OJC started in 82. So all those green label fantasies are before 82.
Yeah. There's all the 70s.
Right. So I don't think this is 80s, but I mean it's 70s.
No, they're 70s. They're 70s.
And yeah, it's a great record, and it's a shame that it's so hard to find. And Kraft should reissue it, and maybe they will. Who knows? I finally got this record. This is a very well-known record, but I always just didn't get it because I was like, it's relatively cheap. It's everywhere. I'll always be able to get it. And now VG Plus copies on Discogs at least are like $40. Like that's just what it goes for. This thing used to go for, I mean, much less than that. This is Jazz Tet. This is an original mono pressing on Argo. I collect Argo. I feel like the more common ones, like the Ahmed Jamals, the Ramsey Lewis, and the Jazz Tet, I just skipped because I was like, I could always get those. Let me go after the harder ones. But
That cover is so cool. I love that cover.
Great record. I have that.
It is the best. So it's
I have an 80s reissue of that.
so this
I
is
don't have that. I've
it's
never
got-
heard it.
it's Argo. This sold really well. Like for jazz records, usually you have like a mono pressing, a stereo pressing the first year, then maybe like 3 years later they reissue it. The first year there's like multiple pressings of this. It sold so
Wow.
well. In 1960 this came out. And it has I'll tell you the lineup real quick. So Art Farmer and Benny Golson, those two are kind of like the core of the Jazz Tet record. So there's Jazz Tet on Savoy, I think. There's Jazz Tet on Mercury, and there's Jazz Tet on Argo. And it's Benny Golson, Art Farmer, Curtis Fuller, McCoy Tyner, Addison Farmer, and then Lex Humphreys. So it's a really great hard bop lineup on that. So it's a classic art. I mean, this is up there with, like, in my opinion, this is up there with like the Ahmed Jamal at the Pershing. Is it the Pershing? Is that the one?
Yes.
And then the Ramsey Lewis, one with the red cover. I forget the name of it now. But like those are like three outstanding.
It's got a great mid-century cover style, the room. Yeah.
Yeah, and look at I don't know, they just look so young compared to like other pictures. Like Curtis Fuller is like, I don't know, they're just young guys. All right, so there's
Oh, it's got they do. I remember Clifford on that, and
okay.
It Ain't Necessarily So from Porgy and Bess, Avalon. A lot of cool tracks on that.
Yeah.
I'll be streaming that one.
Yep, Blues March.
Argo is part of Chess,
Yes.
subsidiary of Chess.
Yeah. Which is why I have a record on Argo where Willie Dixon plays bass on it, and he's a blues guy, but that's probably because he was part of the group.
They brought him in, gave him the session.
Yeah, I gave him a session on a jazz record. This one is pretty expensive. I mean, I think on average this probably goes for minimum $80. Somebody listed this for $20, so I snagged it immediately. This is a record I've always wanted because I don't really have much of him in my collection at all. This one's worthy of making myself big. This is just a really great record. This is Lucky Thompson. Lucky Thompson's like an early guy, from what I know. Like he's on early 50s stuff and some Savoy stuff. I think he's just, and this is from 65 on Prestige.
So brand manager Mike, I wonder if they had to get.
I'm not a brand manager.
But you know what I'm talking about. But you're in school of. I wonder if they paid licensing or Lucky Strike just loved having them use their.
Well, I wonder like how that.
Because sometimes certain brands didn't like it, like Playboys. Hefner didn't like.
Well, he has a record on Transition as well, with a different cover, and it's called Lucky Strikes. So this has been like his, he's used.
But
it
isn't that pretty much that's close to the logo?
Cigarette Pack.
That's close to the original.
What does he play?
He plays on this. He plays soprano and tenor sax, but I think he's really known as a tenor sax player.
This was probably designed by Donald Draper, right?
This is so
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Did Mike show that record last week?
No.
So can we kick Rob? All right, so you got it's a quartet. So it's Lucky Thompson, Hank Jones, Richard Davis, and Tommy K on drums.
Do you have Sarah Vaughan's Tipperillos?
I don't know.
Come on, that's worthy of kicking Mazzy out of the.
That's a cigarette too.
This is a first press, really nice. Van Gelder, all that stuff. Really
That's a great record to smoke Virginia Slims too.
It's really good. Even the OJC, there's one OJC on Discogs last I checked a few days ago, and they were asking $85 for the OJC.
Well, remember, tobacco companies used to sponsor jazz festivals and jazz things.
Oh yeah, that was up until recently. They did
Yeah.
that.
Well, yeah.
But yeah, I mean the cover is just, I mean, pristine. So he wanted $20 for it, so I just grabbed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
So
a great
yeah.
worth giving a stream. It's really, really cool.
So in Brazil, there was a cigarette brand called Free. So they had a festival called Free Jazz.
Nice.
And,
Did people just take the cigarettes without paying?
Well, that I don't know, but they brought Joe Henderson, T.S. Monk, Herbie Hancock, Ron Carter. A lot of people went there.
I have two more. This one I got for a really good price. It was in my want list. This is on Jubilee. I know you guys are familiar with Jubilee, but some people may not be. They're just I think they mostly did jazz. There's a Jackie McLean. There's a few pretty great records on Jubilee. There's a Ray Draper on Jubilee with John Coltrane. There's a few other ones. I can't think of them all now. But this is a Gigi Rice with Tom Jazz Lab.
You letting anyone else talk?
Yeah.
Because all I'm hearing is you.
No,
No shit.
He's told
He's
us all
doing
good.
Two
Might
more.
as well be just live streaming himself talking. Just
He
talking.
He's
keeps
doing
showing
good.
the
Leave him
same
alone.
records he showed last week.
talking.
No.
Oh, that was great.
Talk to me about
Yeah. Even the dog is telling him to stop.
All right, I got two more. Let me just get through it.
Let's go. Get through it.
All right, so this is Gigi Grice on Jubilee. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I got this for a really ridiculously good price. So grab that. And then finally, this is probably the one I'm most excited about that I picked up. This is on Arista Freedom. This is Charles Tolliver, Music Inc. The Ringer. So if you picked up the recent Tone Poet of Andrew Hill, what is it called? The Dance with Death. He plays trumpet on it. So this is so good. So Charles Tolliver, and this is Stanley Cowell, Steve Novosel, and then Jimmy Hope. So it's a quartet, and it's incredible. Really highly recommend this. So, and I think it starts at like $20 on Discogs. So give it a stream, and definitely, I mean, this is awesome. So that's it. And there's Charles.
I got some new records. Well, no, this one's not new. Check this out. Y'all should buy this. This is a record Nicole recommended to me when we first started streaming, like live streaming. It's four guys playing clarinets, and the first half of it's like really cool, and then the second half scared me. So
I'd really like to check that out.
yeah, it's pretty interesting. These two records I've been wanting for a while. I got this in this week. Cedar Walton on Prestige. It's really cool. The 70s label. You have this one, right, Mike?
Yes. Yeah, I have the same one. It's awesome.
It's not that expensive. It's just hard to find.
Yeah.
There's not that many of them. And this one's kind of a VG-ish copy, but this is a OJC of this Blue Mitchell record, which is expensive, and I got it for $20 because Mike.
But it's not an OG mono on the.
Who gives a shit? They only cost me $20, so whatever.
That probably sounds better than the OG mono.
Yeah, it probably does.
Yeah, but I paid $5 for it. It's up on for $3.95 on Discount.
Well, good. You win the money game, Rob.
I got mine from Mazzy, and he put stickers on my box that he sent.
I didn't or did?
He did. He put a lot of stickers on my box.
Yeah, he does that to everybody. You're not.
Then
special.
I gave that box to Rob, so he does it now.
I sometimes do. I don't always.
Hey,
There's another clarinet summit with two other guys that's on Steeplechase, Will Anderson and Peter Anderson. But I can't find that clarinet summit that you just showed streaming, unfortunately. But it's so hard to find jazz albums streaming sometimes because you have to have they're listed. The artists
I don't think it's hard.
Sometimes.
On YouTube, they have everything.
That's true. If you go to YouTube, it's much easier, and then someone's just playing the album. Can you show that one again, Chris, so I can write it down?
Which one?
The clarinet summit one, like.
Oh shit! Yeah, let me find it. You're asking a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. You don't have to.
Yeah, I found it.
Oh, that's the new Pink Floyd reissue.
Yeah, exactly. This is
Yeah.
space is coming out of it now.
Wasn't that a Nicole recommendation?
Yes, I just said that like 3 minutes ago.
Yeah. He doesn't listen to
Why don't
anyone.
you listen to anyone else besides yourself talking, Mike?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hey, Mike, can you show the same record again?
My wife got me off kilter over here.
I've been wanting that Cedar Walton record for a long time, though. It's really badass. So it's exciting. It doesn't sound that great, but it's a copy. So see, Nicole. It's highly recommended, Baggy. You should definitely buy it.
Yeah, I found it on YouTube, so I'll listen to it later.
Yeah, I want to dive more into that Arist of Freedom label because I have two. I have that Charles Tolliver and an Anthony Braxton. I think like 1976 one, and both are really good. So I want to really go through that catalog. And those records are pretty affordable.
Joe Marino went to his local record store and sent me a couple albums there, and he sent me an Heirs to Freedom of Julius Hemphill.
Okay.
The original was like a private press put out,
Okay.
and that record goes for insane money.
So is Arist of Freedom a reissue label, or
I
they
think
just
what they
reissue?
did is they took, because I have
Yeah, it was Ultra labels they bought, and
Yeah,
they
yeah. but even private press, they put out private press records too.
Okay.
I have
Yeah,
the
I gotta really look into that.
Arts Ensemble, whatever.
I got a bunch. You want to see on Mike?
Yep.
Here. This one's Marion Brown. I think this is actually a reissue that I bought, but I found one for half the price the next day, which kind of an OG. Which
Yeah,
kinda
I have
cool.
that one.
It's cool though. It's on it's like red.
Oh, right.
Sounds good.
Nice.
Not the red one.
Yeah, this is a cool record. Roland Hannah.
Oh, cool.
I don't know if y'all are familiar with him. I'm trying to see if he's on here real quick. Yeah, bro, check him out.
Very nice.
And then Randy Weston, who I love. I got a bunch of Randy Weston shit.
Yeah, I have that one.
This one's
That,
good.
what's his face is on there? Billy Harper's on that.
Yeah, Billy Harper's on this one. There's another one he did called Blues for Africa, or Blues Out of Africa.
Yeah,
It's just him solo on piano. It's really good.
So do they have like a style like a jazz style that they reissue? Like
No.
it seems like their stuff's a little more.
it's just like hard to get
Yeah.
titles.
But there's a lot of like out there free shit too on that label for sure.
Yeah.
And
I
this one was just a twofer that I have. From
Yeah, I have that one. That's good.
What's on that?
Stuff.
Is it? He didn't have any. Did he have Blue Note records?
Yeah, those are
Yeah.
unreleased Blue Note stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's got. I just don't want to be big here.
Okay.
It's got Kenny Durham on it, Coleman Hawkins, Johnny Griffin, Elvin Jones, and others.
Nice.
Yeah.
When did Elvin Jones start recording for Blue Note? Was that like a little bit later? Was he doing earlier stuff?
No, he did Rivers. He had some Riverside stuff, and then he had
Yeah. There's the
I think mid 60s, Mike. I think.
yeah. The Cookers are tomorrow in Orange County, but I don't know if I'll be able to make it down there.
Dude, you need to. Come on, man.
No one wants to go, and they're doing two shows, one at 7 and one at 9. They're only playing for an hour and 15 minutes. It's already said it because
Yeah.
all of them are like over 80 years old.
Yeah, that's fair.
I have the Cookers album. That thing is. If you don't have this album, yeah, I have it right here.
So he started leading sessions on Blue Note in '69.
Are you threatening us?
Are you
If
from-
you don't have this album, you'll what?
When I come over your house, you'll have a pillow over your face. Get that. This is good, and it's not that expensive. It's a double album. This is probably what they're going to be playing tomorrow night. So good.
Oh, Elvin Jones plays on that Paul Chambers 1500 series. That one, that Music Matters one, if you guys remember.
Yes, the one with the cool cover.
Yeah, he's on that, and that's 1958.
I'm gonna have to buy that. If they have that in like a month or two still, I might buy that for 125 bucks.
Yeah, I really want that.
But maybe Blue Note will just put it out next year. That's the whole thing. Like,
He
why?
also plays on Sonny Rollins at the Vanguard on Blue Note. And that's 58 as well.
Somebody asked earlier, and I forgot to talk about it. Who's doing the best jazz reissue series? Like the best sounding, best quality for
Yeah,
the
but
price?
that's such a loaded kind of question.
There's
to
a
ask.
lot of top caliber ones now.
I
I mean,
think
honestly,
Top
like
Top
even
Boys.
who did the Black Jazz titles? What was Real Gone?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, those are really good.
Those were good.
Hasn't Blue Note made everyone up their game, kind of?
Yeah. Well, Blue Note's been the most consistent. Blue Note's been most consistent because they do regular releases. Even the Verve acoustic sounds, they were on, then they weren't, they were there, then there weren't. Nobody else has been consistent. Kraft does some great stuff, and then they don't for a while. I mean, Kraft, most of everything they do is really good, but they don't have this consistent thing. We'll see if the OJCs are consistent or not. They've announced 2.
Yeah.
Supposedly there's 10 or 12 done, but they haven't announced like a year's worth of them, which is really too bad.
You know, one thing I noticed is and maybe I don't have the years. I don't know what the years are, but so correct me if this is wrong. But Music Matters was reissuing double 45s, right, in their way with like a top name reissue engineer, a great curator that knew what to reissue, really nice jackets, everything. Yeah, RTI pressed.
Yeah.
And then Chad was also doing a Blue Note series, basically the same exact way. I'm assuming pressed like QRP, but his jackets were those. You know, both records kind of slid into those.
They were cheaper jackets, but they were well done.
They were well done.
Cheap,
I feel like they were.
What was he doing from? Were his from the classic stampers? I don't remember.
That's a good question. I don't know.
I think they were.
No,
some of
I
them
don't think so.
Yeah, that may have been his own.
Maybe
series.
not the Verve. No.
But Classic did do some of those.
No, right. I don't think they were the classic stampers because they were all Kevin Gray. I don't think classics are classic records are.
One of my favorites is that Illinois Jaquette record. That's acoustic sounds.
Who cut the Music Matters? Was it Kevin Gray?
Yeah,
everything Kevin Gray.
So Kevin Gray was cutting those tapes for Music Matters, then cut them again for Chad.
No, dude, that Kevin Gray has cut a lot of those records 4 times, like literally 3 and 4 times. Sidewinder and shit. He's
I know, but at that same time, he was doing one for Chad and then one for.
Yeah, remember, Chad did those
3 years apart or whatever.
When Chad did the first 50 when Chad did the first 50 Prestige, those were like available for like 6, 7, 8, 9 years.
Yeah,
you know, they didn't sell out. Music Matters Jazz didn't sell out. I mean, I got a couple Music Matters 45s way back when, and then the first year was it 2018 or 19 when they announced the first SRXs. You could buy all, was it 9 or 12? I think 12 of them for $699, which is a lot, but not really. I bought the whole package, and this was 9 months after they announced them. You could buy them all.
I didn't realize.
But here's the cool thing. Here's the AP 45. It came on Music Matters as well as a 45, SRX, everywhere, right?
Well, the SRX was a few years later. That's when they realized that. Yeah.
So
now, how does Chad's version compare to Music Matters? Is it the same?
I think the Chad's versions are a little bit more bass heavy. The bass a little fuller. I feel the Music Matters is more balanced all over, but titles like those, you know, on the AP 45. They did not come out of Music Matters, and this record I heard many people posting about OGs. I don't think it sounds that great, but this one sounds amazing.
Yeah, my friend has an OG of that, and he says it's like terrible sounding.
They really fixed the sound here, and just some Elvin Jones records that you mentioned, Mike. Here's the Sonny Rollins Village Vanguard.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, wasn't music the whole concept? Wasn't it? I mean, Joe Harley said this a bunch of times. When him and Ron started Music Matters, unlike Chad and those guys, I think everyone else tried to emulate the original Blue Notes, but
Mhm.
Joe Harley and Ron realized, wait a second, these tapes are better than those Blue Note records, and instead made an artistic decision to go after the tapes over the
Yeah.
RVG versions that are clipped on the highs and
Yeah.
lows.
I think it's a really cool Joe Harley interview where he tells about how when he started the
that was
music
an
medicine.
artistic decision, sound decision, and
Yeah.
it ended up working for them.
And this is the other one too.
Question for Felipe. Now, Joe Harley is kind of infamous for preferring the stereo tape if it's available as over the mono. Did Chad do the same thing? Was he?
Yeah. Except for the Johnny Griffin, everything is stereo.
Okay.
I think that Johnny Griffin, I don't think was ever recorded in stereo because every single pressing is always mono. BN80, Music Matters, AP45.
Okay.
Unless there's like a rechannel stereo from the 70s, which I don't have. But yeah.
That's introducing Johnny Griffin?
Yes.
Yeah.
Dude, the classic series version of that record's insane. It's so good.
It is really good. Yeah.
I pulled a few Heirs to Freedom titles from that collection. So I don't have really any Dave Burrell. Does anyone have Dave Burrell?
No, never heard of him.
Is that Kenny's brother?
No, I don't think they're related, but he's like a free jazz pianist.
Do you have the Freedom Rock CD set?
So do you see this one, Mazzy? It's hard.
Cool. Oh, I almost bought that yesterday.
Well, you should have. But here's the Mazzy, the one you're going to get. This is one of the two titles that ECM's reissuing with their new. But as everyone knows, ECM records are well made and they sound good anyway.
Yeah.
This is a great.
So I don't know how they're going to sound different.
Mark Glassman told me to get this, and this is great.
I mean, in a perfect world, you'd get all the German ones over the American.
And then I wanted to show this. I might have shown this long ago. Does anyone know this?
No.
This is like a 60s twofer from the 60s. So it's a Prestige twofer.
Is it any good? Kenny Burrell.
I'll tell you what. I've heard two of these types. They're not good pressings. They're noisy on noisy vinyl.
Yeah. How's the music though?
Good. I mean,
those are noisy.
Yeah, the vinyl's not good quality vinyl. I think. Look at that lineup.
Can you see if there's AB in the dead wax? Because I was reading that from like 60 to like 62, that actually Abbey Studios used recycled vinyl, and you have to kind of watch those ones. I'm just curious if.
I mean, this is like a manhole cover.
What year? What year?
This came out in 60. 64. This is 1960.
I don't think they were using recycle that early, personally.
What would it say? AB in the dead wax? I mean, this is a Van Gelder.
Because I was going to get Interplay Jazz by John Coltrane, which came out in 62, and people said to avoid it because it's a real noisy. And that Abbey Studios was used. I don't know if it was like recycled vinyl, but whatever it was, it wasn't as good as the earlier stuff.
Yeah.
Great hardcover. I mean, this is really.
Nicole recommends just buying all of the Arista Freedom records. I think it's a noble goal.
Yeah, I think I'm going to get into them.
Yeah,
that might be the next thing I dive into.
There's tons of them that are super cheap. You can see them for $5.
Yeah, that Charles Tolliver one is awesome. It really, really highly recommend that.
But there's the other Charles Tolliver, Arista Freedom.
You know, the cool thing with records like that too is if you buy them for $5 and you listen to them twice and you don't care about them, you can sell them in an auction.
Yeah, well, it's good that you have a whole path.
Yes, it is a path. It's the journey, man. Come on.
So, just to catch up on the AP45 series, some records that did not overlap with Music Matters, and I think they're way overdue for a re-release. Hard to find them nowadays. Davis Cup.
Oh yeah.
It's a really good record. Walter Davis Jr., Donald Byrd, Jack McLean, Sam Jones, and Art Taylor. So that's the 45 AP.
You just let me borrow a couple of years.
Sorry?
You let me borrow that for a couple of years. No,
Didn't hear Chris. Sorry.
I'm just kidding. Never mind.
Okay. Back in Time. This is a really good one as well.
Oh,
1500 series.
I've even seen that record.
Lee Morgan, Hank Mobley, Wynton Kelly, Paul Chambers, and Charles Persip. It's a really good record. And one of my favorites here, also very hard to find these days easily, Hubcap.
Oh yeah.
Hubcap is a great session. Julian Priester, Jimmy Heath, Cedar Walton, Larry Ridley, and Philly Joe, with Freddie Hubbard, of course. This is a really good one. So it did not overlap necessarily 100% Music Matters. Some titles, the heavy hitters, they overlap with Music Matters, AP45, BN80, and Classic Series, yes.
Yeah, of course.
But there are some, they have also the Duke Jordan, some other interesting titles too.
They're going to press what they think they can sell, man.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I think those are way overdue,
I do like the people who are pressing interesting shit though. Like you're talking about the Real Gone music. Those black jazz titles, those are super interesting. And even when they were full price, they were only like $20.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, very competitive.
Like somebody should do Muse like that. Like $20 versions of Muse records would be amazing.
Yeah.
Right. I know. And why not?
Yeah, why not? We could probably sell 50 copies from our show.
Yeah.
At least.
Yeah. So here's a question for you guys that I'm digging deeper into Muse. So Muse was strictly reissue label, or they were also issuing new sessions?
Oh no, there's all kinds of new shit on Muse. It's only on Muse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most of it.
They reissued some stuff, but yeah, I would say like it seems like 90+% is new stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But there are like they do a Grant Green record that isn't originally a lead. Oh, I think it's a Dave Bailey record that's really hard. It's on like Jazz Time. It's like impossible to get. And then they do. Don't you have a Muse record that they reissued, Felipe? That's really hard to get.
Yeah, Is It Kenny Dorham?
Yeah, and that was on, yeah. And I don't know what the original thing was, but I know that's a cool record. But they did a lot of like, now these original copies are like impossible to find.
Yeah.
They reissued the Cobblestone stuff too. So. And they reissued Timeless records here in the States.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the day, like back in the same time they were coming out in Europe.
And they called them like Timeless Muse, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got a couple of them. I think there's been a
I have
Let
me see.
Hey, Baggy, your package arrives tomorrow.
Okay. Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's this one. Oh.
It's
on a Saturday?
Because you sent it like hand delivered for $50.
Oh, I thought a package for me.
No, for me, from you to me. Hey,
well, I'm not excited.
I saw that record. I didn't know about picking that one up, Felipe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's the one here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it?
Do you remember?
So actually, Rob, it's called. It comes with there's a Muse Forever series. Maybe they had like a series of reissues. I don't know.
Well, I don't know if he recorded it for that, right? When did he pass away?
No.
That must have come out after he passed away.
No, this is a reissue.
That's a reissue.
No, but even when it came out, or it was posthumously.
Hold on, I'm looking it up.
No, I don't think so.
So originally, it came out in '61 on Jazz Time. So I guess they must have bought the Jazz Time catalog, and an original U.S. I guess this is a mono pressing. There's none available, but it goes for
to find.
It goes for about $250.
Yeah, I have the Bliss. I have that Bliss record.
And the stereo goes for the stereo's never sold. So
Dude,
it's
it's super hard to find.
Look what Jay's saying with the Muse hype. Everybody knows about Muse.
Yeah.
But be quiet. Don't tell anyone.
Yeah,
this
be
is
quiet. 1,000 every week.
Chris, can you edit Muse out of this stream?
This is
Oh, yeah.
that.
Let me see that. Yeah.
That's Timeless Muse. So this originally came out. I think it had the same exact cover. This was a Wacom Brown WCB jazz vinyl recommendation.
Mhm.
I think I got this for like $10.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah.
Sam Jones, Lewis Hayes. It's good. Yeah, and this is a
Yeah.
promo.
Who is the Gruff?
Ryan DeGraff. I don't know. He's what is he doing?
Did he fight? Was he the dog in the trench coat that told you how to stop
He's,
crime?
he's a piano player. All right, get me off the screen.
Here, let's get a record. Pick this up. I've shown this before, but everybody should buy this too.
Oh, I almost bought that yesterday too.
Huh?
I almost bought that one yesterday as well.
Oh, you should have just bought it, dude. It's great.
Yeah, I want that one. That's the monster.
Yeah, it's really good.
The master.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Master.
The master.
They're into Pepper's.
The monster.
It's the monster.
Yeah, he was such a fucking badass player, man.
Yeah.
Well, I have the one I have on Palo Alto that came from the collection. I got to clean that one.
Rob,
Pepper Adams records for me in my pile somewhere.
Rob J.E. is saying a lot of Muse records are cut by Rudy Van Gelder.
Yeah, that's true. Some of them
Well,
are.
not a lot of them.
I'll have some of them, yeah.
Like I have a bunch.
Those digital Muse sound good too, man.
Well, the digital, like this is digital Muse, and this is a Van Gelder. This is when he started going digital.
The one I just showed earlier, the James Spalding.
Yeah.
Right? Is this Van Gelder? Yeah, mastered by Van Gelder, and this is digital Muse.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is also Van Gelder,
Hmm.
and this is not digital. This is Ricky Ford. This is a good one.
I feel like we all show our Muse records every week.
I think we're just in the Muse right now.
Well, at least Mike does.
We're all in the Muse. Oh shit.
Well, when you have records like this, bam, come on, Woody Shaw.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, don't come to the king of Woody Shaw.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Rob's got ball. Rob got Woody Shaw. I think we said like we were talking about Woody Shaw on a stream one week, and then like within a month, Rob had all.
Within a month, I've got like 20 Woody Shaw records. It wasn't. I mean, it was.
What's your favorite? Because he was on Muse, then he was on Columbia, and like, do you have a favorite?
Yeah, but he's also. I think a lot of people have his stuff because he was a sideman. I mean, you have Larry Young.
Yeah,
I'll tell you. Those two contemporary records are like here. All his most of his Columbia stuff is a little tame, but the Muse stuff, which actually in the beginning, you should try and get that in the beginning because that's a record he did self-recorded to try and get a deal with Blue Note, and they didn't take it. So it's the best Blue Note record that Blue Note ever didn't put out because the backing band's insane. So then he's also on that Joe Henderson Live at the Lighthouse. And the reason I got into Woody Shaw is because that Larry, if you get that Renaissance, that record store day, Larry Young live in Paris, Woody Shaw steals that whole record.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does amazing there, Rob. It's true.
I have that record. Yeah, that's good.
And I'll tell you, if you want to go before you go to sleep after the stream, go on YouTube. There are two shows. There's one he does with Griffin, Johnny Griffin, that kills. And I always figured Woody Shaw was very stoic, but he's kind of his banter's humorous with Johnny because Johnny Griffin's a ham. And then there's one he does with Freddie Hubbard. There's also a lot of ones with his own group.
There's two with Freddie Hubbard.
Well, those records.
What is the one with Freddie Hubbard?
Concerts you can go watch on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You know what? I'll drop the links because the one he does with Johnny Griffin.
That freaking Joe Henderson at the Lighthouse is an expensive record.
Oh, I have two copies. Someone
is
already
it on
asked
Muse?
for a second copy.
Well, VG Plus starts at 75.
Well, the one I have is VG++. It's the milestone reissue.
Yeah,
that goes for more than the original.
And the next VG Plus goes for 119.
Yeah, that thing.
Wow,
So
that's a record.
someone already asked for which one I don't want. I have an OG and then a reissue. But I'll tell you something, Mike.
Mhm.
That is like the best sounding live concert I think I have.
Damn.
See, Rob, what needs to happen is you need to show us all the records you get before you show anyone else. And
Dude, I did it. I did a
Yes,
video.
exactly.
You were
That's
there,
it,
but you
Chris.
were probably massively high.
it's not my fault.
Plus, you got the record you wanted. You're just in love
Oh
with
yeah, Woody Shaw's
your
on.
love for Phil Woods.
Yeah.
Woody Shaw's on
That's true.
Munich. Is this right? Woody Shaw's
Yeah,
on.
yes.
Yes. Yes.
Hence him on that live concert with Larry Young.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Oh,
The Columbia stuff. So those
Horrible covers.
He has
Those covers are pretty bad.
Yeah, he has Electra Frida, Electra musician, and those are horrible, just horribly recorded, horribly pressed records.
Yeah. I've got one that sounds good, and I have one other one that sounds like shit.
But it's not his records. The two contemporaries are very expensive. The luckily through that collection, I got a lot of them used that are very expensive.
Ooh, look at this. Oh, that is a cool cover. That Japan
Oh, yeah.
one, I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure. Let me look that up.
Yeah, but Lastman, man, that one at the Lighthouse is just so well recorded. Bernie Drummond did a good job recording that.
See how much this Japan one is. Maybe it's more affordable.
If Mark had it, it's probably
Are you eating now and later's, Baggy?
Everybody's eating on camera, man.
I don't know. You're just too much candy, man.
It was orange.
Oh,
I was backstage, and then he popped me on it.
That's fine.
I forgot about a couple of records that I got.
Oh, sweet.
Rob, I have no issue with people eating candy, okay?
Yeah,
What?
I bet you don't.
Yeah, Felipe was eating grape nuts earlier.
I heard in your waiting room you have bowls of candy because you just want them to keep coming back.
Exactly. I bring business card when I go trick or treating.
Felipe eats ice cream all night every night.
Not to change
Yeah.
the flow of the stream, Felipe, but what is the worst candy to eat that will ruin your like? I thought like those bit of honeys or so they'll rip your teeth out of your gums.
I had to stop eating all I was eating gummy bears and it took my crown out, so I had to stop eating any sticky candy at all.
Damn, the Joe Henderson in Japan is expensive too. VG Plus starts at $90.
No, you can get that one. Is awesome. I got that one. The jazz.
I need to revisit that.
If anybody wants a
Oh,
Joe
that-
Henderson record, just get this
Oh.
one.
Yeah,
That's an amazing one. That's a kick-ass Gears.
Yeah, it's got Alice Coltrane on it. It's pretty badass.
if anyone
is that
wants a Joe
called?
Henderson record, get all the Joe Henderson records.
All the Joe Henderson records you find. The Elements.
Okay, let's see how much it's going for.
Probably $40-$50. No, I paid $30 for it. I don't know.
You want me to show you a Joe Henderson record that's hard to find, and this one looks in horrible shape.
Hmm.
His Village Vanguard records that were reissued by Tone Poet are exceptional.
Oh,
I
they're
wish-
killer.
I need Elliot needs to come up and show the records he got in the auction and tell us what he thinks about them sometime.
So that
Yeah.
Elements reissue,
Oh, yeah.
the cheapest one is going for $50 on Discogs, and
For
then it jumps up to 65, then 75.
For which record? The one I just showed?
Yeah, for that reissue
Yeah, it's jazz.
in the United States.
You got to buy them now. That jazz dispensaries, though, you have to buy now or definitely cry later because they're selling it.
Well, I remember streaming it, and I was like, I don't know, I'm not too into it, but I feel like
Oh, that's killer. That's
Yeah, it is
super good.
That's really good.
Okay, I'm gonna clean this and listen to it tonight. But this cover is like some bad shape.
Okay.
Didn't Mazzy know the Canyon Lady?
Is it Milestone, Rob?
This is Milestones.
Mhm.
And
Records are badass.
I hope all these marks are surface marks, but I'm not expecting much from this.
Well, some of his music's like loud and enough that it won't matter.
Hey, dude, I want to show a record that might make you guys jealous. I just pulled it out of the collection.
My Joe Hendersons are only reissues on Classic Series.
Do you want to see this?
Yeah, I have that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like that record.
Shelly Man on Prestige.
Yeah, dude, it's good.
That thing?
Yeah.
Wow.
I have an OJC of that, or not something. No, I have like a 70s reissue.
Let me go pull out the other Joe
Is
Henderson.
that an OG? Is that an OG that the Sonny Chris?
No, this is a green label.
Okay, cool. That's what I have. Yeah, it's a good record.
Can you, lady?
Sing more to us, Rob.
No,
Can you play trumpet for us?
I can play the butt trumpet.
Oh shit!
I found
There's a
some more records.
Hey, that comment might have offended some weak-willed people in the peanut gallery.
Yeah, true. Like kind of like the
Roberto, there is a 10-inch of it, but then there's also a double LP
Yeah.
of it.
Yeah, Roberto. I'm guessing they should reissue that. I have it.
Yeah.
That album is killer.
I have the double
Yeah.
LP. It is awesome.
You know what? Here's what will make you feel worse. About a year and a half ago, Renaissance did a 50% off sale, so I got it for $22.
Oh, I think I paid like 40 for it, but it's like I think it's pretty hard to get now.
Yeah, it is. Man, I don't have high hopes for this Joe Henderson record, but I'm gonna put it out.
Yeah, you know, I'll tell you if it's good or not. Just throw it in.
Dude, I don't even. You might have to sell me one of your children to get the records I have for you.
I doubt it. You gotta get it together though. I need to get them so I can move on.
Yeah,
Actually,
I'll try.
That or save them until after RSD. Just keep them at your house.
Well, where am I gonna keep them? Put them in the alley?
No, hell no. Not around there.
What year do you think Joe Henderson's first lead record came out in?
62 or 64?
Woo! That's pretty good. 63.
Well,
That's what I was thinking.
it's which record is it? It's the one, page one, or what is
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Page one, yeah. It's a great record.
Page one. Now his Sidemen work. When do you think his Sidemen work started?
Probably shortly before that. He was very young.
Also 63, so pretty close.
Yeah.
And I guess the first one he was on a Kenny Dorham on an Uptown record, but called the Flamboyant Queens, New York, 1963. And then the first like kind of regular studio session record is Uno Mas. And that was in 63 and released in 64. So he's a 60s guy.
It's a classic, right? Uno Mas.
Yeah, all those records are on classic series for sure.
He's on Little
found-
John State. He's on a lot of stuff. Oh my god.
I found some. I forgot about a couple of other 10 inches I got from that guy that are technically dressed.
All right, that sounds good.
Oh, cool.
Okay. What's that on?
This is on. What is this? Tops Music Enterprises Corp.
Oh yeah, I've heard of Tops. Yep.
Tops. There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Tops
Cool.
Masterpieces.
how does it
We were
sound?
just talking about her the other day, Mike.
Have you listened to it?
No.
Damn it, people! Listen to your records and then show them.
I can't. Anyway, and then there's this, because I was trying to even out to $20 with
I
this
would
guy.
buy that
So
just for the cover. Yeah, that's
Huh?
very. I would buy that just for the cover. That's a super early Columbia.
Yeah. I have the voice of Frank Sinatra as the same exact cover, just different.
Yeah. They did a bunch of those like that. That's really cool.
Yeah.
do you know who these guys are?
No, not at all.
Okay, so the Modernaires were the vocal, their vocal group, and they're most famous for being the vocal group for Glenn Miller.
Mm.
And this is a tribute album where they do tributes to, they do the best hits of most of all the big band leaders on here, Chick Webb and Glenn Miller and so on. And then after that, in the 50s, around this time this record probably came out, they were on Bob Crosby's TV show. And Bob Crosby is Bing Crosby's little brother, who was a band leader. He did sing as well, and he had a TV show, and they were on that. They were the vocal group on that TV show. So, yeah.
See, that's the kind of detail you
And
have.
he had some classical 10 inches too, but I was like, it's miserable listening to classical when it's really scratchy and poppy. So I left him, but oh, you know what he had is he had a bunch of 78s, and he had a bunch of Little Richard, and he had some Sun 78s, and he had a bunch of what's his name? He's on my wall right there, and I can't remember his name. Who's one of the guys that the $1 Million Quartet, Blue Suede Shoes.
Hey, Baggy, aren't you known as the Bob Crosby expert of the West Coast?
Yeah. Anyway, he has a 78 of Blue Suede Shoes, but he wanted like $80 for it, and I can't afford that. So but that guy's a real character, Robbie. I was telling him he had a stack of the record collectors there, the one with Bob Marley on it.
Was he an old guy? Was he the old dude?
He's the old Jewish guy, and he was like,
right.
He made a yarmulke joke about Jim like wearing a yarmulke because he's bald or something like that.
Okay, so that dude, the only good thing he ever had is, and he keeps talking about this, is he met Pablo,
yes, he told me.
He met his daughter.
Yes.
And he got a whole collection of sealed Pablos.
And he still had them too.
But he still tells the story, even though he sold them all out.
He was mad that I wasn't buying them because I bought the other Pablo, and he's like, "Don't you want these?" I'm like, "No, I have all."
He sold out of all the good Pablos he had.
Well, he had the Sarah Vaughan and the he had two Sarah Vaughns and a couple of
he had a bunch of seal ones when I bought them from him.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, here's another Heirs to Freedom.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, looks neat. Is it crazy?
Who's all on that?
No, I just pulled it out of the batch. I have to clean a lot of these and listen.
Is it a big group on that?
It is. Yeah, it's Norman Howard, Henry Grimes, Earl Henderson, Sonny Murray. This is from 1964 recording.
One of the questions on the Tunes tab 2023 is, what is your most out there record?
Well, I've got a lot now that are out there.
That's a tough question.
Yeah, I don't know. I have to think about that.
I mean,
my most out there record is out there.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
It's probably your Don Cherry, classic. You still have
it? Yes.
I've dumped it many months ago.
Oh, you did?
Would you bury it in a hole somewhere?
I don't have any more. But
I traded it at my local store.
Did you offer someone a free root canal to take it off your hands?
I was considering this, but I don't know if Nicole's still here. I don't know. It's pretty out there.
Yeah, but
I'd rather have a root canal than to listen to.
Yeah, I don't really know what to pick for it, honestly.
I got a good Don Cherry record here.
I have the Blue Note Don Cherry record from the collection. I haven't cleaned and listened to it yet.
This was on Intercity. I don't know if it was originally or not, but this is really good. It's Gato and Don Cherry.
Didn't they do a bunch of stuff together?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, I just got the fourth. So Gato did an Impulse series of records. There were 4 of them. I just got the 4th one, and I'm trying to listen to them and take them in. Like the whole thing, because they're all completely different.
Oh, Nicole, I showed the Albert Eiler at the Village Gates or whatever. I hear.
What's going on?
Someone's got to YouTube.
What are you doing? Hello? It was Baggy. He did something. Can you go back to eating now later?
Oh, So one of the questions from the Tunes Tag 2023 is, what is your most out there record? And I was considering that, but I don't know. I probably have something. Like, would you consider, how out would you even consider that record? Oh, Nicole, I can show it again. It's this one, Albert Eiler.
Like
Also,
this,
Nicole, do you like this record?
this
Oh,
was his first recorded record, Albert Eiler.
That's a great
Oh,
record.
well, Mike, what pressing is this one? Because third
That I
man,
have?
there's a third man pressing.
This
Mhm.
Mhm.
this is early. This is like, well, not early. I think it's 72. It is Van Gelder stuff.
Oh, cool.
Wait, actually, let me double check.
He's
I have,
telling me.
I have an 80s reissue.
No, it's not.
No,
Van
we're the vinyl community casting bingo was pretty spot on.
It's not Van
the
Gelder.
Dead Wax, you know.
This, I don't think this was a Van Gelder. This is Rob. Who's LW?
It's a Scorpio.
No, LW is not a Scorpio.
Well, who's LW?
I don't think LW is a person. It's just a signifier of something.
Because I think my
This is like reading the runes.
I think my Led
reading the
Zeppelin.
bones,
I think my Led Zeppelin 2 is an LW.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What do you think, Baggy?
I don't know.
Looking at
I
me,
gotta go lay down.
reading the bones. I gotta go lay down.
Yeah.
Anyway, this wasn't a cheap record. This was
It's like 8 o'clock there, Baggy.
I know. I've been drinking.
Oh, okay.
No.
Well, don't throw
All
up.
right.
Go lay down.
Well,
See you guys later.
what were you
Tonight.
drinking? What were you
I'll be
drinking?
watching from afar. Huh?
Were you drinking Sprite Zero? Is that too strong for you?
No, I'm drinking whiskey and beer.
All right, here's a question for the panel and for the peanut gallery.
Okay.
What would you consider your top Impulse records that you have?
Impulse purchases?
No. Impulse records.
Well, I have a lot.
OGs.
I have a lot of
top
OGs.
5, top 10.
Well, just a couple.
Here's their
I would
OGs.
say
Somebody,
one,
somebody,
two, three.
you know.
Once you get a word in edgewise, then I would tell you.
Yes.
I have a lot of Yusef Lateef OG impulses, and they're all outstanding. But then I have a bunch of John Coltrane's. I have Chico Hamilton. I have a lot of impulse OGs. So it's hard because all that stuff is good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think I agree. Oh, my dog's barking.
I think the Elvin Jones, Dear John, Jonesy is great.
Oh,
Really
I
great.
have that. That's awesome.
Yeah, right.
My favorite one is that McCoy Tyner, Felipe. What was that one called? Something for
Expressions.
tomorrow, or
Oh, I
was it?
forgot, Chris.
I don't know.
I don't have that one.
McCoy Tyner and Eddie, and that joins
Yeah.
Elvin Jones and Jimmy Garrison. I have the other McCoy Tyner with both of them.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
hard to pick. It's they're also
the
different.
the Freddie Hubbards on Impulse, they are outstanding.
How many did he do for Impulse?
2.
I'm gonna
The
find
artistry of Freddie Hubbard and the Body and the Soul.
Yeah, I have both of them. They're hard to get. Well, they're not hard to get, but I mean,
Hey, Mike, are you paying attention to Peanut Gallery? They're telling you what LW is.
oh yeah, I did see that. Thank
I
you.
knew it was a signifier for something. It's not his name.
Well, that Eiler sounds really good, so
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm happy with it.
I'm getting a copy of Ballads
Hey.
soon, so
Hey.
I might be
But
include that in my list.
but thanks, Mike, for taking a good topic for a video and throwing it away in this stream.
we can always read it. No one cares, dude.
Do you
We can
know
just
this?
do it again. No one gives a shit.
Yeah,
Hey, Chris,
you talking about-
do you know this one?
Hang on, I'm having problems.
That's a great cover.
Does anyone besides me and Rob just have records all over the floor and everywhere else in their room? Or is it just me and Rob?
What?
No, I have a couple.
What do you need?
Records everywhere, man. This is one of my favorite impulses.
Here you
Mhm.
go.
Yeah.
I'll make it big. You got it?
Yeah. This might be one of the most expensive records I've actually paid for. I think I paid like $70 for this.
Yeah, I have a copy of that. I could have gave you for 10.
Well, this is an Org 45 version, dude.
That's a really good one,
Can
Chris.
you do me a favor and sing like Johnny Hartman right
If
now?
I could, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. I'd be getting paid, bro.
I don't think he would go over that well today.
Drew, that is one I want to get. That is a cool cover. They're both smoking on it, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if he'd go over that well today, but don't you think he could make a living like singing in clubs and shit? Maybe, I don't know.
Beautiful nightingale.
I don't have any of the Johnny Hartman on Impulse. I skipped them.
Well, don't you have the John Coltrane and Johnny
Yeah,
Hartman?
that one's great.
I skipped that.
You should get that. You should unskip
Yeah,
that.
go pick that up.
I ain't listening.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have so
Coltrane
much
is-
goddamn Frank
Coltrane does
Sinatra. I don't need any more male vocals for the rest of my life.
You know, okay, can everyone remember this
Better than
comment?
Frank anyway.
Because I feel in a short period of time, Mike's going to come in here with all male vocal records.
No, I've heard, I don't know who it was. Maybe it was Mike from the In Groove or somebody said that.
He'll take a deep dive.
He said that it was like one of like the best records sounding that he's ever heard.
Of what?
I'm pretty sure it was Mike Esposito.
Said what?
What?
Said what?
He said that Johnny Hartman, John Coltrane is one of the best records. he's ever heard.
It's a really well recorded album. But here's a funny thing. I think when they did dual records back then, because I have that Duke Ellington, what's her face, the gospel singer, what's her name?
Mahalia Jackson.
Mahalia Jackson. They
Yeah.
kind of alternated songs on the album. You know?
Well, yeah, was it at Newport?
No, it's a studio recorded record.
Oh, actually, because they were at Newport together too, like
Yeah.
in '57 or something.
How's the Love Supreme acoustic sounds?
It's insane. I mean, it's great.
The whole series is insane. Get them all.
You know, I was watching Bob Bradley, and I think they use the same metalwork for the Walmart version. So even that one sounds good.
Walmart and Target.
Yeah.
But
Mhm.
but
Or
but I will say
Target,
that- yeah, but the pressings are not the best.
But they're
good though.
Was it Bob Bradley who did that? Was it Bob Bradley? Do you guys remember?
I've talked
Yeah.
about it. I've got one. You wanna see
Oh.
it?
My buddy has one, and he also has, I think, a second press stereo that is
My buddy.
woo,
My buddy.
it's just amazing.
See?
It's amazing you could do so much stuff with your eyes closed. Chris.
Oh, look at that! It's uncolored.
Yeah,
Now-
so one is orange and one is blue. I think the
Is
Walmart.
Bernie in the dead wax of that, or
Walmart is blue.
Who
Target
cut-
is
Oh
orange.
no, that would be Ryan K. Smith, right?
Oh, Ryan Smith. It's all Ryan Smith.
So is he in the dead wax?
Do you want me to look at orange record and dead wax? I don't know, man. I think so. I can't read that shit.
Well, your
I
eyes
think
are closed.
Ryan Smith.
Yeah, my eyes are closed for the night already. You know.
All right, here are two cool Impulse. One's a little more straight ahead, and the other one's a little more out there. So for the straight ahead, Curtis Fuller, Soul Trombone.
Yeah, I have
Yeah,
that.
that's a great
That's a
song.
good album.
It's good, and you have to get a really clean copy because there's a lot of quiet tracks on, or not a lot, but there's quiet passages, and you just gotta get a clean copy.
Yeah,
So-
mine's mint.
And I got this for a fair price at the time, and I think it's gone up in price a lot. And this is an RBG, and then this I got for I think like $15, and I knew it was a good record. I've seen people show it before, but this is a live concert, and it has so good. It has Charles Tolliver on it, Groucho Moncourt III, James Spaulding, Archie Shepp, Albert Eiler, John Coltrane, Marion Brown, Elvin Jones, McCoy Tyner, Jimmy Garrison, Billy Higgins. But like the best part of it is, I mean, the whole thing's great, but the one thing, when I put it on, they do Charles Tolliver, Cecil McBee, James Spaulding, Billy Higgins, and Bobby Hutcherson do Brilliant Corners. And it's a great version of it. It's really, that I think that's just worth getting because of that. So this is a cool one, and I don't think it's that expensive, honestly. I don't think it's cheap, but I don't think it's crazy. But it's kind of a sleeper. I feel like people look at it and maybe think it's a comp or something. But
Who is it?
it's a concert, and they all play. It's awesome.
The first 3 times you held up that record, I thought about getting it, but
Well, here's some. You want to see some more that I've shown before?
Here you go.
This is a good one.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Count Basie. It's Impulse. These are all impulses. Count Basie and is in the Kansas City 7. This is a really good record. This one's pretty famous, and you can find it everywhere. Earl Hines. Once upon a time, it's a good one. This is one of those 80s, I guess. First things, you shouldn't pay a lot of money for those, probably.
Chris, can you show your?
Oh yeah.
Everyone take a drink. Chris showed a Johnny Hartman record.
Yeah. This is when was it? 70s. Right?
Yes, that's like a mid 70s.
What do you want me to show, Mike?
Your McCoy Tyner, the promo copy.
Hey man, quit like fucking up my flow.
This is definitely. I think you're. Oh, that's not it.
This is a good one.
Yeah.
Really good. And affordable. I paid $8 for this. It's like VG Plus. I think I bought this one. Well, in 2 years ago, I guess. All right, this is probably my favorite Impulse record, though, for sure. You ended up getting a copy of this too, didn't you, Mike?
Will you listen to that today and tomorrow?
Yes, I did. It's a Latin Provo.
I got mine from Japan.
I love that white promo of that label.
You too. This belonged to a famous jazz DJ in Philadelphia or something. The guy that sold it to me put a note in about it, which just makes it cool.
Yeah, but he could have said that about any record. How do you know?
Well, it's because he has a name written on it. Like, I don't know. I trust people to tell me things that don't make the record worth anymore.
Hey, listen, guys, I'm going to be selling a bunch of Casey Kasem's records.
So I got
Chris is gonna buy them.
So I got this record, and this is on the Neon Impulse. And this came from what I gleaned from London Jazz Collector. This came before the Green Bullseye, and he says these sound, they're not as good as the.
Is someone assembling a gun?
I don't know, Felipe, dude.
We need noise cancellation.
I'm just putting my glass aside. Sorry.
Anyway, this sounds pretty good. I'm sure it's not RVG. I'm sure that would probably sound better, but this is so hard to get that I'm just happy to have any copy of it, honestly.
I'm afraid we might get shot.
The US pressing, but I got it from Japan.
Hey, show your address again.
Oh, yeah, sorry. But yeah, I keep that stuff.
This will go down as the most ill-prepared Jazz Bum stream ever.
Oh, there's definitely been worse.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. This is definitely not the worst.
Oh, no.
Go back to when we first started streaming.
Oh, my God, dude.
No, I saw those. You guys used to hold up the same record all the time.
Which
I still do.
So, Felipe,
all these records that I have around me are records that I've already shown on the stream because I haven't put them away yet, probably.
So, Felipe, did you say your Freddie Hubbards are your favorite Impulse?
Yeah, I think that they sound really good. I think the Coltrane Duke Ellington, it's also like a really good sound record on Impulse. Yeah. And the Elvin Jones. The Elvin Jones Dear John C is
that Dear John C is awesome.
Now, I have a Rob, you sent me a mono Coltrane ballad, so I can compare that to my Acoustic Sounds version.
Yeah, but it's
are the Acoustic Sounds versions superior to the originals?
I don't know, but they sound.
I think it's hard to compare.
Yeah.
Right, because the originals most are going to be mono, these reissues are going to be stereo, so it's hard to make.
You know what? I just listened to a Yusef Lateef Van Gelder, and it sounds awesome.
I bet. So in a couple of weeks, I'm going to have a mono original
Mark
ballads.
No, that's cool.
Not RVG. Throw it out. Trash.
Yeah, it's about the music, Mike.
It's garbage.
You're the reason people leave mean comments about us. With pressings. I'm just kidding.
Well, I don't know what I'm doing. I just try to find early pressings, and if there's RVG, I just assume it's good.
I just found.
I have an Impulse that was pressed at Bell Sounds. I forget which one it is.
Yeah, now what that maybe should be a topic of a video, the bell sounds thing.
And the Bell Sounds one sounds really good.
I have a Bell Sounds record.
A lot of people do, but I don't know much about bell sounds.
Which one was it?
That's the Vision Bell.
Division Bell.
Oh, you know
Bell
what?
sounds.
It might be this one. Hold on, let's see.
Want to hear something shameful about my record keeping habits?
Hold on, we need an intro.
Yeah.
Chris
Ooh.
record confession session.
Okay, rolling drums.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, so I just found a bunch of the records that we remember when we did our top 5 tenor episode, like 6 months ago.
Yeah.
All those records are still sitting next to me in my office. I haven't put them up yet. Been 6
Man,
months.
what would Pearl Jam think of the way you put your records away?
I don't know. A bunch of them buy records, though. That's for sure.
Well, that's not a true confession because if you see the way I put away records,
Well, look, yeah, show your room. You want to have a intervention on YouTube?
it's ridiculous.
Mike, react to my records.
Here, I'll show you.
What? Hold on. Anyway, I definitely have a Bell Sounds one. I just don't know what it is. And it sounds great.
So
It might be the Coltrane Ballads.
But it'll probably sound Discogs if you just search, right?
Yeah. This is only because this is the last one I listened to.
Oh, yeah. That's
This
good.
sounds great.
How many times are you going to show that?
It just showed it just now.
Have we seen it before?
I don't know, by me.
No, it's a good record. I want a copy of that. I'll listen to it
Sounds
on-
great.
Yeah. That's
I
nice.
don't have a lot of Yusuf.
I do, and I could use more. Actually, I'm going to give you. I might give away my Live at Pips, which Elemental is reissuing, because here's a tip for you people out there. There was those MCA reissue twofers, right? Let's see if I have one nearby me. Here, I'm going to go get the Yusuf. I'm going to. Here, this will be the recommendation of the night. Okay.
Well, you can't make it official.
Yeah, you can't say it.
Yeah.
From me, my.
Oh, for you, okay, that's fine. So, Mike? Tell us about your storage woes. Do you have storage woes? Are you running out of space?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm tight. I'm really planning to
move to a bigger house.
reduce the volume coming in. I think honestly, after this next week, it's going to slow down a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a couple things that are kind of big. I got last Sunday, the Ornette Tone Poet box came up on eBay for $120. So I was like, you know what? 6 records, Tone Poets, $120. I want the Golden Circle ones. I like the one with Dewey Redman. There's one with Jackie McLean. I was like, this box is pretty good. So I grabbed it, and then on Monday they did a spring cleaning sale, and you can get it brand new for $140. Which I'm sure that the one I got will be fine, but I couldn't believe that I freaking bought it the day before it went on sale like that.
When I saw that, I thought of you instantly. I really did. I really did. That's how intimate our jazz habits.
I believe it's going to go. I believe it's going to go lower, so I'm waiting for it to go lower than 100.
Yeah, Matthew.
Okay, can I show you the recommendation?
Yes.
Okay, this is This is, I believe, a sought-after Yusuf Lateef album. It's live. It's the green ABC Impulse.
Trash.
Okay. This, even in the cheapest form, is pricey. Here's what you do. You go get this, from the dedication series, volume, whatever that Greek number is. The live.
13.
Thank you, Yusuf Latif. This is the full live at Pep set. 2 records. They're horrible, and by the way, the inside the gatefolds are horrible on these. But this is this record plus the rest of the set, and you could get this affordably cheap.
Nice.
So go pick this one up. It's the full live Yusuf Latif.
Nice.
Recommendation.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. That's nice.
This is a good record.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cool.
Doesn't like this.
Oh gosh, what's going on?
I don't know. Felipe's eating soup.
Is he drinking his bong water?
Yeah.
No, just sipping some vodka here.
Oh,
Are you? You're supposed to sip it, not gulp it.
Y'all should listen to this one.
It depends on the resilience, Rob.
It's on Beehive.
I just want to say that Nicole is cooler than all of us combined.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Hey,
and a happy
by the
birthday,
way-
Nicole, again. Yeah.
Happy birthday, Nicole. Everybody wishes Nicole happy birthday.
Hey, and I sent her some VCLT, and she sent me VCLT. So thank you, Nicole.
Ooh.
Nice.
Have you listened to that album yet, Nicole?
Oh.
I swear to God, I think you're drinking the bottle straight.
So Mike's not here yet. Did he go to the Lincoln Center tonight to
Yes,
see
no,
Ron Carter?
Bro.
I think there he is. I think he's
Yeah.
watching the basketball. No, oh, he's
No, you saw Bobby Watson.
Ron Carter is playing Lincoln Center today and tomorrow.
Yeah, I think he's going tomorrow. He said
Yeah.
in a cab. That's cool. I've never ridden in a taxi cab. Do you believe that, Mike?
Well, have you been to New York City?
No.
Yellow cab.
Oh,
Yeah.
there you go. It's really not all that's good. Ubers are better.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, whatever. It's all the same. I feel like taxi cab drivers are a little more aggressive in their approach.
You guys should go to Brazil, ride a cab.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
How's that?
Kind of fun.
All my Indian friends tell me that the driving in India is just wild because it's just madness.
All right, here's a
Man,
question.
you know,
If they figure it out, it's just a big. It'll all kind of go at the same time, and it's pretty crazy.
oh yeah. Everybody's on the street at the same time.
Yeah,
It's crazy. Yeah. So, question?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what do you think is the worst impulse you have? But we don't have to go there.
Oh, I know. Let me think. No, it's a verb.
I can't even think of one that I own, but there's just a lot of impulse that I skip. Like you have some stuff that's like,
Yeah.
it's like the jazz vocal stuff where they like put lyrics to jazz standards. I forget. Yeah, there's some weird stuff like that.
I got some that are terrible.
What do you got?
Terrible. Just questions. Here's an impulse that I bought.
Oh, what is that?
It's weird.
That's not good.
No, it's bizarre. Yeah.
Oh, is that one with the blue spine?
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
I mean, I only
What's
paid.
that?
Yeah, there's two impulse that have blue spines, I think.
I paid $10 for it, so I'm not that pissed. But
When was that released?
pretty early, man. I don't know.
What's the catalog number on it?
A25.
Yeah, that's early.
Yeah, it's a folk record. It's not jazz. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, for folk record, it's fine. I guess they thought maybe we'll sell folk records, and they did too, and said fuck it, right? I don't really like this one that much.
Oh, that's good to know.
It's okay.
Who's in the band, Chris?
I mean, I'm probably gonna be piss everybody off because it's like an amazing band or something. I remember it not being. Just
Do you like Kai Winding records in general? I know you have that think it's like a Pacific Jazz one.
JJ
Yeah,
and Kai, the one the surfer, this beach cover.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
The
cool.
thing about him for me is if he doesn't, him by himself is just not my thing. But it's got Kai Winding, Johnny Messner on tenor, trombone, a couple of guys on bass trombone. Yeah.
Are you gargling the vodka, Felipe?
Yeah. Anyway,
Yes.
it's kind of a
And
big
crunch
band,
the ice.
a bunch of
Crunch
trombone.
the ice, Rob.
Yeah. Yeah, Robert. The title.
I
The
think
title's morality. That's
I think-
terrible.
I think you're drinking it out of a trough.
I'm crunching the ice.
I think Felipe has delusions of becoming a Foley artist.
Yeah, I think so too.
No.
The whole family does.
All right, what else can we talk about? What Impulse has the best cover that you have?
Oh my God.
Jeez, man,
This should have been a fucking. We're trying to make a band.
Impulse vinyl tag.
Hey, Blues and the Abstract Truth is a good cover.
Oh yeah,
Which version? There's two.
the original. Original version's better, I think.
Then I would have said more.
I love this cover. This
That's
great.
That's
Yeah.
like that.
Well, you really jinxed Princeton because they're gonna lose.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that Elvin Jones record still has a great cover in my opinion. I love that cover. It's like sitting on the drum kit and playing. I think the Art Blake is Impulse covers are the worst.
Yeah.
They're not that bad.
How about
It seems like at the same time, like
I
the
do
Clark-
like this one.
Clark Terry covers are very similar to the Art Blakey.
Yeah,
This, I mean, it's a little depressing, but there's something about it that I really like. Very simple.
The
This
body
is,
and the soul is nicer. It's like
Yeah,
a
I like
close
this
up, a
one. I think
mouthpiece.
this one. I like this one better. This is Freddie Hubbard, artistry of Freddie Hubbard with him, Curtis Fuller, Tommy Flanagan, John Gilmore, tenor sax, Art Davis, and Louis Hayes drums. So they do Caravan, Ellington, Bob's Place, which is Freddie Hubbard's track, Happy Times, another Freddie Hubbard, Summertime, Gershwin, and The Seventh Day, which is an 11-minute track. So that's a cool cover.
Yeah.
It's a nice 11-minute jam there, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. I mean, even a John Hartman. I think John Hartman's a great cover.
You know what's a really great jam too is Tanya on One Flight Up.
Oh yeah.
How long is that song?
I think 17 minutes.
Yeah, it's a
right?
whole set basically. Yeah,
Yeah, I need to get that.
they need to repress it.
Yeah.
It's probably a $60 record now. Who knows?
I was looking at it. I think there was one like in the 50s, but I'm just like, I'll just wait till they reissue it.
You know, I think that for the auction, I'm just gonna like go through a bunch of shit I have and make decisions about. You know, do I really have to have this forever, or you know, the time I've had it is enough, and I can move it on for somebody else to
Do
enjoy.
you
It.
need to sit down with a psychiatrist, like on the couch, and discuss
That's
it?
what I'm doing here, man. I'm talking about how about being helpful and offering.
My goal is to pick 10 records so I could have 2 rounds of 5 sales or 5 auctions apiece.
Yeah,
and try to find
you guys are funny.
But I only want to. Like, I don't want to sell shit. I want to sell stuff that I.
No, I mean, like,
know.
if anyone's interested, I had a kick-ass estate sale haul this morning.
Yeah,
I'll show the records on Rachel's tomorrow.
Yeah,
it's really good.
Nice.
Yeah, no jazz. If it was jazz, I would show it here, but it's really good shit.
Yeah, I saw there were some really interesting 45s.
Here's a good question: were we happy with the money we got in the auction? I was.
Yeah, I thought it was fine.
I thought it was fair. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I don't. I think what I paid for those records, I didn't get back.
No.
But that wasn't the point really for me.
No, Roberto, my money was made off of dead people, and I feel shame about it.
I probably.
Well, that was pretty cool.
I would imagine maybe a little.
Think about it this way, Mike. If you buy a record for $30 and you keep it for a year and you listen to it 10 times,
exactly. And I sell for
$7 on it. Who cares?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I'll show one of the records I got in the estate sale because I'm keeping this one because You tell me if it's good.
Well, you're the one that has the record. How the hell are we supposed to tell you if it's good?
I'm gonna show it to you. Calm down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This one, because I've seen copies that are just trashed. This is mint.
Oh, cool.
It's
Oh,
three.
cool.
It's 3 discs from 1960.
Now, would that be something that Michael Poetry is interested in, or no?
I actually sent him a photo. He didn't respond to it. This, if you see this one, I've seen it many times at estate sales, but it's trashed.
Yeah.
This is mint. But if go read the story because of the production of this, Disney had the orchestra and on staff
Yeah.
for like a year, right?
Mhm. Exactly.
Is it true that Charles Tolliver plays on that?
Did you make that up?
Is this you trying to be humorous?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Is that?
Yeah, he is. There he is right here.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool. So wait, what insert comes with that? Is that like a little booklet?
No, it's a book. Yeah. But
Do you all remember when they redid Fantasia like in the 90s?
I would probably pick that up if I saw it.
No, it's a whole booklet.
Very nice.
Oh, how was it? Fantasia 2000, right?
Now, are you keeping that, or will you flip it?
No, I'm keeping it.
Nice. That's cool.
Because I feel like this is, again, I haven't been told by my guru of classical music, and this is stereo.
Now that's on Vista. Is that a Vista?
It's on their own label.
Is it called Vista? Yeah.
No, Buena Vista.
But
That was their distribution company that Walt Disney set up.
Yeah.
For everything. The movie.
I bought some stuff on that before.
This is like all the records I got today were like mint. It's crazy.
Hey, can you show that record? Can you show that record you were going to send me that I already had a copy of?
What are you talking about?
I don't know. The Disney record.
Oh, the Robin Hood?
Yeah.
Dude, I put it, so I don't know where it goes. It's in the void of this apartment.
Mark said it's not Tolliver, it's Eddie Vedder.
Oh, okay.
Listen, I think people that are equally humorless, it's Mike Jazzbaum and Mark Lass.
Yeah.
I just asked the question.
Hey, listen, if Mike Jazzbaum falls down a hole, I don't think it's a stretch to replace him with Mark Lass. I'm telling you, Felipe, you missed your calling.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I want a drink.
What I want to see is a stream with Notes and Tones Mike, Mark Lassman, and Nicole.
What about us? We have to be there too, or it's not fun.
Nah, nobody wants to hear about
it.
Gotta be like moderators. They need moderators.
Well, here's the problem. I don't think Nicole would ever come up.
Yeah.
I think Mark Glassman can't find his way up.
I think Nicole would come up, and I'll tell you why. Because a little bit I know about Nicole in my little online stalking, I know she's a professional.
What? Wait, stop talking now.
I know she's a professional, and I know she must have to present in front of her peers. So I would think she probably she probably presents very well.
We should
great.
Nicole, I know you're on that old style push button phone hitting 9, but please don't hit the next 1-1. Okay?
She's probably on Zoom calls all day. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I know. Hey, can everyone forget what they heard come out of Mike's mouth tonight? Hey, Chris, you're into gadgets and stuff. Do you have that thing from Men in Black that you could hold up?
Yeah, just flash everybody's hair. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Stare into the. Here we go. Let's try this. So this works.
Well, look, I'm friends with her on Facebook.
That's a good substitute.
Yeah. There you go. Now we've all forgotten the horribleness.
I don't know what that means, Nicole, but I feel like
listen, Mark Glassman, I know you're up here, but I think there were 27 people up here that
Nicole charges. That's your rate? Oh. Yeah. It's
Hey, David's here. Thanks, David. I don't know if you were here earlier. I showed everybody the coin you gave me, the Oscar Peterson coin. I really appreciate it. It's really cool. Let's get the queen on the other side, so that's neat too. Really nice piece to have. I'm happy.
Now, does the queen look young or old on it?
Young. Like just
Because
classic.
I heard that
yeah.
at least in England, that the notes always have the royals young.
Actually, no, she looks old. She looks older here. Yeah, she
The
looks older. Here.
coins, and the coins age the royals through
Interesting.
years.
Yeah, that's it. That she is older on that. That's interesting.
I didn't know that.
Me either. So now is Charles just gonna be on the money? That's like lame. I don't know.
He's on it. I think he started printing notes with him on it.
That's dumb. Imagine
But,
if we
but
had
the
Trump.
notes have him young. It's a young Charles on it.
Yeah, that's cool.
Hey,
Yeah.
Roberto, you think you're being funny, but I'm telling you, those records in good shape. People want them, so I pick them up to sell.
Yeah, you can keep them in good shape.
Even that cover is really nice. I even like the cover of it.
Someone said that Fantasia is not classical.
What?
Oh, it is classical music for sure.
It's classical music, David.
Yeah.
I know it's the soundtrack of the movie, but it's all the music they use in the film.
Yeah.
I mean, just watch the movie and see how
Classical.
everything is laid out. The orchestra, the
Yeah.
conductor talks to the audience.
Is it true that Bruno Walters is the conductor?
No, it's dude.
It's Bruno Mars, obviously.
It's Eddie Vedder.
Who actually is the? Does it say who the conductor is?
Yes. Leopold Stravinsky
Oh, right.
with the Philadelphia
That would
Orchestra.
be great. I'd like to hear what Michael has to say about that.
I still want a Beethoven box, but I don't have one.
Well, the classical album I want is back in stock at Acoustic Sounds.
What is
Well,
it?
I probably will get those Deutsche Grammophon audiophile reissue series. I hope they do a good job with them because
It's the
I think those might be cool.
the Bach Striker 3LP where he's just
Oh
playing.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I want
Yeah.
that one.
that's great.
You have that one, Mike?
Yeah.
Yeah. I want that too.
You have it, Mike?
Yes, the speakers.
one?
No, the speakers corner one.
Is it good? Because everyone
It's
says
excellent.
the
Analog Productions.
Chad version is really good, but that's
I think I think we're splitting hairs. I mean,
Yeah, I agree.
the Analog Productions one the packaging, the whole thing is great, but I'm really happy with the speakers corner one.
I mean it's just him playing cello, so it's
Yeah, it's like cello. I mean, I'm not even going to try to speak to it, but I think it's just like repertoire where it's all the cello suites. And it's fantastic. It sounds great. And it's funny is when we I picked that up and I picked it up a while ago, but we got a new dog, Remy, and one of the first weeks we had him home, I put on that, and it has this is the cover, right?
yeah.
So I put it up to display it, and he started barking at it.
Well, he is quite
So when I play this, I have
looks
to
like
kinda-
he's gonna come in and murder you.
He's a floating head. What
I mean,
the fuck, man?
I guess if you're a dog,
It's the next version of the tall man from.
But yeah, hold on. Let me make myself big. I know this is a jazz stream.
That's why I wear a hat,
Talking
because
about
balding men frighten dogs.
So anyway, it comes in a really nice box. It opens up as
Right.
such. I'll just quickly show. So
Can
it
you do the
opens-
sound effect of it opening?
it doesn't come off. It opens. It
Yeah.
has a little thing padding in there,
Foamy?
and then it comes in wax paper sleeves. So I just kept them in there,
I would probably change those out.
and it really has like a beautiful mercury
Oh, that's
label.
nice. Like red.
Oh,
It's
that's nice.
It's definitely 180 gram. It might even be heavier than that. It's really really well done, and I think I kept the receipt. So let me see how much I paid for it. I got this from Acoustic Sounds.
I think it right now, because of the price of vinyl, I think it was a $100 price point, but now it's like a little over $100.
Yeah, I got it for. So it was 95, and then after shipping, it was 103, and then it comes with some literature. So it's great.
Now here's the question. I'm not a big class. I have a bunch of classical, but get that or the Acoustic Sounds
Royal Ballet.
Ballet.
Get
Which
both
one?
of them. Get both of them.
No, but it's one or the other for right now. I know they're two completely different things.
I don't know. I mean, they're both really great. I mean, for me, it's like this, the Beethoven Symphony Box, and the Royal Ballet are like the three to get. So like whichever one you can get, just get it and then get the other one later. Prioritizing it, I don't know. Maybe this one, maybe this. But it's really just your preference. I mean, like you said, this is just cello, right? That's it.
Yeah.
So Royal
But it's
Ballet
good.
it's a totally different thing.
I'll be right back.
So, but yeah, I would say those three are like,
Oops.
you can get really nice reissues of all those. That's a great thing to get.
Mhm.
And then, what I like to show when we talk classical is this. This is Hubert Law's. You've seen this
Oh, yeah.
before, yes? CTI.
Yeah,
Mhm.
those
That's a
are
nice
cheap.
one.
You find those all the
And-
time.
Yeah, no, these are super cheap, but they do. Where the hell is the track listing? Oh, here. They do classical stuff, so they're doing. They're not crediting it on here, but I'm pretty sure this is like Mozart, like Allegro from Concerto Number 3 in D. Yeah, they do classical. It's all jazz musicians doing classical. It's awesome. It's really kind of a cool piece to have if you're a jazz fan and a classical fan. And the musicians are Hubert Laws on flute, Ron Carter bass, Dave Friedman vibes, Gene Bertoncini on guitar, and then Fred Waits on drums. And then there's some percussion, electric piano, and bassoon. So it's cool. I really like this. But anyway, we can
All
stop
right.
talking about classical.
I think when Chris comes back, I'm gonna take off.
All right.
But it was a lovely chat. It went all over the place. It was dirty. It was disgusting.
We went from Eddie Vedder to Bach, and I think everything in between.
Yeah, I want to get both the ballet and the striker, but the ballet's always in stock. That striker just came back in stock. It's hard to.
The Speaker's Corner one?
Yeah,
The ballet double,
does
right?
go out of stock, though. It does go out of stock.
yeah. The ballet is a 2. The other one's 3. Right? That's 3.
Yeah, and
There's a 4 record version.
It's a
there's a 4 record box.
Well,
Yeah.
there's a 45 version he did.
Yeah.
But
I have to go.
is the vinyl's dead silent?
See you guys.
So yeah,
You're leaving?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave too.
Okay, cool.
all right. Well, Felipe and I will hold it down.
All right. Just remember to end the broadcast, Mike.
Yeah.
We'll see you later.
See ya.
See you later.
Bye.
So where's
All right.
So there's also a 4 record version.
But what's the 4
Rob,
record version?
Is it like a box?
Hey, Bagheera, I have.
Oh, of the Royal Ballet. That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes. The analog productions of the Royal Ballet as well.
Hey, Bagheera,
As
I
the
went
flip
to
side.
I went to. You would have loved this. I went to when I found that Tool record. Someone dropped a ton of classical, a lot of sealed records, and I had Michael Potria Plastic on FaceTime to look through them because that's where I found a $150 record I gave to Michael because I would never have known it was worth anything. That Firebird. But I found a ton, but they're the mono versions of Living Presence, not stereo, and they sound good.
Oh yeah,
They're all mint.
I have a lot of the mono living stereos, or they're not. I mean RCA.
I'm talking. I do have Living Presence. That's Mercury, right? I have a bunch of those. Yeah.
I don't have any of those actually.
Well, I have 2 sealed ones. I'm trying to sell. No one wants to buy them. That were kind of bought, I think, at military PXs because they were specially made to be sold for the military.
Nicole has the Royal Ballet for, I guess it's the $45. That's probably incredible.
Yeah, but the regular one's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I love the. I mean, I feel like I listen to it mostly around the holidays.
Which one do you listen to more? The other one?
I
Giannis.
kind of listen to them both a lot. Not a lot. I mean, I do listen to Royal Ballet like around the holidays. That's usually when I pull it out. And then the Bach cello suites, I haven't listened to it in a little while, but I used to listen to it quite often. I would just put it on and just work through it. It was fun. All right, we got Mike Notes and Tones to save us.
Well, yeah, I'll say hi to him and then I'm taking off.
Okay.
Let me take my record off the ultrasonic.
Okay. Felipe, you're muted.
So those boxes, the 4 record mics, they have the Royal Ballet, they have Holly Cole, they have a Nils Lofgren, and I think a couple more, 1 or 2 more.
Mr. Notes and Tones, welcome to the live stream.
Hey, what's up?
Hello, Mike. How's it going?
All right. Just went to my friend from Miami's in town because they're going to the Lincoln Center tomorrow night to see Roast Apostles, and we went out to Smoke Jazz Club to see Bobby Watson, and I was an alto player. Played with Blakey, but what was really cool about it was that in his group he had Wallace Roney Jr. on trumpet.
Oh, right.
Wallace Roney Jr. is the son of Wallace Roney, and Jerry Allen.
What?
This kid was, I mean, he was phenomenal. It was really amazing. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Now, how old is he?
I don't even know. I tried to look up while I was in the club, but he's a young guy. I think he went to Oberlin or something like that and studied music. But yeah, he was pretty good. He was pretty impressive. So that was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. And then I went out with my friends to a wine bar afterwards. And then they headed home.
Now,
I'm trying to get my friend Tino to come up. So, and his wife is also trying to get him to come up. So one of these days maybe he'll come up.
Come up on the stream?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that'd be fantastic. I'd love that.
Yeah.
I'd love that.
All right.
So what were you
Mike,
drinking?
I'm going to take off. Take it easy. Bye.
Hey, Wax.
So what kind of wines were you drinking?
Let's see. We had we started off with a bottle of Beaujolais, and then we had something from the south of France, and then I ended up with a glass of Côte d'Aron. So
that's good.
Yeah.
So a French night.
Yeah, definitely. And it was pretty good. And as much as I'm not a big fan of the Smoke Jazz Club since they reopened, but actually it was better. So tonight was much better.
Smoke?
It's up near Columbia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's like 105th or something like that.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll go back. The time before this, I didn't have a good experience there, but tonight,
is it by Broadway?
It's on Broadway. It's on Broadway. I think 105th or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a nice club for its sound and stage, but last time I went by myself, and it was this whole thing about seating, and I was sort of pissed off. But
that wasn't the place where. Didn't you have a friend who had a female friend who had like a confrontation with like a critic or something?
Oh no, that was oh gosh, that was I want to say that was probably at what's the place? I want to say it was probably the Iridium that happened years ago. Yeah. My friend, her name is Margot Tannenbaum.
Oh God.
She's actually friends with Wes Anderson. That's how he took her name.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. So yeah, she's the one that had the confrontation with Craig, who will remain nameless.
Wow. Wow.
He is still writing today.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, so we showed our new pickups.
Oh, cool. Did you show your stuff that you picked up from Princeton?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I
cool.
showed those. What's worth? Let me see if there's anything I want to show you. Oh, I do want to show you something, and I know that you already know I have it, but this came in.
Oh yeah, is that 1970s or?
Yeah, it's
the green label?
It's the green.
Yeah, I think those are the ones that are really the only ones that are available. You know.
I mean, they must have like pressed very few of these because it just does. Like I didn't check, but I'm pretty sure there's like no copies online.
Yeah, no,
like
that's
zero.
the one. Yeah, that's the one that I have.
So
green logo.
It came up from a seller that I buy from. I discovered them a couple months ago, and I love them, and so I really trust their grading.
Yeah,
and they do a great job. So it came up for a fair price, and I bounced it off you to get a sense if the price was right.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because I think you paid maybe a little more than I did last year at this time. So yeah, because when I bought mine, I thought I bought it from what's the place in South Carolina, but actually I didn't. Gosh, I can't remember. They do the eBay. They do a lot of eBay auctions. Carolina Soul.
Okay.
But I bought my other Sonny Chris from Carolina Soul.
Okay.
But
Carolina's a top-notch vendor there.
Yeah. So I mean, that was pretty good. But yeah, that's a good pickup. Yeah, XJ, Eric Alexander and Joe Farnsworth do play at Smokes a lot. Yeah, Eric Alexander not as much as he used to. He's actually playing at a club further downtown recently called Cafe Bohemia. But yeah, Joe Farnsworth, he'll probably be playing there soon because he has a new CD release coming up. And the guy Bobby Watson I saw tonight, he had a CD that was released today, so it was sort of a CD release thing for him. So that was cool.
Mike, did you have a chance to listen to that podcast today?
Which one?
The T.S. Monk.
No, actually, you know what? When I was leaving the house, I was listening to the older one that you sent me.
Oh, the Coltrane.
The Milestones one with Greg Osby.
Yeah.
That was really good because I'm a big Greg Osby guy.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And that was pretty interesting. Not necessarily for the Miles stuff, but how he was talking about some of the Blue Note stuff and some of the other stuff involving him. And musicians, not being original and stuff. That was pretty interesting about that.
Well, yeah, that was pretty cool. This podcast came out, I think a couple of months or weeks ago, right, Mike? We were talking about.
Yes.
I think I asked about T.S. Monk. What's happened to him? Where is he? What's going on?
Yeah, this was the interview with who's the piano player?
Jason Moran.
Jason Moran. Yeah, that's what turned me on to this podcast.
Yeah. But T.S. Monk is great.
Yeah.
One of those jazz festivals in Brazil in the 90s I mentioned earlier, Mike. Yeah, he went there a couple times. He played with Joe Henderson.
Yeah, I have a couple of his CDs from that period. I mean, I want to say I believe they were on Blue Note. I'm not sure off the top of my head, and they were really good, really solid, hard bop stuff. I mean, they were really good.
Yeah.
And I think the arrangements were done by Don Sickler. Don Sickler may have even been playing on.
Yeah, that's it, Mike. He's got Blue Notes. Take One in 92, and then Charging of the Guard 93.
Yeah.
The Charm in '95.
Yeah, they're really. I think they were really good. I enjoy.
Yeah.
Them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Goodness,
and
'90s.
just for people that might not know, Don Sickler's wife Maureen basically runs Van Gelder Studios. Now.
Mm-hmm.
She's a recording engineer there.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so
That's cool.
and Don Sickler, he's a really good arranger. I think he did some of the arrangements for like Joe Henderson, the Billy Strayhorn album he did on Verve, and some other people. So besides being a really good trumpeter, he's an excellent arranger.
That's nice. Yeah, Tia Smoke is great. I hope he releases more.
Yeah, XJ Bobby Watson. He was actually selling albums at the performance, CDs at the performance, and he said he was like, oh yeah, they're I'll sign them if you want. It was pretty cool, but there were a bunch of people talking to him after the performance, so
Yeah.
And then what? Oh, Felipe, my Marley stuff is supposed. Now it didn't come today. It's supposed to arrive tomorrow.
So I actually heard someone else that got the records today.
Yeah.
It's on the mastering is good, but the records are quite noisy. It needs a thorough cleaning.
Oh yeah, I was sort of expecting that they'd have to be really clean.
I mean, I'll be right back.
Yeah, even the pressing is kind of we don't know where it is, right? Because
yeah.
They're saying it's Jamaican, but there's a pressing plant here in Florida. They say they are pressing the records, so I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah.
But, because I know the guy. I listened to that. I told you that I have a Jeff Parker album by the guy that that's remastering them, and it sounds the Jeff Parker thing sounds really good.
Yeah.
So he did a good job with that.
Yeah, no, I actually got some feedback from the Rev. He's got his records today. He was telling me he thinks they sound good. The quality of the sounding is great, but it's not. The records are pretty noisy.
All right.
We had not cleaned them yet, so let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I still got. I already got my cleaning station all set up and ready to go. Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of expected. I mean, but yeah, let's see how it goes. I'm curious. I ordered from Target as well because the price difference is just crazy compared to the regular.
Yeah, because first I was going to order them from Amazon, then Wax told me about the whole Target thing, and then I got the Target card, so you get a further discount.
Yeah, $29.99.
Yeah,
some records like $25. I mean, Kaya is $25.99.
Yeah. And then the only one I didn't order was Legend.
Yeah.
And I was like, compilations with me. I'm like, compilations. I'll stream a compilation.
Yes. Yes. Exactly. Yeah.
I'm not a compilation guy.
Yeah.
And then I did get my that J Jazz label.
Yeah.
I got one of the earlier titles that I didn't have. It's called Earth Mother.
Oh, I saw. Yes.
Yeah, I got that, and I haven't. In fact, I did listen to it once, and and it sounds pretty good. And then the latest title,
I pre-ordered that one.
Yeah, that. Hopefully, that should arrive for me tomorrow. I know Dusty Groove had shipped it earlier in the week. They sent me a notice. So hopefully that's coming tomorrow, and then I'll have all the individual titles from that series.
That series is great. I mean,
yeah, it is.
I mean, I listened to some of that. I was able to get some of the records.
Yeah.
I mean, not only the recording quality is outstanding, but the music actually is really good.
I mean, have you heard the Harold Land one?
Yes.
That I don't know. That sort of ranks up there with my favorite. That was great. I think that may have been the first one I got from them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I had heard people talk about the label before and everything they were doing,
Mm-hmm.
and then a lot of people had posted like they have like compilations, which I generally don't do compilations,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't have any of the compilations from that series.
Mm-hmm.
But when I saw the Harold Land, I bought that. And then there's another one called Magic Gardens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That is really good. I that's one of my favorites too.
Yeah.
So.
Because I always kind of heard about those, but never, decided to pull the trigger. And after your post, I decided to check, and no brainer.
Yeah, and then some of them were only some of them were only released in very limited editions, like 300 copies or whatever. It's just amazing.
Yeah, they're very limited. Yeah.
Yeah. So I got the most recent one is in the mail.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully it'll come tomorrow.
So, what are you expecting from this Ron Carter concert this weekend?
I don't know. See, my friends they've got tickets.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's sold out.
Oh, absolutely! It's a landmark. It's great.
Yeah. I bet you that documentary. I mean, I know he's popular anyway, but I feel like that probably brought a lot of people. It made people in New York, in that like PBS circuit more interested in murder.
And the vocalist he's playing with, the last time she appeared in New York, I think was 6 years ago.
Who is the vocalist?
Rosa Passos. And because my friend's wife, she the last time she had performed here, she came up and saw her. And my friend, he couldn't come because he was taking care of the kids.
Mm-hmm.
So she said the next time she performs, we're going, and you're gonna see her. We're gonna see her.
Yeah.
And they had bought their tickets back in August.
Oh yeah.
And she said, "Oh, we also I guess they have the ones for the 8 p.m. show, and there's another show afterwards." And she's saying she skipped out. She was telling me like, "Oh, you should try to get tickets." I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
And she was telling me, that these are what are they, octogenarians or whatever. Like saying you may not get another chance to see this group of musicians perform.
Oh yeah, there's some truth to that.
Yeah.
So Mike, you already have it. I mean, I bought on CD first when I found a record.
Yeah, same
That's
thing.
the record that I keep pushing this thing for like years for those people. I've been, this
man,
amazing. This amazing.
It is amazing.
Huh. And Chesky, it's sorry about Kevin Gray's label. This sounds better than any other Fire label. Anything
it is really. That's so beautiful.
And
yeah, I bought it on CD first, and then I bought it on LP and vinyl like maybe a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
What is that record called? The title?
Entre Amigos, Between Friends. You can buy on Acoustic Sounds for less than $30. It's a truly audiophile records, one of the best ones you can have.
Yeah.
Anything put out by Chesky Records is outstanding.
Yeah.
It's truly audiophile AAA.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna tell you the opinion of the greatest Chesky release.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you have the McCoy Tyner one?
Oh yeah.
With Joe Henderson, Ron Carter.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to think who else was
I know that one. I have on CD. I have that one on CD.
Yeah, I had it on CD too, and it's still CD is the best one because you get the whole performance.
Yeah.
But I don't know, maybe 3 years ago, Chesky had put up on Bandcamp that they had some test pressings available.
Yeah.
But it didn't come with a cover, or anything. It just came in a white sleeve. So I actually bought a copy on vinyl.
Anything by Chesky, I mean, they blows anything else out of the water. Their records are outstanding.
Yeah.
And I just received this week. I think still available. I subscribed to the Ron Carter's newsletter. This is the poster of the movie.
Oh, nice. Nice.
It's less than $20. It's laminated, glossy, super nice.
Yeah. Yeah. No, Shoji, I've never met or spoken to Ron Carter, although I used to live a couple of blocks from him, but I never ran into him or anything in the neighborhood.
Well, that is back ordered on Acoustic Sounds, and there is one copy in the United States. I'm not going to get it because I'm just trying to cull down my purchases, but I'm going to drop it in here. If anybody is interested, they are accepting offers.
Which one is that?
This is the Entre Amigos.
Oh, yeah.
So if anybody wants to try to grab that.
Yeah, it's been there for years. Easy available for $30.
Yeah.
Well, it's back ordered on Acoustic Sounds now. It might be worth checking Elusive Disc and other sellers as well before.
Yeah,
because they want $40 for it here.
Yeah.
If you're interested.
Yeah, Elusive Disc sent me an email. They shipped the Miles Davis Black Hawk.
Yeah.
I'm like so psyched about that.
That's cool.
I'm not. It's too expensive. I don't want.
I know. I mean, that's like and it was funny because I was talking to my friend tonight about it, and then also I guess sort of listening to that podcast we were talking about, and Greg Osby talks about Hank Mobley playing with Miles, all that whole thing just has me so psyched to get that Hank Mobley playing with Miles, and
they do Walkin'. I mean, they do a lot of classic songs.
Yeah, and I love everything about that. I love the performance, but even the cover is like,
oh yeah, it has his wife on it.
Yeah, and Miles has the whole. He's got the cigarette. He's got the coat over his sleeve, and you've got like Francis's face framed by the shadows. Just everything.
Yeah,
and
I think I had the first night, and there was no fill on. I mean, I guess that's what you'd call it. Essentially, like half the side B, you couldn't play. It was like there's a pressing defect, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
So I ended up, just giving it away.
Yeah.
But I would like, I would like to get it. It just I know I've said this before and I've gotten pushback, but I do have a lot of miles. So it's just like, I don't even listen to all the miles I have already. It's like I don't need to add more. Although that impacts labels. They do such a beautiful job.
Yeah. And I was
So Mike, the Black Hawk is that concert where they decided to play everything out of time, right? And kind of surprised Miles.
It's
is that
definitely
a Black Hawk?
Weird time.
No, that's Plug Nickel.
Oh, Plug Nickel, yes,
That's
yes.
Plug
Chicago,
Nickel.
yeah.
That's with Wayne and those guys.
Yes.
The Black Hawk is with
that's Hank Mobley, yeah.
with Hank Mobley, Paul Chambers.
I'm pulling it up.
Wynton Kelly. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was like transitioning.
Yeah, that's what makes it sort of interesting because with that transition period where Coltrane had left, and Miles is sort of searching. He's sort of searching for something, a new foil or anything. And Mobley in the end wasn't that foil for Miles.
Is that Philly Joe on drums?
It is
Jimmy Cobb.
Okay.
Yeah, Jimmy Cobb.
It's Miles Davis, Hank Mobley, Paul Chambers, Jimmy Cobb. Who am I missing? Oh, and Wynton Kelly.
Yeah.
And I streamed it yesterday after I saw it came back in stock. After you sent it over, I streamed Oleo, which is great.
Yeah.
I streamed So What, which I don't like the fast version of So What. And Miles's first solo is so different on that. It's really totally different. Well, maybe not totally, but it's very different. And then they do Walkin', which is, I always say it's my favorite jazz song. I love that. I love the original one on Prestige. And then they do If I Were a Bell, which is another great first quintet.
Yeah. And I mean, I have and I know Felipe has the CD box set also, which is the complete, I guess weekend 2 nights. So you get alternate, you get all the songs like twice or whatever.
Yeah.
But I still wanted the vinyl version, in part because of that. I think that album cover is iconic. But also I can just I can play it on vinyl. I can have the vinyl.
Yeah.
And I had tried to get it a number of times, and I come up, the copies aren't like in great condition, or and then, or if they graded them a certain way, I would look at the description, and I wasn't really wanting to take a chance based upon the description. So
yeah, I did get this too. I showed this earlier, but I don't think I showed you this, Mike. But this is Earthy. Do you know this one?
No.
This is
Prestige.
It's Prestige. It's one of those jam sessions, so it's not attributed to any one player. It just has a bunch of guys on it. And I looked it up, and Mal Waldron has the first 2 tracks and the title track.
Yeah.
And then this guy Hal McCusick, do you know him?
Yeah, he's on. I have him on a few things.
He has the second 2, and then Kenny Burrell has the 5th song.
Oh.
But it's a Prestige jam session record, and this is a Japanese pressing, because this is one of those where they had like the original pressing, and that's it. And it's like that goes for like $800 because it's just nobody has.
Yeah.
No, I'm exaggerating. It doesn't go for that much, but it's a couple $100s at least. So it's so I got a Japanese, and it sounds good. I would put this at the same level as like an OJC.
Oh, cool.
It sounds good.
Yeah.
It does the job. And I've just been trying to get like, I don't know, I'm just trying to fill in my Prestige collection.
Yeah. I mean, I just from all that stuff you got at Princeton Record Exchange. It's actually, I'm really gonna have to get down there.
Don't go there now, because I picked you probably would find stuff still. I left a bunch of stuff too. But I had my buddy who lives in Jersey, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
He's gone to Princeton Record Exchange when they get like new collections in.
Yeah.
And the stuff that he gets is just and for the prices are they're just like I drool every time he like sends me pictures.
Yeah, the only thing is they don't post like their stuff on like Facebook, like when they get stuff, or anything like that. I mean, they used to do it a while back.
They had an email list that I'm still subscribed to, but I haven't received anything from them in over a year for sure.
Yeah.
So I don't think they're maintaining it the way they used to. I don't think they need to, honestly. That's probably why.
Right. Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah. Because I have I was telling you, I have a friend that lives down there. And she's always saying, come down. It's like, yeah, whatever. But and I keep saying, yeah, one day I'm gonna go to Princeton Record Exchange and I'll stop by. But
so I'll tell you. So I'll tell you my experience. So I park. There is a parking place that you have to throw some quarters in, which is, or use your credit card or whatever. So it's really not a problem, And then I walked around. I walked in. You walk through metal detectors, or whatever. I don't know what it was. You walk through something, and then I was trying to like orient myself. So you first move through all the CD stuff. There's like a ton of CDs, and then there's vinyl kind of in the middle of the store. And I saw the new arrivals section. So I'm like, all right, let me hit up new arrivals first. There were already 2 guys digging through the new arrivals, and there were probably maybe 6-7 new arrivals bins. So I quickly went through there, and I found one Arista Cecil Taylor record that I was like, well, maybe I'll get this. I was really not really too into it. And then I'm like, all right, let me go find their jazz section. And then I go, and their jazz section has its own new arrivals. That's why there was nothing in their new arrivals with jazz. So I started going through there, and there was some killer stuff. Like they had that, I think it was like the Horace Silver. There was one of the Horace Silver Tone Poets, OG, EG Plus. They wanted 80 for it or something like that. And it's probably a good price, but I didn't want that.
Which one, like the Stearns of Silver?
It was the one with Art Farmer on it. And I think he's sitting outside and there's like flags.
Oh, I know what you're talking about now.
Stylings of
No,
silver.
Stearns of Silver.
Yeah,
yeah. Silver. I know which one.
So I thought like maybe I'll get that, but then I was like, there's a tone poet I could get if I want it, and that is not an expensive tone poet. So anyway, they had some early. I don't know if they were like first press. They had some early Bill Evans. They had Bill Evans Waltz for Debbie for $125. Anyway, they had like a bunch of really like high end stuff there, and then I started digging and like I found some really good deals. I found some OJCs. I found some, that Charles Tolliver, and there was plenty of stuff to pick. And I left, a bunch of stuff there. But nothing where I would say like get in your car and go there, Mike. But pretty good stuff. And I'm sure if you would if you were to go there tonight, you would find something.
Yeah.
I would say there were probably there were probably maybe a little bit less than 2,000 jazz records in their section.
Okay.
And then they had like a rock section. They had like not a bunch, but they had like 3 or 4 mosaic boxes. But I really do want to pick up one, but none of them were interesting to me.
Oh, what did they have? You remember?
I can't remember. They were some of like the Blue Note, like I can't remember. Some of the ones I just some of the earlier Blue Note stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Then I grabbed my stack and then I like went over to kind of evaluate things, and I went over to the CD section, and then I look up and there's like a ton of mosaic boxes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, oh my god, there's another like cache of mosaic.
They were all.
So I start flipping through and I'm like, oh, I want this one. There was a Art Farmer Benny Golson
Jazz Tet
one.
Yeah.
And I get it, and it was like $120. I'm like, this is awesome. And then I was like, oh shit, these are all CDs.
Yeah.
So
I was listening to my my Charles Mingus mosaic box set. I have 2. I have the Candid one, and then I have Charles Mingus 1959 Columbia Sessions, which has Mingus I think Mingus Dynasty.
Oh, fantastic!
And it sounds really good. I mean, and that was done in the early 90s.
Yeah.
So and I think the remastering was done by Malcolm Adder. Was it Malcolm Adderley? I want to say it was Malcolm Adderley. I have to check again. But I mean, I guess that was that was probably one of the last time that Columbia let people have the tapes.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
And it sounds.
That's a really good point.
Yeah.
That's nice you have that. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, and I had bought that. Let me see, 92, maybe. So it was 92. I was probably I was still in New Orleans, so I probably didn't even play it until like a year later.
Yeah,
because when I was in New Orleans, I didn't have vinyl, and I didn't have a turntable. So, but I was just like, I don't know. I got hooked on the mosaic stuff. Just reading about like Tina Brooks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and I have the mosaic Tina Brooks box set.
That's a great box set.
And yeah, that was also I was in school and I didn't and in the apartment I didn't have I ordered it, had it shipped to my apartment in New Orleans, and then when I came back.
How do you like that box set? Because I've had that in my cart before.
I love it. I mean, now you can get all those on vinyl though.
You can get like Between Music Matters and Tone Poet, I think.
Yeah, but back then, I mean, when that first came out, I didn't know who the hell Tina Brooks was. Yeah, I hadn't heard of him. Yeah,
I'm surprised they didn't release any Tina Brooks on classic series so far.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
Yeah. Especially because True Blue has all mosaic. Yeah, True Blue.
Yeah, like True Blue. Yes.
Yeah.
Obvious title.
Yeah.
Obvious title.
Yeah. But I did not know of about him at all until Mosaic, because they used to like send out like somehow I got on a mailing list and they would send out like little I guess you could say quarterlies or stuff about the stuff that they were gonna reissue.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's how I found out about Tina Brooks. I was like, okay, this sounds pretty. And then and his association with Jackie McLean, I was like, okay, it was a no-brainer.
How do you guys like Tina Brooks? Like in the in the Parthenon of the Blue Note tenor players.
I like his style. I mean, his records are very like bluesy in a sense.
Yeah, I mean,
there's some groove to it.
Yeah, I really it's one of my favorites, but it's for musical and non-musical reasons. That whole story about only
I don't know his story.
One of the albums that only one of his recordings were released during his lifetime.
Was that True Blue?
Afterwards, yes.
Yeah. And and the whole association with Jackie McLean, like there's that whole the whole that play, the connection, that the Freddie Red recording,
Mm-hmm.
and Tina Brooks is,
that's the one that's on Music Matters, right?
Yeah, all that stuff. It's just so much musical and non-musical stuff that makes this. Story.
He is a Freddie Hubbard session. This with Jimmy Smith, right? The house party.
Mm-hmm. And the Freddie Hubbard, the Freddie Hubbard recordings.
Yeah.
He was on. Yeah.
And some would say that record labels back in the day, they would just give him dope, and they would record as a payment, but they would never get it released.
Right.
For many reasons, so this could be a reason there, but I don't know.
And the Mosaic booklet and the Tina Brooks box set is excellent. There's this one quote. I think that's the one quote that I always remember from some musician that said, that he died of dissipation.
I bet.
I was like, okay, and that was perfect. That's perfect.
He's on Freddie Hubbard Open Sesame.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Hubbard loves his playing.
We're on Open Sesame, right?
Yeah. Now, Mike, do you have the Tone Poets or the Music Matters, I should say?
Yep. I'm just, it's not like I said, I'm all in on Tina Brooks. I have everything on, I have the Mosaic box set, I have the Tone Poets, I have the Music Matters, and I have
classic records.
CDs.
How often do you revisit his stuff?
Pretty frequent. I would say pretty frequently, at least, especially True Blue. And then
I know that True Blue, the originals, I guess they didn't press that many. I don't know what the deal is, but those are like thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
They're like $2,000 record or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's the only original, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll look it up. True Blue, Tina Brooks. Let's see.
And then I have
also. I used to call him Tina. Is that not his name? Is Tina? Just to confirm.
It's pronounced. It's pronounced. And it's funny I think it's in the Mosaic box set. They even like spell it out how it's pronounced.
Oh, okay.
Like it's TE. And yeah. Hey, so.
All right. So the median price for Tina Brooks True Blue on Discogs, which it's one way to get it, is $1,700. The highest is $5,000, and there's one for sale for $5,423.91. So I'm assuming that's outside the United States. It's in Italy. So Basically,
Yeah.
5,000 euros they're asking for.
And the Music Matters 33 probably blows it out of the water with session photos.
Yeah.
And it's VG plus VG plus. He'll probably sell that because there are just rich people who want
Yeah.
a Blue Note.
Yeah, but get a Music Matters. I have the 33 is outstanding.
Yeah, yep. I have the one, and I think Jeffrey mentioned it. I have. Oh, he has. I don't. Is it 45 blue?
It's 33.
Yeah, I have mine's blue. Yeah, I have that one too.
How does the Mosaic compare sonically?
The Music Matters is better. No, I'm not gonna. I won't. It's better quality vinyl. Better quality vinyl.
But the Mosaic is a high quality too.
Yeah, it's high quality remastering. But it's not Music Matters quality. No.
I know, but the Mosaic,
it's not tone poet quality.
But you get all 4 records, right?
Right, and you get better liner notes. I mean, here's the deal. Like, I'm just talking about Mosaic. Like my Mingus box set that has, the Mingus Ahum and all that stuff. I'm happy with it, and I see no need to like search out a
OG.
OG or the one step that came out.
Well, that Mingus box is expensive now.
Yeah, I mean, and it was done well. I'm sure I'm sure the vinyl on the one step is better and all that stuff, and it may be quieter. But come on, I'm still getting that Mingus that punch and that visceral sound that I get from Mingus.
I auctioned off my Record Store Day version of it, and it was an okay version. There's nothing wrong with it, but I just comparing it to like the Chad reissues of like Black Saint and Sinner later, and I realize that's Impulse, so it's a whole different thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I just wanted to. I don't know. I'm just waiting for that to be reissued in like a way, but like you mentioned, it's Columbia. Those tapes are probably never going to be allowed to be put out.
But that's as much as we talk about like Concord and all that stuff, Columbia and Sony is another company that I'm just baffled about.
And that's probably why like those early first pressings and reissues are so expensive, because people know all the stuff that's being pressed now is from not from tape,
right? Yeah,
or removed from tape.
Yeah, but yeah, I just don't understand.
I do give credit to like I think I could be wrong with this. Who's the guy who runs Blue Note now? What's his name?
Don Was.
Yeah, I feel like he trusts his guys, so he trusts Joe Harley.
Right.
I don't think he would give those tapes out anymore to just anybody. Yeah. When Joe Harley's done, I don't know when I don't think they're just going to give those tapes out. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I don't know. I think Sony.
But here's the thing that strikes me with Sony. They have a guy that they use, that usually does like a lot of the remastering and all that stuff for them. Mark Wilder.
Okay.
And he's based in New York and all this stuff. So, if he has access.
You there?
Yeah, I lost my screen. Okay. If he has access to, the vault, he's here in New York. What's I don't understand the problem. They're not leaving, so they're not leaving New York.
So here's a data point, and I'd have to double confirm this, but this is from memory. So Impex released they released this. Do you remember?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So the guy who produced this is Chuck Granada. And Chuck Granada is a Sinatra expert. He
wrote the book.
He wrote the book. I don't have it I have it downstairs, but I'll wait for Mike.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Do you need a minute?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
I was just going to say this guy Chuck Renata, who produced this, he wrote the book on Sinatra recording. It's called Sinatra Recording Sessions. The foreword is by Nancy Sinatra, and he is, familiar with Tina Sinatra, who runs the estate. He also was a good friend of like a lot of guys that are around Sinatra that now are passed away, sadly. But he was the guy who put this out. So I have this Frank Sinatra Vinyl Lovers group on Facebook.
Right.
And I invited Chuck Renata, and he joined it after, I've exchanged emails with him before. And I invited him, and he joined it. And I asked him, because this is Columbia and owned by Sony. So I said, is this Impex reissue like all analog? And he said, yes, because he oversees it. Because he's an insider, he's able to do it that way. From what from what I remember him saying, that is side A. Side B on that. So this was originally a 10-inch. So the entire 10-inch is on side A, and side B is outtakes, and then there's also like splices of things where they did a song, American Beauty Rose. Was it that? What is it? Hold on. I forgot. They did a song where they didn't have a full take of it, but he found a bunch of takes and he spliced together the full song so you could hear it. And he said that I think was digital. So there were some like caveats. And he wrote a really nice email back to me, and he like told me all this stuff. So the reason why I mention that is because he oversees the Sinatra catalog. That's like his job. And I think he's going to do it. He said he wants to do another Impex release of all ballads. And I think he needs to pitch it. I don't think it's underway just yet.
Right.
But I think this was received pretty well. So I think they want another one. But the point is that that's a Sony owned property.
Right.
And he's an insider guy. And because of that, I guess they were able to cut from tape for where it made sense of his discretion. So it's anyway, I just want to throw that out there as kind of like an interesting data point. And I really should look up his email, and I can get a little bit more detail on it. But yeah, it was done right. This was because my first question, and I actually mentioned this on a Rachel stream once. I think we had a good panel, and I asked, I said, like, I have this thing, and Sony's not releasing the tapes, and Impact says it's all analog or whatever. So I reached out to him, and he answered me. And I have an original of this, and the original, it like is compared to this is so much better.
Yeah.
It's I have a few 10 inches, and I don't know, 10 inches like that 54 to 56 era, maybe 53 to 56. I'm never really that impressed with those old 10 inches. I mean, I know new ones, are just like, but I don't know what it was, but like, I don't know. I mean, they're okay, but like, I just feel like they don't compare to the 12-inch Prestige or the contemporaries to me.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I mean, it's just a different size disc, so maybe it's just in my head. But
yeah, I'm just so. I mean, I guess you can really say the whole thing about Sony. I mean, just their whole. I don't understand their whole strategy, especially being a major label and seeing, what Blue Note is doing. That they can't, they've got all the Ellington stuff. They've done it. I don't know. It's just, I guess they're just saying, okay, it's available digitally or something, and and we'll license it to people that really want to do it. But you would think that they would bring that in house,
bring it in house, like and get like some experts in there, and make maybe make some exceptions every once in a while. There, Felipe, somebody was telling a story. It was something like, I can't remember. It was like they were cut. Maybe it was like Kind of Blue. I don't know. They were cutting something. It was like the first time the tape has been out of the vault in like so long. And when they went down to run the tape, basically everybody in the building went down to hear it.
That was actually Cam, Mike. If you remember, if you remember from the book,
Okay.
in the prologue, he's talking about when he goes to the Sony headquarters in New York. He gets to see the tape and to play the tape. They get like the most experienced oldest technician there to play him the tape. And they say, man, when that guy put the tape in the player, everybody else from the building came downstairs to see us play, because they actually never seen that.
That's
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it does give me an appreciation for how Blue Note has opened up their catalog.
Yeah.
It makes it even more special.
Yeah.
And then I'm also, I'm sort of I wonder where Sony is storing their tapes.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not in New York, mostly.
Yeah, but that causes me a lot of
Mike, you mentioned something on our
trepidation because and this is, I know that area. I remember when this is sort of I don't know, but when Hurricane Sandy happened, I know a lot of people like in sort of Lower Manhattan that had like wine storage facilities.
Mm-hmm.
They a lot of their wine was destroyed.
Oh man!
And they moved it out of Lower Manhattan, and they actually have it in the Bronx now, at a place not too far from me.
Yeah, I think the Bronx is higher elevation.
Yeah, and I'm like, where the hell is where are they storing those tapes in Manhattan?
Yeah.
In New York City, to protect from the damage if something happens.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you said something interesting on Rob's live stream on Tuesday about how Kraft has this guy who put out the Lockjaw box.
Yeah.
Essentially like a consultant. Like he's not even an employee. Like I don't know what his
doesn't even know what they're doing there.
But he basically has access to people who own the catalog, and he can come up with he could pitch ideas for what they need to put out.
Mm-hmm.
Which is great. And we were saying how great he's done, and we're I think huge fans of what he's done so far. It's like the Lockjaw box, the Ornette box, I can't think
even in boxes that aren't, and Ken McCall, it was actually a really, I give him credit, it was a really good interview. Even though he needs to up his production values, but
that's the charm of it, man. From his,
it is actually
with that space background.
But
the problem is I don't even care about that. I can get
you don't. But you notice it because he's pulling up the box and the guy you can't see it, and the guy goes, "Oh, I have that box."
Come on, man.
Because of the backdrop, it was just really funny. But like some of the boxes, like the guy was saying, when these boxes going out of print, they won't be repressed. And he showed that Coltrane, I think it was the Coltrane Monk one with the folio box set, which is out of print, and they haven't repressed it. And he's like, probably won't be repressed.
Oh, that Miles 10-inch box, that was cool.
Yeah. So,
I looked that up, and it's way too expensive.
Yeah. But yeah, that was a really good interview. But the guy's a part-time guy. I was like, you can't.
Well, the reason why I mentioned it, the reason why I brought that up. Hey, Chris.
Hello, I'm back.
We're just chatting about Sony and how they don't let any of the tapes out anymore.
Right.
And the reason why I mentioned the Kraft conversation we had on Tuesday is because I think the idea that Sony doesn't have a person or a team, a couple guys or whatever, overseeing a reissue catalog and doing it the right way, in a way that, makes sure that the tapes are, still like integral to the process protects the integrity of the tape itself, which has been, look, maybe sometimes the tapes you don't want to mess with because they're not Scotch or whatever, like the same things that the old Prestige and Blue Notes and Contemporaries were on. But maybe you do have some of those. Maybe there are some tapes that are still really good that you can bake and use, and it's not going to overly damage them, and you can get really good, like cutting metalwork from, and it's just crazy. And it's so funny because sometimes, just an aside, I'll hear Michael Hobson talk about, we could talk about Michael Hobson's water company too.
Oh, dude.
But I'll hear Michael Hobson say, like, when he did Classic Records back in the late 90s or whenever he was doing it, he had access to all of it. That's how he got the 3-track kind of blue. That's how he got everything. And that's not the case anymore.
Tell us about water, man.
I think it's a combination of,
I showed my wife that, and she was like, "What the hell is this?"
I know. I'm like, dude, you'd have a better chance of starting another audiophile label of making money than doing $12 bottles of water.
It makes me question my ears when I hear that. I'm just like, did he BS that whole Classic Records thing too?
Yeah, well, he's selling sand water with magical powers, basically.
I'll tell you what, placebo effect is real.
I'm like, you got to be kidding me, man.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe the whole thing with them I want to say the whole thing about them not letting the tapes out is the whole form of. But then again, you got Blue Note. I was thinking like corporate ownership. It's like we're not gonna let these out. If something happens,
Yeah, the insurance is ridiculous. I think it's like $1 million per tape.
Yeah.
Something like
I mean,
that.
there's no one in New York to cut records. That's why they stopped. Because, wherever Ryan K. Smith works, I forget the name of it, they moved to Tennessee.
Well, maybe those tapes shouldn't be in New York City.
No, but they have. That's the thing. But no, see, here's the thing. They have this guy, Mark Wilder, who, like, if you listen to like the digital remasters of Duke Ellington, take the Dave Brubeck title, he's done all of those. Yeah. He's like their guy at Sony. But he's also done stuff like I have like the Wynton Marsala's vinyl that they put out on their own label at Jazz and Lincoln Center, Blue Engine. He's done the mastering for that, so he can do vinyl stuff.
Yeah.
So it's obviously an issue with Sony corporate headquarters,
and just thinking it through. Maybe Sony just doesn't look at it as like a big money maker, and they're just like, you know what? Let's just protect the tapes. We could sell like 10,000 copies of this, but we're also, Sony, is making money doing other stuff that's, way more profitable. And they, maybe they don't get the attention to actually do that type of thing because Sony is such a huge company.
Yeah, but you got Impex releasing something, the Sony stuff. I don't know. It's just
so Monk's Dream is a Columbia,
right? Exactly. And
so how did Impex get the tapes for that?
Did they get the tapes for? Is the question.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so Chris, before you joined, I gave a little background on this one.
Yeah,
and Chuck Granada said that essentially the side A is AAA, and side B, it depends on the track because side B is like outtakes and splices. And
the guy that did it?
What's that?
Is he the guy that did it?
He's the producer.
Promise.
He's like the big Sinatra guy.
Yeah.
He's like a Sinatra guy. Like
I haven't listened to that yet.
He might be the best living expert on Sinatra recordings.
That record weighs a ton too, just with the jacket.
I remember when you got it. You haven't listened to this yet?
No.
I'll tell you what though.
Still
Frank's Columbia stuff, I love. It's my favorite stuff. But if I were to get somebody into Sinatra, I would not recommend any of it. It's just too, it's from the 40s and it sounds like it. It's 40s pop. So you have to. I feel like I got into it because I listened to all his Capitol stuff and Reprise
Right.
stuff, knew all the standards, and then I heard this is him doing it for the first time when he was younger. So for me, it was that was my way into it. And now I like this the best. But at first, I avoided this stuff, so
Mm.
it took me a while to get into it.
Mm.
It's kind of like avant-garde jazz or free jazz. You don't start there.
Hey, yeah, what's the name? Jeffrey had said a while ago about the wave titles, Mike.
Yeah.
Oh, what happened?
Jeffrey had said that he had ordered them.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
Oh, 5. Oh, fantastic.
Well, when you get them, you should come up and show them to everybody.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. I'd love to hear your opinion on the sound quality.
Yes.
It seems like people are pretty happy with them. So, I think, and also if it's not too difficult, which did you get? Be curious. Oh, you have it right here. So he got Gigi or Gigi, right? Mike, do you say Gigi or Gigi?
Gigi.
Gigi, dude.
Well, that's what I say, but I've heard other people say Gigi.
No, Gigi.
I've never heard this shit.
Look, I've heard other people say it. I'm not going to call people out, but you know who you are if you're watching. So saying something, Roy Haynes Cracklin. That's a new jazz, I know. I don't really know this one. I don't know the Gigi. Roy Haynes Trio, Just Us. That's a cool one. Jimmy Heath Triple Threat. That's a cool one too. And I think the Heath brothers are on that. I think all three, and I don't think that's why it's called Triple Threat though. But I think all three Heath brothers are on that. And then the Benny Green. Oh, fantastic! That's the one I got.
Yeah.
Something about that.
Yeah. I would love to hear the Monk One Step, but I just I'm not paying.
The Monk One Step sounds amazing, Mike. I have.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. And Felipe, didn't you have like a mail issue with that? Didn't it like go around the United States like 5 times?
The Mingus.
Oh, the Mingus. Sorry. Yeah.
It's like disappeared.
Yeah. My Jackie McLean Music Matters is still in New Jersey.
Jeez.
Been there for a whole week.
The swinging?
Yeah, it's been in Newark for a whole freaking week. It's just stuck.
Wait, Newark or Jersey City?
Pay somebody, man.
Jersey City. Yeah.
Jersey City, yeah.
Yeah, just stuck there.
Yeah, I can stay there for a little bit.
Yeah. That's what I hate, and it's weird because they ship that before the stuff that I ordered from Dusty Groove from Chicago, and that's going to be here tomorrow. And they sent the stuff from Chicago out Tuesday or Wednesday.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm gonna jump. I just want to see if there's anything I want to show. Mike, do you have this? I know this is a reissue. The original cover is different.
Yeah, I have that one. That's really good. That's all. That's trumpet quartet, right?
Yes, it's so good.
Yeah, both. I have them. It's funny because I have there's another. He has the other one on Arista Freedom. That they also did. I think on that Pure Pleasure did a reissue of also. I think it's the one that I sent to Rob.
Okay.
Because I sent him a Pure Pleasure copy because I have a Pure Pleasure and the Arista Freedom.
Charles Tolliver's.
He's an amazing player.
One of my favorites.
He's an amazing player. And
this
still hasn't gotten his due.
His compositions though, like the drums on this are just incredible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It sounds more modern than all that hard bop stuff I listen to. But it's not like it's out there. It just sounds like they're just better musicians. Honestly, it just some of the stuff really blows me away. It's so good. It's not like it's hard to listen to.
Right.
It's just
I can't remember. I can't off the top of my head. I can't recall the album. But when that Jackie McLean album where I think he wrote like a lot of the the compositions. Jackie McLean recognized the talent. It's like okay.
Let him do his thing.
Yeah.
And then I got I think did I show you this?
Yeah.
No, I love that. I really like.
I am so happy. I got this for $20.
Jeez.
And you know, I don't now this is a more expensive record than that now.
Yeah. Oh.
I couldn't believe it. So really happy to get that. Oh, and then I showed this twofer. I don't know if you buy twofers, Mike, but this one is a Kenny Burrell, John Coltrane. I got it because it has the cats on it.
Right. Yeah.
So,
but the other one I love too. I have that one.
And that's pretty. I showed you the OJCs. That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I had a pretty good week and some really good deals.
Yeah, I got that Ted Cruzan that I sent you guys, which sounds really good, and there's a few other LPs of his that I want to pick up.
I'm sorry, who was it?
Ted Curson, trumpet player.
Okay,
it's on Atlantic.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta check him out.
Yeah, I mean he's on a lot of the manga stuff.
Oh, okay.
And really, so I got how Carlos sort of sends out those things about people doing sales on Instagram to all of us, and one of the guys the guy that was selling that album was came from the information about that came from Carlos. And then I went to him and I said, "Oh, you still got that?" And he said, "Yeah, sure." So I picked that up, and that's another thing that came from Colorado, and got here in less than a week. So, media mail just continues to baffle me. So.
Yeah, thanks, Chance. Chance coming in the clutch.
Yeah.
I am gonna jump in a minute.
Me too.
Yeah.
So what's up to Mike?
Yeah. What's up, Mark?
So yeah, I have the big thing I have coming in that I got for a really good price is the Ornette Tone Pope box.
Oh yeah.
It's just frankly, I think people are so disinterested in it that I've been just like eyeing the price.
Mm-hmm.
And I was telling, I mean, I know you guys know about this, but like I got it on Sunday used for like an extremely good price. And then the next day it went on the spring sale and it was like 40% off. And it was just, like $20 more brand new.
Mm-hmm.
That's Nicole.
But, all right. See you, Nicole. I'm going to get out of here too.
Me too.
Yeah, me too.
All right. Okay. Let's wind it down. All right. Well, I'll talk with you guys later.
All right. Later, guys.
Thanks,
Later,
everyone.
everyone.
See ya.
Take care.
Bye.